Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track, number 1 Bill 2024, further consideration in Committee of the Whole.
The committee is considering the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track, number 1, Bill 2024, and Amendment 1 on sheet 2649, as moved by Senator Hughes. So the question, I'm not putting the question, but that question sits before us, and I'll give the call to Senator Steele-John. Are you seeking it? Senator Stewart, you had the call. I'm just for broadcasting.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. So I will go to a question to the Minister. This question is to the amendments around needs assessments included in revised sheet PA112. In response to calls for needs assessments to consider the whole of person, the requirement that needs assessments only look at impairments relating to disability requirements or early intervention requirements has been removed. This is a positive change, but there are concerns that this doesn't translate to the plan budget. So I want to take you to the amendments specifically. There has also been a requirement added that any method for working out a budget must take into account a variety of factors that may affect a participant's need for NDIS supports, which is also a welcome improvement. Yet it also can only consider the method, that is, the impacts of other impairments as far as they impact the impairments that meet access requirements. This appears to be a roundabout way of retaining the primary disability effect when considering a participant's need for supports. So can I ask you, Minister, how can this method, as described in the bill, for determining a budget based on a needs assessment, take account of all factors that affect a participant's need for supports when it is still explicitly required to effectively chop a participant's disability into discrete parts.
Minister.
Thank you.
Given the complexity of this stuff, I may need to get some advice from time to time. The bill draws a link between impairments that meet the disability and early intervention criteria, that is the disability criteria in accordance with Section 24 and the Section 25 early intervention criteria. A link between those and the supports that are provided to a participant under the NDIS. So that is the supports provided in relation to Section 24 and or Section 25 criteria. That link, Senator Steele-John, between impairments and what is funded under a participant's plan is necessary to ensure that the scheme operates as it was originally and always intended to operate. The scheme wasn't intended to fund all of the costs associated with a person's life because they have a disability. Rather, it is intended to fund the cost of disability supports that a person requires as a result of a significant or permanent disability. That is the nub of the issues. I'm happy to be taken to it more broadly, but that's essentially the purpose of those amendments.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Minister. I might just take you to the specific clauses of the amendment that we're referring to here. So, and the amendments, there have been many amendment changes circulated, so maybe if we just begin by confirming that the language as I have it here and has been circulated is still the current language. So if we go to page 2 of sheet PA 112, we've got schedule item number 6, schedule 1, item 36, page 26, lines 9 and 10 have the effect of, quote, omitting relating to a participant's needs for NDIS supports, and substitute that line with insofar as the report relates to the participant's need for NDIS supports arising from impairments in relation to which the participant meets the disability requirements or early intervention requirements. Is that still the current wording as proposed by the government?
Minister.
I just wanted to clarify, Senator, were you just reading from the amendment sheet? Yes. Yes. The approach in the legislation, supported by the amendments that the government is supporting here, is that a participant's reasonable and necessary budget is calculated on the basis of their needs assessment, having regard to the impairments that meet the disability and or early intervention requirements. It doesn't deviate from that central proposition. And that is the effect of the scheme of the legislation.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Minister. I understand and I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to clarify for the Senate. You've moved a series of amendments to the needs assessments process and what a need assessment is required to capture. And you've purposely inserted in various sections the statement participants' needs for NDIS supports arising from impairments in relation to which the participants meet the requirements. So the key word that has been altered by the government is the insertion of the idea of arising from, whereas the previous language very tightly stuck to a concept of needs that are the direct result of a particular impairment for which the participant gained access to the scheme. So that modification that you've made in the requirement around needs assessment is partially in response to the feedback the government received from the community during the inquiry that the language in relation to the assessment did not enable the assessment to capture the whole of person impact of a disability. So that has been modified. What remains the same, however, is the subsequent clauses of the bill, which then determine the way in which the needs assessment is translated into a budget. And because there have been no amendments from the government in relation to the budget method also being calculated, taking account of, I should say, the various impacts that arise from a participant's impairments, the concern from the community is that while the assessment may be whole of person, the method created and then implemented to translate that into a quantum of funding or a statement of support remains tied to the specific individual impairment for which the participant gained access.
Yes, thank you,
Minister.
John. That is correct. That language arising from is a consequence of the government listening to some of the consultation in relation to these questions. It is a broad legal construct that enables a whole of person assessment, but staying true to the NDIS review recommendation 3.4, which said the NDIA should introduce new needs assessment processes to more consistently determine the level of need for each participant and set budgets on that basis. It was always the intention for the needs assessment to examine all of a participant's needs arising as a result of their disability. So further amendments, the ones that you've taken me to, clarify that the holistic assessment of need resulting from impairments that meet the disability or early intervention requirements, that is the purpose. But as you say, participant plans are funded in relation to the relationship between either Section 24 or Section 25 relevant impairments.
Senator Sturgeon.
Thank you, Minister. The amendments allow the Minister to make a legislative instrument that assesses whether a participant's disability support needs results from impairments that meet the access requirements. Considering that there is no requirement for co-design when currently to be undertaken when developing legislative instruments such as these, how does the Minister plan to design an assessment tool and assess a method which will effectively translate the assessment into a plan amount that bundles disability support needs into a clear, shall we say, neat package?
Minister.
I think, Senator Steele, John, we traversed some of this material seems like a long time ago, but it was only last week, in relation to the process that the Minister intends to undertake and the co-design principles that I reported to the Senate were, while the term co-design is well understood in the public service and the agency and amongst much of the representative organisations around the NDIS, that it is not a well understood legal term, and to assist the Minister and the agency and the department have provided a set of words on their website.
Senator Stool-John.
Thanks, Minister. I guess the central piece of information that I'm trying to extract from the government in this moment is in relation to this, that the following, and I think this is kind of reasonably directly drawn from your legislation, is the following amounts, it is in fact, this is a direct quote, the following amounts specified in the reasonable and necessary budget must be worked out by applying the information in the needs assessment report for the plan insofar as the report relates to the participant's need for supports arising from impairments in relation to which the participant meets the disability requirements or the early intervention requirements in accordance with the method determined under subsection 2. So that is the result of the amendments that you have brought forward today. You've created those set of requirements around the needs assessment process. However, in accordance with the method determined in subsection 2, the government has made no amendments to this point in relation to that method, which require the method to take account of impairments arising from more than one impairment. You have retained the language in the bill to this point that ties the determination of the budget to the specific impairment for which the participant gained access to the scheme. And so the concern is, while the needs assessment is now slightly more whole of person, the budget method remains tied to the explicit individual impairment. If that is not the government's understanding, I welcome the opportunity for you to clarify that, but that is the concern that is in the community right now.
Minister.
I just, a couple of points in response, Senator Steele-John. Firstly, as I reported last time to the Senate, it is anticipated that upon passage of this bill, should it receive support here, that process of developing the needs assessment tool, it is envisaged that would take 12 to 18 months and that current participants would be transitioned across to the new needs assessment tool over the course of a period of around 5 years. The provisions that we're discussing, I mean, in essence, you are right that the purpose, one of the outcomes of this legislation is that participants' plans may only be funded in relation to impairments that are consistent with or have been assessed to arise from sections 24 and 25. But this conceptually, this idea of a participant's holistic circumstances, so the broader assessment, which includes all of their impairments, will be considered for the purpose of their plan regardless of when they first arose. So that is a significant shift from the way the scheme currently operates, where participants are not necessarily informed about the basis upon which they entered the scheme, and planning decisions can be based on information that's outdated or not aligned with their disability support needs. So that assessment is taken on a holistic basis, recognises that needs may also be impacted by factors such as where a person lives, or impairments that do not meet the relevant criteria, but do impact on a person's overall support needs. That assessment in the new assessment tool developed over that period will be applied to each individual, but as you correctly say, the funding that forms their budget must be linked to impairments that arise under section 24 or 25.
Senator Steele-John.
Can I just ask you to clarify, because I do hear what you're saying around the fact that the methods that we're discussing haven't been developed. There is a desire from the community, though, to understand, at least in principle, how the government intends to differentiate between relevant and irrelevant impairments, given the amendments that you have now put to the chamber, because the language that you have used in item 11, schedule 1, for instance, where at item 36 on page 29, line 18, after subsection 1, you have inserted, quote, including for the purposes of assessing whether a participant's disability support needs arise from impairments in relation to which the participant meets the disability requirements or early intervention requirements. The effect of adding the words arise from is to create two types of impairment. You've got the types that arise from, and then you've got the types for which they met the access criteria in the first place. So the small amount of flexibility introduced by the word arise from is welcomed by the community. However, there remains no clarity as to how you will differentiate between arise from and the impairment for which you gained access, irrelevant and irrelevant, for the purposes of the budgetary method.
Minister.
So, just going to try and answer this carefully, Senator, and ask my team to correct me if I'm wrong, and then I'll come back to you precisely. The job of the subject to the needs assessment tool, which can only be developed upon passage of this bill. It will be the role of the needs assessor to determine what is funded in relation to section 24 and 25, the impairments that a person is assessed as having, but they will be required to have regard to the holistic assessment of all of the person's impairments. So it is possible, and indeed likely, that a person who might be, for example, have a set of impairments that directly relate to Section 24 or 25. They might have a diagnosis of autism. They may also have some ADHD impairments that sit outside of, arguably, dependent upon the person's individual circumstances. And the needs assessor will have regard to all of the whole of the person's impairments when determining the budget and the plan for that individual. But what is funded arises from the impairments that are assessed by the needs assessor to be consistent with Section 24 or 25. And if you hold with me for 10 seconds, I'll just make sure that I've reported that correctly. Can I describe it as a cautious? The only additional point I'd make, Senator, is that it's important to say that the role of the needs assessor is not to determine the diagnosis or to do that work. Their job is to apply the needs assessment tool and that framework to assessing the impairments of a person that arise from the application of Section 24 or 25, but to have regard to a holistic assessment of how they impact upon the person.
Senator Sturgeon.
Thank you, Minister. How will you ensure in that case, and I do appreciate your answer there, that needs assessors are properly trained and have an understanding of how multiple disabilities intersect?
Minister.
Consistent with what I'd indicated at the last time that we met on this question, or the Senate in the committee stage, that those questions about who provides the needs assessments or who are the needs assessors, the framework that they apply, these are all questions that are not determined in the legislation. They must be determined consistent with the process of developing the needs assessment tool, which is work that can only be undertaken upon passage of the bill, and that work will be done in a way that is transparent and consultative, that engages all of the elements of the community who must be engaged in that work, and will when it's concluded make its way back here as well as a disallowable instrument.
Senator Sturgeon.
Thank you, Minister. I'll move now to the question of NDIS supports and the definition of an NDIS support. There's currently a draft list of NDIS supports available for public consultation. Will there will that list be the only opportunity for the public to comment on these lists?
How's it going here, all right?
Thank you. May assist that list.
I've got to give you the call, Minister.
Oh,
Minister, you
sorry.
have the call.
Acting Deputy President. If I can say that list, that was again the subject of some discussion in the last committee stage, is out there for consultation at the moment. I understand that consultation period has been extended somewhat. It will need to be agreed. The Minister will determine the final list that will determine what is an eligible support, and it will also after that process come back here as a disallowable instrument. So there's not an endless process, but there is some way to go in resolving that final schedule.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. I'll just indicate to the Chamber I'll finish my line of questioning on this topic and then happy to cede to other senators. So just to confirm, Minister, the question was, will this be the only opportunity, the consultation that is currently running at the moment, will this be the only opportunity that the community gets to feedback on the content of the transitional list?
Minister.
There is. I should always say you're always welcome to keep kids in here, even if they are a bit noisy. It always worries me when people take kids out because they make a little bit of noise. You're very welcome to stay. I say on behalf of the Acting Deputy President. That's right, that's right. I'm doing my best, Senator Hughes, to not be entertaining. And I trust that I'm succeeding. Senator, there is that process of consultation, as I say it, that it has been extended somewhat. There will also be some targeted consultation at the conclusion of that with disability organisations. I can come back to you in due course about if I have any further information about how that will proceed, but there will be engagement directly with disability organisations. And of course, there will be consultation with the states and territories in relation to that.
Senator Steele-John.
Yeah, just a couple more and then I'll pass it round.
Yep.
So just to confirm, Minister, the consultation we're currently undergoing commenced on the 4th of August, correct?
Minister.
Yes.
To conclude on the 25th of August at 5 p.m, is that correct?
Yes.
What point in the 21-day period between, well, we're not quite at 21 days yet, but between the 4th of August and where we sit today, when precisely was a easy read version of the consultation paper made available to the public.
Minister.
On the 12th of August, Senator.
Senator Steele John.
And who developed the Easy Read guide?
Minister.
Department, not the agency. The department, yeah. I'm advised that the department engaged Easy Read writers.
Senator Steele John.
Within the department, Minister, or an external?
Minister.
I'll examine that. I don't know the answer to that, nor do my colleagues from the department here today. If there's additional information, we'll provide it.
Senator Steele John.
I'll cede my time at this point, but if you could try to get an answer to that and come back to the chamber, that'd be useful. Thank you.
Certainly.
Minister. Senator Hughes.
Thank you. Minister, just following on, and we'll stick with needs assessments at the moment, following on from Senator Steele John and just some clarifying points. Last week we discussed that participants, or in fact, if we start with needs assessments versus functional assessments, I don't know if anyone really understands the difference, but for the sake of argument, I think Senator Steele John and I have been working on needs assessment being more around accessing the scheme. Functional assessment, once you're in the scheme, I'm kind of looking at the advisors as well to maybe the other way around. Okay, so functional assessment to get access to the scheme, needs assessment once you're in the scheme. So functional assessments, these are going to be undertaken, you would think, in the majority of instances by people with younger children who are born with disabilities, that they will be a majority over those that have acquired disabilities later in life. So when it comes to functional assessments, I guess the first question to clarify is if there has been any progression on whether or not, or who is going to fund functional assessments, because throughout the inquiry process that we had, all 5.5 days of inquiries we had onto this significant piece of legislation, it was never mentioned that participants or aspiring participants would be paying for these assessments. It was actually put to us by the agency, by the department, by many people who appeared before us, that the whole idea behind them was equity of access, so that people would not be required to obtain significant numbers of reports, so not only paediatric reports, but psychology reports, OT reports, speech reports, psychology reports, etc., etc., but that it would be around functionality and needs, access to the scheme. There would obviously be scope, or is there scope, when it comes to the needs assessments of people that are in the scheme, that would be covered by part of their NDIS plan, since these people would already have NDIS plans. So that's sort of part one. But when it comes to the functional assessments, if that cost is to be borne by the aspiring participant or their family, is there any modelling or anything being done to ascertain what the cost of those assessments would be? The ABC just today, not a big fan of mine, don't normally say nice things about me, so it's kind of exciting when the ABC writes something positive about me, so take a bit of notice. They've spoken to a number of disability groups who are calling for a pause on this legislation, because not once were they advised with regards to the possible costs being passed on to participants or aspiring participants. So first question, are those already participants receiving needs assessments able to have that needs assessment covered as part of their plan and ongoing plan? And are aspiring participants and their families, what sorts of costs are they expected to have to pay in a bid to apply to access the scheme?
Minister. So at the moment we're just going through the, we're not actually going through this amendment though. Okay.
So currently, the way that the scheme works is that people, as you say, often parents, pay for the functional assessment as they enter the scheme, and that those assessments are often then used in the needs assessment process, which I know you're going to take me to. The government's had a very good look at the recommendations in relation to how those are funded, but as I indicated at the last time we discussed these issues in here, the government's approach to this will be to wait until that consultation process has concluded in order to determine how funding is allocated. And as you correctly say, once a person enters the scheme at the moment, additional assessments may well be funded from within their NDIS allocation. So the government is having a close look at that whole picture and will, subject to the consultation process, which will determine the scope and the way that people enter the scheme and the way that those assessments are conducted, both for functional and needs assessment purposes. So I want to be very clear. It is not appropriate for the government to determine that question until we have on the table a clear understanding that can be taken through the normal processes that government would go through in terms of its normal budget processes.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you. So, Minister, just to sort of get some more clarity around it, like you made reference then to functional assessments to access the scheme, or that parents currently pay for that. Parents don't currently pay for a functional assessment. They pay for paediatric appointments, they pay for sessions with the occupational therapy, they pay with sessions with a psychologist, they pay for reports from allied health or medical providers to then access the scheme. If there is a move to a functional assessment that we don't know what it's going to look like, we don't know who's going to deliver them, we don't know, what they're going to look like. Are they disability specific? Are they age specific? We don't know what those functional assessments look like. So will the scheme only be accessible by a functional assessment? Because a lot of what I'm concerned about is a lot of parents, when they are trying to ascertain what is going on with their child, so we're not talking about kids that are born vision impaired or hearing impaired or Down syndrome that have quite defined issues from birth, or their disability is quite easily defined from birth. Kids that are diagnosed with profound autism, and even the kids that are diagnosed with a global developmental delay that is not a permanent and lifelong disability, but those are the kids that are diagnosed with profound autism and intellectual disability. Those things don't tend to be able to be diagnosed in many cases, particularly those at the more profound and severe end of the spectrum, around 1.5, 2 at the very early, but up until around 3, that's when you're sort of capping off kids that are at that very profound end usually have a diagnosis. But to get to that diagnosis, there's appointments with GPs, there's appointments maybe with maternal nurses, there's appointments with paediatricians to try and work out what's going on. Because a lot of parents, first-time parents, or, you know, my son was my second born, and I was just told, oh, don't worry, he's not speaking because he's got a sister who talks for him. And it took us, I think we were 4 or 5 paediatric and psychology visits to do the assessments that were global best practice assessments, not determined by government, determined by international bodies, to review his cognitive impairments or cognitive capabilities, to, you know, his autistic traits, to look at monitor his behaviour. So there was a significant cost outlay to get to the point of diagnosis that we had classical autism, intellectual disability, global developmental delay, hello. But we had already spent thousands and thousands of dollars in travel costs because we were based in rural and regional New South Wales, to Sydney to see a specialist. There were multiple specialists that were required to be seen, all of those things. After a family spends thousands and thousands of dollars in trying to ascertain what's going on with their child, diagnosed with these sorts of disabilities, is it then going to be the case that the NDIS says, that's great, you've been diagnosed with level 3 autism, intellectual disability, blah, 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 blah. Now, here you go and find a registered or someone who provides functional assessments, go do that, pay for that, and then we'll decide whether we let you into the scheme. Are we, in effect, in some ways, doubling the costs of what families are going to pay to access the scheme?
Minister.
No, thank you. And that it's actually very helpful the way that you described that, because it does lead us to more clarity around these questions, I think. It certainly is the case that right now, I want to come back to the original point that you made about who does the assessments. Certainly is the case that right now there is some ambiguity about that question. Parents or disabled people themselves go through that journey that they go through of reaching that diagnosis. It is one of the recommendations of the review, and it's anticipated one of the outcomes of this process that there is not a requirement for doubling up on the functional assessment process, and indeed, I'll just check with the team, that flows through to the needs assessment process as well, that work that has been largely privately funded will not be required to be, people won't be asked to shell out again for an additional process to satisfy the functional assessment in order to enter the scheme. Just add the qualification though that of course there may be a requirement for additional information that may arise in individual circumstances, but the principle is the one I think that you've alluded to in your question. In terms of the who does the assessments and how that tool is applied, there are questions about that we cannot answer because the purpose of this Act is, as we went backwards and forwards about a bit last week, is enabling a process to be undertaken that will determine all of that. There are proper consultation processes and safeguards for the Parliament too in that process, and that it needs to come back here. But it commences that process with the authority of legislation to determine the framework that is applied. But you are correct. The aspiration of the government here is to reduce costs in terms of those kind of undertakings, and that should have the benefit of having a positive impact for both people who are paying for assessments now, but also not adding additional cost and duplication to the scheme.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Minister, and for those from the Department and the Minister's Office that are here now, and anyone listening, I would then implore you to please, when looking at functional assessments, look at using tests that are already widely used by a lot of these diagnosticians, so that if, for example, the psychologist uses a Vineland or a Griffiths or whatever the tests are, that they form part of a functional assessment, because you may actually be ticking two boxes by using the one assessment tool, rather than creating some new bespoke product, which I just promise you right now, take my word for it, any bespoke test will be a complete disaster because it will be some vested interest pushing a particular part of an assessment and providers having to learn a whole new tool versus tools that they already use and apply regularly and are very consistent across the board. And this may be apparent, but I just want to get some clarity. One of the things with the scheme, and I think we've lost that purpose, is that it was designed for permanent and lifelong disability. We have seen conditions added, particularly in the early childhood stream, but we have other conditions that are now part of the NDIS that are not permanent nor lifelong, that are being pushed in, and that's in part because the states have vacated the field. The NDIS is the only lifeboat in the ocean quite often. But what I'm concerned about is, or want clarified, functional assessments can show if there's developmental delays, it can show if there's an inability to perform certain tasks. Some of those inabilities aren't necessarily due to a lifelong and permanent disability. For those parents out there, and especially for some of the mums I know that absolutely loathe going to mothers' groups and play groups at the park, it's an overwhelming thing to hear about how all these women's children are gifted. Everyone's child is gifted. They're all so special. And when you've got a kid with special needs, it's a particularly galling place to be when you're hearing about everyone's gifted children. And there is barely a parent out there who can openly admit, you know what, they're a great kid, but they're just not the sharpest tool in the shed. And, you know, there's a great spectrum of people in the world, and some are really good at some things, some are really good at others. Not everyone's a natural-born genius. You wouldn't know that at mothers' groups, but in reality, not every child is a genius. And I guess one of my concerns is that you end up with a functional assessment that's not... Is it going to be linked to a diagnosis? Is there still going to be a list of diagnoses that cover the NDI, that the NDIS covers, or is it going to be more based on a skill set you've got or don't have, or what you can do versus what you can't do, so that we're not sort of opening the door up again to people who can pay for lots of expensive reports but not necessarily have a permanent and lifelong disability?
Minister. Minister.
Thank you. It's the intention here, subject to the exigencies of the consultation process that commences should the legislation clear the Parliament, that there be a common sense approach to these questions, which is what I think people in the community broadly would expect. Underneath the functional assessment process, it is not automatic that a person with a diagnosis inevitably becomes part of the scheme, because they may have a diagnosis, but a functional assessment determines that it is not the kind of lifelong disability that will that makes one eligible for Section 24 or Section 25 impairments and that whole process. It is also possible that the functional assessment may proceed absent somebody turning up with a diagnosis from a specialist or whatever the proper diagnosis material is. A person may present with autism, for example, but it's not necessary for the functional assessment process to wait for the substantial period that may be required to determine that that a particular diagnosis is made, and a functional assessment may determine that the person is eligible absent that diagnosis. So there would be a process in parallel that would occur there, but it is very much in terms of the spirit of your question, I think, that a common sense approach be applied here, and that the parameters of that approach are going to be the subject of the consultation process with the community and more broadly, and as you say, with the states and territories who have much of the responsibility here as well.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you. Just to clarify again, would this, like as you say, someone having a functional assessment or a prelude to a diagnosis, would there be some determining factor here? Again, someone's gone through a paediatric psychology, blah, 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 form of assessments, and they are diagnosed with level 3 autism, intellectual disability, etc., something that is clearly going to be permanent and lifelong, versus someone who would probably have given in the old days a global developmental delay, should be level 1 autism under this new DSM-5, but the paediatrician goes, you know what, let me just give you level 2 because otherwise you're not going to get access to the scheme. But that this functional assessment, it shows that it's at the much lower end, that we're not talking about, it's the diagnosis is different, or the functional capabilities are shown to be different. That would be used to then determine whether someone goes into the early childhood stream, which would then, on my read of it, they would either age out or be required to reprove a disability, or that, say, the person with level 3 intellectual disability is able to go straight onto the disability stream, so not have to reprove their diagnosis when they would have aged out of early intervention.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Without committing to the precise circumstances that you set out in the question, because people may be listening and thinking about their own circumstances and applying that in terms of their expectations about how this might operate, that kind of common sense approach is exactly what is envisaged, will be the subject of that consultation process and that outcome, and it is the kind of approach that is driving the ministers and the government's thinking about how people are able to use the functional assessment process to access the scheme, and how they will be treated and, as you say, allocated into sections 24 and 25, and what the meaning of that might be.
Senator
pass
Hughes.
the call after this. Senator Steele-John, I'm sure you're sitting there with bated breath. I just do want to touch on the needs assessment before we move on. You know, there are plenty of adults with permanent and lifelong disabilities that aren't going to change. You know, there's not going to be significant change in their needs or their impairment if they're quadriplegic or they've got intellectual disability or whatever it might be. Their needs are not going to change year to year unless there's a significant change of circumstances, which is, of course, a different way of looking for a plan review. But how often is it assumed that participants on the scheme will need to undertake a needs assessment? And, you know, is there a time frame for how long the needs assessment is relevant? Is it you know, 5 years, your plan's 5 years, your needs assessment covers you for 5 years, or your plan's for 5 years but your disability has not changed, so when your plan review's up you're not having to undergo another needs assessment, it's just a continuation?
Minister. Minister, you have the call.
Thank you. It will be based on individuals, and as you say, Senator, the needs of a participant who's a child, whose needs are evolving or changing, maybe is a better term. That their needs assessment process may be more continuous. That will be determined by the needs assessor, and for the other group that you describe, if we can characterise an adult with paraplegia or similar condition where their circumstances aren't going to change, plans will go for the full 5 years. You would expect within the common sense framework that the plan being going on to the next 5 years would be a relatively straightforward approach for people in that category, but there is, as you've indicated, a more intensive process for people whose needs are changing.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy President. Minister, what is a common sense framework? You stated to the Senate it would be defined within the common sense framework. What were you referring to there?
Minister.
Well, that's thank you, Deputy President and Senator. That is not a common sense framework. Is not a term that is used in the Act. It's not a term that has been applied, I think, in terms of the specific set of questions that Senator Hughes put to me. It is the intention, for example, with the consultation process that determines the needs assessment framework for a co-design process, for broad consultation to be undertaken, and when issues like, is there an opportunity to reduce duplication and to reduce costs for either participants and their parents, or for the scheme, or both, then it seems to me to be a common sense approach and consistent with the government's objectives here to try and reduce that that burden, which is a cost burden but goes beyond being a cost burden for participants and their families and the scheme.
Senator Steele-John.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Minister. Just wanted to check you weren't referring to a new term within the bill.
As I indicated before, I'm not a lawyer, not even really a bush lawyer, and it can be taken that when I introduce a term like common sense approach, that it's not designed to have a legal meaning, Senator.
Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Minister. Returning to the process of developing the transitional rules and definitions of an NDIS support, after the public consultation period concludes on the 25th of August, will there be another opportunity for the community to give further feedback on the revised lists?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator. On the 25th, or following the 25th, the government will consider the feedback it's received. There will be further targeted consultation, as I indicated, consistent with the operation of the scheme and with peak bodies and disability organisations, and the government will determine its approach at that point in terms of whether or not further consultation is required.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. What is the intended date for the list of NDIS supports to be entered, to come into force post the passage of the legislation?
Minister.
It's envisaged, Senator, that would commence upon passage of the bill and 28 days after royal assent for the bill.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. And just to be very clear, the bill, given the placement of the relevant section of the legislation, which creates the ability to determine an NDIS support, which is section 10 of the legislation, that comes into effect 28 days after on the 29th day after the passage of the legislation, correct?
Minister.
Not after passage, Senator, after royal assent. Yes. Yes.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. So when you say it is envisaged that it will come into effect at that time in your previous answer, in fact what you intended to communicate was that 28 days after royal assent it will come into effect.
Yes. Minister. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Is it correct that participants will only be able to purchase NDIS supports after the instrument commences?
Minister.
Thank you. Just wanted to properly understand what the implications of that were. So for if there is a participant who has something in their current plan that is outside the list, there will be, or there is, transitional arrangements to ensure that they continue to access that payment or support for the duration of their plan. Yes, for the duration of their plan.
Senator Steele John.
Thank you, Minister. So that is the case if somebody has something funded within their plan which is not considered to be, not determined to be an NDIS support. So that's one half of people. But for those who are engaging in new plans or plan renewals, is it correct that participants will only be able to purchase NDIS support after the instrument commences?
Minister.
The answer to that is essentially yes, in terms of if a person is currently engaging with the agency, the answer to your question is yes. If there is, of course, an amendment that has been provided that does provide for the CEO to be able to make a decision to substitute upon application. So there is some, where there is some uncertainty, there is some room there for a decision to be made by the CEO if it fits I just want to get the precise words here, correct? Yeah. So that, just to, if it assists, that amendment creates a substitutions process that allows a participant to seek to substitute a support that has been declared not to be an NDIS support for one that is. That amendment responds to community feedback and concerns about the supports that will be prescribed in rules made under Section 10 for not to be NDIS supports. In practice, if a participant considers an item that is excluded from being an NDIS support will be more beneficial for them than an alternate support that is not excluded, then the participant may make an application to substitute that support.
Senator Steele John.
Thank you, Minister. Can you clarify, in the time between the 29th day passing, upon which the transitional rules come into effect, and the passage of the instrument that will define what is an NDIS NDIS support, what is the intent of the government in terms of defining in that interim period what an NDIS support is? Because it would appear to me that there is a likelihood that there would be a gap between the 29th day and the implementation of the introduction and the acceptance of an instrument. And during that period of time, participants are under an obligation, if they are coming into the scheme and not transitioning, to only use their funds for an NDIS support for which there may not yet be an actual definition.
Minister.
I think I can see the group that you're talking about. That is a narrow group of participants or potential participants who are engaging with the scheme about their plans. Those requirements will only have effect after that 28-day period has concluded. We don't anticipate that that's going to provide for any delay for participants who are engaging with the scheme today.
Senator Steele John.
Thank you, Minister. Now, you referred in your previous contribution to a substitution amendment. I just want to confirm you're referring to Amendment 1 on sheet SK118. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, all right. So you're referring to that as a potential pathway through which a participant may be able to gain access to a support which is listed on, which is not listed as an approved NDIS support. Is that correct?
Minister.
Yes, it's the intention that, the effect will be of that amendment that if a participant considers that an item that is excluded from being an NDIS support would be more beneficial for them than an alternate support that is not excluded, then the participant may make an application to substitute that support. So the substituted support must replace one or more supports that are NDIS supports. The substituted support must also be something that still falls within the broader definition of NDIS support and is appropriately funded by the NDIS. So that it is a response to feedback. It will ensure that while meeting the objectives, that there is some flexibility for participants who have unique disability support needs, while maintaining the original intention of Section 10, which is to provide clear boundaries for supports that the NDIS can and cannot fund.
Senator Steele John.
Thanks, Minister. And is the reading of this proposed amendment suggests an application pathway, which I think you've just referenced there. Is it the government's understanding that the CEO has both the power to approve the application under this amendment and also to decline the application under this amendment?
Minister.
Yes, it certainly means that the CEO will be able to determine those specified supports or substitutes for specific participants and in limited and specific circumstances, and that a participant will only be able to request a substitution if it's replacing a support that is more cost effective. It does, in addition to that, the definition of NDIS support does make clear the constitutional basis for the new budget setting framework recommended by the NDIS review, and helps to clarify and identify the constitutional basis for the NDIS as a whole, which assists having a proper basis for decision making, but also assists participants and providers to understand what is, and we would say, always has been, capable of being funded by the NDIS, having regard to the intergovernmental agreements and the constitutional consideration. So it is yes, you're correct. It gives the CEO the capacity to make, in those limited circumstances, appropriate arrangements, but it also clarifies and supports the decision-making and the basis for the constitutional basis for the NDIS as a whole.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. So there is an application pathway where the CEO is empowered to either accept or decline the application. There's a number of criteria your amendment sets out for the consideration of that application. The final criteria that you have included is, and I quote, any other conditions specified in the NDIS rules for the purposes of this paragraph are met in relation to the support, the participant, or both. So in addition to the previous clauses which you've referenced that talk to the replacement of one or other supports, the cost of the support, and whether the support would provide the same or better outcome for the participant, there is, in addition to those clauses, the requirement for the application to satisfy any other conditions or rules under the NDIS, correct?
Minister.
Yes, it must do, as rules are made from time to time. The CEO must have regard to the rules that are contained in the scheme, yes.
Senator Steele-John.
Is the decision of the CEO in relation to the application and its compliance or otherwise in relation to rules or those other criteria, is that a reviewable decision for the purpose of Section 99 of the Act?
Minister.
No.
Senator Steele-John.
Okay, so to confirm, the application process pathway exists. You will be required to satisfy those specific criteria as well as any other rules the NDIS may seek or the government may desire the NDIS to make. And if your application is denied, you are not able to either request review or to appeal the decision.
Minister.
I think to just outline the circumstances that would apply here, in the event that a determination is made about what supports are provided within a participant's plan, the application, if you will, to the CEO is indeed a form of review, that it is a request to take an alternative approach to the supports that are funded within the participant's plan. And it's not within the scheme of either the legislation or this amendment that be subject to further review. It is the case that if it's that if the CEO determines not to provide that support that is not on the prescribed list as a substitute support, that of course funding is available for the original supports that were to be the subject of that substitution. In light of all of that, it is not either in the legislation or the amendment capable of further review.
Senator Steele John.
Okay, thank you, Minister. So it is not capable of further review. So that is the source I would put to you and also to the broader Senate and anybody else watching this debate of some of the significant concerns the community have around the powers granted to the government under this legislation, to the Minister of the day in the case of the transitional arrangements, and to the Minister and Disability Ministers in relation to the Category A determinations. The concern is that politicians do not have the expertise or the lived experience, often, to be able to determine what is a needed and necessary support for a disabled person, because our needs are unique and determined by a combination of our impairments, the environment in which we live, the environment in which we may seek to live, or our medical or psychological experiences and conditions. The government offers to the Senate a substitution pathway, an amendment that it proposes creates a level of flexibility for supports that are prohibited under their legislation, but nevertheless may in an individual circumstance be considered appropriate or needed. And yet, as we have just seen in the exchange, while you may apply, and while you may be guided in that application by a certain series of criteria set out in the legislation, the agency of the day and the government of the day are empowered by even the amendment the government offers as a solution to some of these concerns to develop and define additional rules in order to create additional criteria and barriers. And then when the CEO makes a determination, and remember it won't be the CEO, it'll be a delegate of the CEO, it'll be a planner. So if anybody out here is listening and watching and thinking, oh well, at least the CEO will know what they're doing, it's a delegate of the CEO, it's a planner, they're under a KPI, they're under pressure, they're human beings, and we have all experienced the challenges of making sure that those people under pressure read the documents that are put before them in relation to determining our support needs and needs to give us a changed series of funding or supports. If that person gets that wrong, if that person, considering that application for that otherwise prohibited support, the support which is not listed because it hasn't been captured, there isn't a recourse. There's not a review process. And this, I would submit to the Senate, is a basic absence of procedural justice. This is base stuff. The ability for a citizen who is a taxpayer contributing to a public program and a recipient of the supports of those public programs should have the right, if they feel like a government bureaucrat has got it wrong, to request a review and to ultimately, if they so wish, take it to appeal. And we've heard today in that exchange that that is not an avenue granted under this legislation. And I find that alarming, and so does the disability community, and that's why we are seeing an increasing number of disability organisations come forward and say, whoa, hang on.
As it is now 1:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. The committee reports progress, and we will now move to 2-minute statements, and I call Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Under this weak Labor Prime Minister, Australians are hurting more than ever. and yet our weak Prime Minister refuses to acknowledge how tough things really are. We've got a Prime Minister with the backbone of a semi-comatose jellyfish, a Prime Minister who refuses to accept his government's economy-wide attack on Australia is hurting our standards of living, and that inflation is homegrown and Labor-grown. The price of electricity is up 22%. The country has endured 12 mortgage rate rises. Food is up 11%. Rent is up 15%. Insurance is up 17%. A cost of living crisis, but we've got a Prime Minister who is missing in action. We have a weak Labor government who has been more focused on protecting their own jobs rather than actually working towards reducing the rise of inflation and reducing the stress on Australian families. We have a weak Labor government that has been more focused on spending $500 million on a failed referendum and selling their own confused idea of Makarrata rather than tackling issues front on in Indigenous communities. We have a weak Labor government who has been more focused on blaming the courts rather than actually taking accountability, responsibility and then actions to deal with the abhorrent release of 83 convicted criminals into our community. This needs to stop. Australians are crying out for a leader and a government that will tackle inflation head-on and will keep us safe. Only Peter Dutton and the Coalition will get back to basics and get Australia back on track. Only Peter Dutton and Dave Littleproud will fix the economy and protect our borders. And with the 10 seconds going, only David Crisafulli will get Queensland back on track in 50 or so days' time. Vote LNP.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I rise today to speak about the great state of South Australia. And I give you my top 3 for the week in SA. We are kicking goals all across the field right now. And literally on Saturday, the mighty Port Adelaide Football Club cemented its place in the top 4, heading towards the finals in September. Now, the Adelaide Crows tried their best to win the coveted showdown crown, but ultimately they were no match for the crowd of Alberton. And a big shout out to Willie Rioli for another amazing performance, kicking 3 of the 11 goals. I look forward to the Crows setting aside their grief and joining us in cheering on a South Australian team in the final. But if they can't get on board with cheering for that, I know that they can absolutely, alongside all other South Australians, get on board with cheering for the high-quality, world-class broadband internet that the Albanese Labor government is funding across our state. The investment of $2.4 billion as an equity injection for the NBN is making fibre upgrade programs across South Australia really make a difference. It's a game changer for regional business, game changer for people on the ground across those communities. And finally, a big goal for SA thanks to the amazing South Australian Education Minister and good friend of mine, Blair Boyer, who has invested $18.4 million to strengthen civics and citizenship education in SA public high schools. I know from the inquiry that we've been conducting into civics that there is so much drive for this, so much support for building civics into our schools, building our democracy and strengthening that engagement of our South Australians.
Your time has expired. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much. I'm from Queensland, which last week earned the title of the homelessness capital of Australia. 2 in 3 Queenslanders are struggling to pay their rent or meet their mortgage repayments, according to polling released earlier this year. But it's not just my state. The Greens today published independent analysis that shows that across Australia, no one in the 10 most common jobs can afford to buy a house and avoid housing stress. A full-time early childcare educator would take 31 years to save for a home deposit. And then the repayments on that mortgage would be 92% of their salary. And that's after the government just gave them a 15% pay rise, even though it should have been 25 like they asked for. A nurse would take 11 years to save for a deposit, and then half their salary would go on mortgage repayments. This is the devastating reality. Home ownership is completely unattainable for most of the country's essential professions. Every community needs early childhood educators, needs nurses, needs teachers, yet none of these people can afford to pay repayments on a home loan without going into housing stress. And how can you save for a home deposit while you're paying soaring rents? That's the reality for millions of renters now caught in this cruel trap, stuck paying massive rents, decades away from saving for a home, where even if they can get a mortgage, the repayments are completely unaffordable. If Labor really wanted to tackle the housing crisis, they would implement a 2-year rent freeze. They would wind back negative gearing and capital gains tax concessions for property investors that are denying millions of renters the chance to buy a home. The Greens remain ready to negotiate a plan that actually helps the millions of teachers, nurses and early childhood educators who just want an affordable home.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In just under 6 weeks, the legislation that we passed in here, meaning that vapes would be sold by pharmacy and pharmacy alone, comes into effect. Before we get to that 6 weeks, there will be 100 firebombings of tobacconists or vape stores reached, as organised crime fills a gap in the market. When I spoke on the bill, I was able to, as a non-smoker or vaper in Canberra, go to a place and buy a vape for $25 in Canberra, across the counter, even when they were illegal then. The legislation we've got has changed, and if props were allowed, Acting Deputy Speaker, I would reach to this green box on my desk and I'd pick up a HQD vape, single use, that was be able to purchase in Canberra. We haven't stopped it, but we've raised the price. It is now $60. Others in this chamber have told me you can buy $50 in Sydney or 2 for $90. All this legislation has done is increase the profit margin of organised crime. It has driven true people who are trying to get off smoking and take up vaping to become criminals, to drive their money into criminals. And that is not what we should be doing. They're getting around it. This single-use ban, this box that I won't pick up in front of me because it would be a prop, this HQD spicy mint vape, they get around single-use by putting a battery charger on it. You can't refill it. You can't use it again, but because it's got a battery charger, it's no longer single-use. The crime and the violence and the profits, all in the organised crime, serious organised crime, where we heard the evidence. This is driving money into criminals and driving people who want to get off smoking, people who want to harm minimise, to put their money in the hands of criminals. It is poor legislation. It is not working, clearly not working when I can buy it. And if you want to say get in the hands of kids, it's right there. I bought it, it's illegal, it is wrong, and stop celebrating this failure.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Stirl.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Now, in June last year, I spoke about the enforcement anomalies that face our hard-working truck drivers every day in Queensland, New South Wales, ACT, Victoria and South Australia, not in my great state of WA nor in the Territory. More than a year has passed and still the situation persists. Truckies are still pursued, fined and prosecuted for simple spelling mistakes in their logbooks, while motorists who break the law and endanger lives face lesser fines. Fining truck drivers for spelling mistakes does nothing for fatigue management, nor does it drive down the number of accidents and fatalities on our roads, but it does contribute to state and territory revenues. It is a national tragedy that states and territories continue to use minor errors made by our hard-working truckies to raise revenue, while there is carnage out on our roads. Road safety must be a national priority, and we need urgent action from all levels of government. Issues like training, licensing, enforcement of safety laws must be a priority. Nationally, we have a shortage of 26,000 transport workers. This shortage is particularly difficult to address considering these enormous safety challenges alongside the petty and vindictive targeting of truckies for minor errors in their logbooks. In New South Wales, drivers who are caught using a mobile phone while driving are fined $362. In South Australia, driving up to 20 kilometres over the speed limit attracts a fine of $455. In Queensland, if a driver fails to give way doing a U-turn, they face a fine of $483. Truckies that have minor spelling mistakes in their logbook, where they slept last night for crying out loud, get fined $780. Now, I've written to all the state ministers, police, road safety and transport in this nation for a second time, hoping some common sense will prevail. Enforce the law, make our roads safe, stop pinging truck drivers for a damn spelling mistake.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Madam President. Paul Eastlake has delivered his report of the state of Tasmania's books, and it's not pretty, we are broke. According to Mr Eastlake, Tasmania's financial position will become worse than that of any other state or territory, including Victoria and the Northern Territory, over the next 3 years. Drawing on publicly available information, the review also found that the deterioration in the financial position of Tasmania's general government sector is entirely attributable to poor public policy decisions by the government. So when the Tasmanian Liberals signed off on an uncapped budget for an AFL stadium at Macquarie Point, they knew what a shocking state our books were in, and they still signed off on uncapped funds for a new AFL stadium at Macquarie Point. They knew we were broke. They knew we were broke. They also knew what a dire state our health, education and housing sectors were in. Tasmanians are selling their cars to buy private health insurance because of the 12-month wait for their policy to kick in is quicker than being on the elective surgery list. How about that? Public school teachers are posting on Facebook begging for relief teachers, and a quarter of all Tasmanian young people aged between 12 and 24 are homeless. But instead of looking after our most vulnerable people and spending a relatively small amount of money on the UTAS Stadium in Launceston to make it bigger and better, the Tasmanian Liberals have committed Tasmanians to a stadium that most respected experts say will blow out to over $1 billion. A stadium that will destroy sightlines to the cenotaph and, just as importantly, leave our kids with a debt they will never, ever be able to repay. And that is what the State Liberal Party of Tasmania is doing to the people of Tasmania.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, in July this year, paramedics across Western Australia spent more than 6,500 hours waiting outside our hospitals in a queue, waiting to ensure that their patients can get the hospital care they need. This was the worst result since COVID in Western Australia, and in fact it is 5 times more than when the Liberal Party was last in government in Western Australia. And our health system in Western Australia is in complete crisis, which is unnecessary, and it has been mismanaged both by Roger Cook and also by Anthony Albanese. In Western Australia's northern coastal suburbs, pressure continues to mount on the Joondalup Health Campus, which itself has recorded over 1,400 ambulance ramping hours over the last 2 months alone. So what is the response of Prime Minister Albanese and Premier Cook? Well, crickets, nothing. And you know where the money has gone? Metronet. The state Labor government, aided and abetted by Anthony Albanese, have spent an extra $10 billion in Western Australia to try and get this lemon going. Now, people say, well, we'll get the rail in eventually, but the opportunity cost is this. $10 billion we could have actually and should have used for 5 new hospitals across Western Australia. So that is the opportunity cost of the Labor government, federal and state, in their incompetence. Now, the member for Pierce, Tracy Roberts, and Labor have recently re-announced $10.5 billion that Christian Porter got for the electors of Pierce for a health campus in Yanchep. And Labor have just re-announced it, but they haven't announced a hospital.
Senator Reynolds, your time has expired. Senator Billick.
Thank you. This Saturday marks Ukraine's Independence Day, which celebrates the country's declaration of independence on the 24th of August 1991. And although this war appears to no longer be newsworthy in light of other events, the sad reality is that Ukraine has been fighting a war since Russia's full-scale invasion 2.5 years ago. It's incredible to realise the war in Ukraine has dragged on for this long, but ever since Ukraine declared independence, there have been attacks by Russia against its sovereignty and territorial integrity. These include the installation of a Russian puppet as president, followed by a violent crackdown on protesters during the Maidan Revolution, the illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula, and Russia's backing of separatist militia in Donbass. For decades, Russia has refused to accept Ukraine's independence, despite Ukraine having its own unique identity, language and culture, and a desire for democracy and self-determination. While Independence Day should be a cause for celebration, I remind people there will be Ukrainians hiding in basements from Russian missile attacks, Ukrainian soldiers fighting on the front lines, and displaced Ukrainians in Australia and throughout the world who simply want to return to their homeland and live in peace. Australia has provided more than $1.3 billion in assistance to Ukraine, including more than $1.1 billion in military assistance, and has imposed targeted sanctions on more than 1,200 individuals and entities supporting Russia's illegal invasion. It is in Australia's national interest to continue to support Ukraine until they can end the war on their own terms. Ukraine is half a world away, but the brave men and women on the front line of the war with Russia are not just fighting for Ukraine, they are fighting for the global rules-based order on behalf of all free democratic countries. We have not forgotten Ukraine.
Senator Billick, your time has expired. Senator McKim.
Well, if Prime Minister Albanese isn't careful, he is going to sleepwalk Australia into a government led by the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton. Now, Mr Albanese, acting like a diet version of Mr Dutton, will not defeat the Liberals. You cannot outflank Mr Dutton to the right, and you cannot appease Mr Dutton, nor can you appease the right-wing media that cheers him on. The only way to stop a Mr Dutton-led Liberal Party is with principles and values and the courage to confront the truth and the great challenges our country is facing head-on. Labor's refusal to tackle the real issues with the urgency they demand is effectively telling Australians everything is fine when we all know everything is not fine in Australia. Labor's arrogance, its detachment from the lived struggles of ordinary Australians is creating the perfect storm for Mr Dutton to step into. By pretending everything is under control and tinkering around the edges when what is needed is strong intervention, Labor is betraying the people who need them the most. And Mr Dutton knows this, and he offers people an enemy, someone to falsely blame for their hardships. And so migrants again become the scapegoat, the distraction, while the real issues are ignored. It's a cynical, nasty ploy that only works when government fails to address the pain and the fears that fuel insecurities. But we don't have to accept this path. The Greens are here to stand with people, to call out the establishment parties, to recognise people's struggles and to offer real solutions. We won't let fear and division rule our future.
Your time has expired, Senator McKim. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday we heard a lot about political donations and the CFMEU. The coalition bashing the government bashing the Greens then trying to bash the government, and round and round and round. And eventually the Senate passed a bill that was pulled together quickly to deal with a pressing issue. But one bill we haven't seen yet, which deals with an increasingly pressing issue, is on electoral and donation reform. This morning, across the country, many Australians bought a coffee and they tapped their phone or card and within seconds likely received an alert on their phone saying, "You've just paid your local cafe for a coffee." But if we want to know whether any political party, the Greens, the government, or even the coalition, have received money from the CFMEU in the past days and weeks, no chance. The transparency and timeliness in our electoral laws are an absolute joke. It'll be 6 months before we find out whether the CFMEU has transferred large sums of cash to political parties. Nearly 6 months, and yet in 6 seconds, you can know when you've transferred money. It's not good enough. It's not up to scratch. Australians deserve to know who is spending money on politicians and when the money is spent. The government must bring forward electoral reforms that bring transparency in real time to donations.
Senator Dean Smith.
I rise today to commemorate and to add to the many remarks that have been made over the weekend just past to honour Vietnam Veterans Day. It was 1962 when the first Australian servicemen arrived in Saigon, comprising 30 members of the Australian Army Training Team Vietnam. These men were strategists tasked with providing non-combat military advisory support to the South Vietnamese Army, a careful and strategic beginning to Australia's involvement in what was then an emerging conflict. Over a decade later, 60,000 Australians, many young and experiencing their first venture abroad, would serve in the Vietnam War. 3,000 would return home wounded. 523 would make the ultimate sacrifice in service of their nation and in defiance of an authoritarian regime. All are considered heroes. The Vietnam conflict today remains Australia's largest force contribution to a foreign conflict since the end of the Second World War in 1945. Like so many other children of a Vietnam veteran, I am greatly encouraged and heartened by the images and experiences that were shared just last Sunday on the 18th of August. It remains a very deep wound that for the families of Vietnam veterans, that for too many and for too long, our Vietnam veterans were denied the welcome home they deserved decades ago. For many Vietnam veterans, the honour afforded to them has been a long and tortured wait. But just this week, 51 years since Australia's withdrawal, I was honoured to organise and host a visit to this Parliament by the leadership of the Vietnamese community of Australia. It was a wonderful opportunity to hear the tales of the life they've created for themselves and the care and concern they have for the next generation of community leaders.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, the 2024 Paris Summer Olympic Games will go down in history as Australia's most successful in terms of gold medals, all 18 of them. Olympic success at such an unprecedented scale requires dedication, commitment, supreme skills and fitness, and a lot of support. Gina Reinhardt, the Executive Chair of Hancock Prospecting, is the patron of 4 Olympic sports: artistic swimming, rowing, volleyball, and our most successful Olympic sport by far, swimming. Mrs Reinhardt stepped in to assist Australian swimming after the disappointing results in the pool in London 2012. Since then, she's poured about $80 million into the sport and aided almost 150 athletes every year. Mrs Reinhardt began sponsoring rowing in 2015 and in this helped Australia to win 2 gold and 2 bronze at Rio in 2016. She's been sponsoring Volleyball Australia since 2013. The current agreement is worth $500,000 a year. She's also assisted artistic swimming, directly supporting athletes as well as coaching, competitions, training and health experts. Finally, Mrs Reinhardt is directly supporting the Australian Olympic Committee in a 5-year agreement worth $7.5 million. Gina Reinhardt stepped in where governments have failed to step in, and I am aware the athletes are very grateful. She started from virtually nothing to become the wealthy individual she is today, thanks to her keen big business acumen. She has shared the fruits of her success right across the Australian community in many areas as a proud Australian. For this, she deserves our thanks. It's an honour to commend Mrs Reinhardt for her contributions to Australia.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy President. I speak today on WA's Scott Reef. The WA Environmental Protection Authority has recently ruled that Woodside's plan to drill for oil and gas in the Scott Reef would cause unacceptable impacts on the surrounding ecosystem. The EPA's decision is a huge moment of victory for WA environmentalists and nature lovers all across the country. The EPA has clearly stated that Woodside's project would be an unacceptable threat to the endangered blue whales, to the endangered green turtles, and to the reef itself, placing it at risk from oil spills and of pollution. Woodside's plan must not go ahead. The Labor government has the power to block this project, and they must use it. However, we know the Labor government has consistently failed to deliver meaningful climate action in their term of government. We know that they have continued to approve new coal mines and that they are keeping others going, like the Whitehaven's Narrabri underground coal project that will see extraction of coal for another decade. We are in the grips of a climate crisis, and Labor is still failing to take any decisive action to move Australia away from coal and gas, which are the key contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. The government has a duty to protect the future of Western Australia, the future of our planet, and the future of young people. Only by having more Greens in this place will we see the necessary investment in renewable energy, will we see the end of new coal and gas and the end of the billions of dollars donated to these parties that keep this crisis going.
Senator Van.
Thank you. Australia's over-reliance on imported liquid fuels threatens our energy security and therefore is a great threat to our national security. The aviation industry, one of the hardest to decarbonise, currently imports over 90% of its fuel. This is an unsustainable risk. We have the opportunity to turn this risk into a national strength by developing a robust sustainable aviation, or SAF, industry. SAF can cut life cycle greenhouse gases emissions by 80 to 90%, a critical tool in our climate strategy. Blended with existing fuels, SAF allows for a smooth transition, leveraging current infrastructure. Economically, a domestic SAF industry could generate around 18,000 jobs and contribute $13 billion to GDP every year. It would benefit rural communities, which are often left behind in the low carbon transition, unless someone wants to run a transmission line through their farm. The Future Made in Australia plan has as one of its priority areas low carbon liquid fuels, and this will assist in the development of SAF and a new industry. It will drive local production and reduce our dependence on imports. But that doesn't go far enough. Ideally, the industry needs offtake agreements. We have the ideal foundation customer in the Australian Defence Force, who could support the industry through the growth phase by entering into offtake agreements at an early juncture in order to underpin the bankability of these early projects. This, amongst everything else, would increase our national security more than anything else.
Expired. Senator Green.
Thanks, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, yesterday here in the Senate, a lot happened, but I'm not sure if everyone noticed a Queensland Greens senator stood up and said that the only way to get real change is to vote for the Greens. So I knew I needed to call this out, because we have seen in this place that a vote for the Greens is not a vote that will accomplish anything for Queenslanders. In fact, what voters in Brisbane have been getting from their Greens MPs has been nothing but complaining, delaying and blocking. Because unless the Greens Party have come up with it themselves, unless they can claim some kind of win on social media, all they do is complain, delay and block. They say they wanted more housing, but they're blocking the build-to-rent bill and the help-to-buy bill as well. They say they support workers, but they're blocking the net zero economy bill. They say they want stronger environment laws, but they're blocking legislation to create an environmental protection agency. And just yesterday, in this place, they voted to keep John Sector and organised crime in control of the CFMEU. This is not what people in Griffith, Ryan and Brisbane voted for. They didn't vote for MPs to block reform just so they can harvest votes, but not actually get anything done. They weren't promised, and they didn't vote for MPs who would support John Sector but not support more housing. And while the Greens are in here, sitting in here, complaining, delaying and blocking any progress on any reform, our government is getting on with the job.
Your time has expired. We'll move to question time. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. Minister, in dollar terms, how much has the average electricity bill gone up since Labor was elected in May 2022?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator McAllister.
Well, thank you very much, President, and thank you, Senator McGrath, for the question. I think Australians understand how very difficult things have been in recent times in terms of their cost of living. There have been a range of factors globally which have put enormous pressure into energy markets. And when Labor came to government, we were faced with a very difficult situation indeed. It happens that the previous government knew about the pressures in the energy system, and indeed what did they do? Did they take action to fix it? No, they didn't. Their decision was, in fact, to hide it, to actually make a regulation to defer the publication of the energy prices so that the public—
resume your seat. Senator McGrath.
Relevance, President. My question was very tightly written in terms of how much the average electricity bill has gone up since May 2022. The Minister, sadly, is nowhere near that question.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. I will remind the Minister of your question. Minister McAllister. Too many maps. Order. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, energy prices are a serious issue, and they're a serious issue for households and they're a serious issue for businesses, President. And the Albanese government's Reliable Renewables plan means that wholesale energy prices are now lower than when the coalition left office. What is required is a plan to help ease cost of living pressures, and we are doing that. In the last budget, we took a decision to provide every household with $300 off their energy bills. Meanwhile, the coalition has no plan at all to bring electricity prices down now or in the future. And their plan for risky renewal—
Please resume your seat. Senator McGrath.
President, I'm reluctant to do this, but the Minister is nowhere near the question, and I would ask you to perhaps ask the Minister to come back to the question, please.
I have directed the Minister to your question, Senator McGrath, and I believe the Minister has gone to your question. Minister McAllister.
The Senator asks about pricing, and of course what I can inform the Senator is that in the June quarter of 2022, the wholesale electricity price was $264 a megawatt hour. In the June quarter of 2024, the wholesale electricity price is $133 a megawatt hour.
Order.
Our plan to get reliable renewables into the grid—
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator McGrath, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, in your previous answer, you indicated that wholesale power prices have reduced. When can Australians expect to see a reduction in their energy bills below May 2022 levels?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister McAllister.
Well, what I can inform the Senator is that under Labor, prices will certainly be lower than anything that could be delivered by anyone on that side of the chamber. Because we need only look at the record of all of you in government to understand exactly the approach that you took to the energy market. During the period you were in government, 4 gigawatts of dispatchable generation left the grid, only 1 gigawatt came on. Power station after power station announced their closure date, and what steps were taken to replace the capacity that was exiting the grid? Zed. We will remember the Underwriting New Generation initiative, proudly propagated by Minister Taylor. How many gigawatts was delivered by the Underwriting New Generation initiative? Absolutely none. Our government is taking the necessary steps to restore stability to the national electricity market and deliver the reliable renewables that Australians require.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McGrath, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, from May 2022 to May 2024, electricity prices rose 21.5% and gas 22.2%. How does this translate to a $275 reduction in power bills that each and every household was promised before Labor was elected over 2.5 years ago. Will Labor take the same promise to the next election?
Before I call the Minister, I am going to ask for order across the chamber. Order! 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 Senator Wong, Senator Birmingham. Order! I remind all senators you are to listen in respectful silence. I did caution you about not breaking out after I'd called the Minister, and you immediately ignored me. That is disrespectful. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, as I've indicated, we are taking $300 off the power bills of every household. Your plan is in 2 decades to serve up the most expensive form of generation that there is. This is a serious issue for Australians. It's a serious issue for households and for their businesses. But the approach that you suggest is one which is a guarantee of increased prices and poorer reliability.
Sorry, Senator Brown. Minister McAllister.
On a point of relevance, the question was quite tight in terms of will Labor take the same promise to the next election. The Minister is currently commenting on the Coalition's policies, and I would ask you to ask the Minister to address the question, please.
Senator McGrath, there was a few sentences before that question. You talked about prices between May 22 and 24. You referenced gas and you referenced electricity. I think that the Minister is being relevant. Minister, please continue. Order. Order. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, the Coalition are, of course, always keen to talk about anything but their record. And there's a reason for that, because their record in government on energy was so bad, so very, very bad, and there was so much work to do when Labor came to government. I can inform the Senator that indeed households have been under pressure in terms of their electricity bills. It's a consequence of the war in Ukraine that introduced enormous stability into Australian markets and energy markets worldwide, and we are taking action to support households
Minister.
through
The
this
time for
transition.
answering has expired. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, President. My question this afternoon is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, you report regularly to the Senate on the Albanese Labor government's work to put downward pressure on inflation while supporting Australians with cost of living pressures. There is more work to do, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is working every day to deliver for all Australians. We know that the RBA Governor has spoken directly and recently about the dual responsibilities of government to reduce inflation while providing services. So, to that end, can the Minister now please explain to the Senate how the government is delivering on these 2 key objectives?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Pratt for the question. It's great to get a question from the good senator from WA. The Labor government remains focused on dealing with the challenge of inflation, but against that, we are also delivering important services to the Australian community and indeed assisting where we can with cost of living pressures. We take our job very seriously about how we got our budget back into shape, how we've got wages moving again, how we could deliver tax cuts in a better and fairer way that ensured everybody who pays tax got a tax cut. And of course, and most importantly in terms of the challenge of dealing with inflation, we turned Liberal debt, hundreds of billions of Liberal dollar debt, into Labor surpluses. 2 Labor surpluses. And we know that they find it very hard to deal with that. Our strong economic management, our back-to-back surpluses have been helpful in dealing with the inflation challenge. And this demonstrates those dual responsibilities which the Governor talked about in her press conference, following the RBA board meeting about making sure that we are dealing with inflation, but also, importantly, providing services to the Australian people that they expect. So we've got a list of achievements over the last 2 years that we've delivered both in the economy, cost of living, in our housing agenda, in delivering on the promises we took to the last election. And there is more work to do. But we know that fake outrage over there, the only people unhappy that there wasn't an interest rate increase last week was the federal opposition. They were praying for one. Please can we have one, because nothing would give us better pleasure. While we are focused on the real issue.
Expired. Senator Pratt, first supplementary.
Thank you. Through you, President, I thank the Minister. Providing support for Australians requires a government that prioritises strong economic management. The government's recently achieved a second budget surplus, which the RBA Governor has noted contributes in the nation's fight against inflation. So can the Minister please outline the approach she and the Treasurer have taken when it comes to economic and budget management?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Thanks, Senator Pratt, for the question. And we have been, as members would know, as senators would know, we have been focusing on making sure we're getting the budget in better shape. At the same time, we've halved inflation, we've delivered tax cuts, we've got record job growth. I think in the over 990,000 new jobs created since this government was elected, record levels, 930,000 jobs since the election, more than any government in history. We've got lower gross debt, 9.7% lower. We're paying $80 billion less in interest costs on that Liberal debt, and we've turned that Liberal debt into Labor surpluses. And we've done it at the same time. That's right, Senator Polley, 2 Labor surpluses. We've done it whilst also providing important cost of living relief that those opposite have argued against in this chamber, real policies that make a difference to the lives of Australian people.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pratt, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. As a member of a government that's focused on delivering cost of living relief, I'm frankly shocked by the refusal of the opposition to support cost of living relief for Australians at every turn. How is cost of living relief helping? And what has the impact of the slash and burn approach that those opposite have taken? What is the consequence of what they are advocating for?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, those opposite have no economic credibility. We know that. We know that. We know what they hear. That they want all the bad economic news they can get their hands on because they want to shift the blame. They don't want to care. They don't care, and they don't focus on cost of living and the things that matter to the Australian people. They want to come in here, have a fight, play that divisive role that their leader champions, whilst we are working every day, every single day, on how can we help households with the cost of living pressures that they're experiencing. How can we get the budget in better shape so it can deal with the pressures that are coming its way? How do we make sure we're not adding to the inflation challenge but putting downward pressure on it? And all of those steps are working, President. All at the same time, we have nothing from those opposite but no, negative, divisive responses.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Askew.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator Gallagher. Minister, Australia is facing a dangerous shortage of saline IV fluids, which is forcing doctors to ration supplies in every hospital across the country. Despite having been worried about it last year, your government did nothing. This is a national crisis of your government's own making, but in question time yesterday, you again continue to pass the buck to the states and territories. Will the government finally take responsibility and show some leadership by using the national medical stockpile to secure our supply of saline fluids?
Good question. Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister Gallagher.
Are you amazing you sent me? It's not on my thing.
Order.
Thank you. Well,
Order.
Again, here we have it.
We'll never forget that.
Senator Askew.
Just like we won't forget sports rules.
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Senator Watt and Senator McKenzie. If you want to have a chat, do it outside the chamber, not across the chamber. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. And I don't agree with the question that has been put. I agree there's a shortage of IV fluids, but it is being managed appropriately. I don't agree with the negative slant that those opposite, that all they know is how to be negative, how to divide, how to raise fear, how to raise concern, how to raise the temperature. That's all you know. That's all you know. And I was just reading a statement from the AMA, actually, who's had to respond because of the level of concern that has been raised in the media, that people think that they are not going to be able to access IV fluids. That is not the case. I listen to the AMA before I listen to the opposition when it comes to health matters, that's for sure. And what they have said is that the coordinated response, well, they are the doctors, Senator Cash, the AMA. That's the peak doctor's body.
The stands for medical.
That advise that.
Minister, please resume your seat. Order. Order.
Minister, please continue.
Thank you. And they acknowledged the coordination efforts on the IV fluid shortages to ensure that patients don't miss out. Because some of the stirring and some of the raising of fear that you have been doing has raised concerns in the community, as it always does in the health area.
Ruston.
The AMA have made a statement to reassure the Australian people that the fluid shortages are being handled appropriately, that governments are working together to make sure that no patient is impacted, and at the same time that all efforts are being used to make sure that if there are ways to alleviate the shortage, that it can be done so. And this was discussed at Health Ministers on Friday. The matter is in hand. There's processes established across the health system to deal with shortages, and that is being followed.
Thank you. Senator Ruston, I do not intend to spend question time drawing you personally to order. Senator Askew, first supplementary.
Minister, this crisis has now exposed major supply shortages in other critical areas such as oral liquid morphine, as reported in The Australian today. What action has the government taken to address this reported shortage of morphine, which is causing distress amongst patients?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister Gallagher.
Again, the words crisis being used on this is not right. There is a shortage of IV fluids that is being managed appropriately so that patients don't miss out. And so using language like that creates concern that the AMA is now trying to deal with. They want people to be reassured that the IV fluid shortage is being handled. In relation to morphine, the similar process is being handled. This is what health systems deal with all the time. It would have dealt with it when you were in government. The Medicine Shortage Action Group, well, from time to time there are shortages and they get dealt with properly by health professionals who understand the health system, not by people sitting in here and using the word crisis. It is irresponsible, it damages confidence and it worries people. It's been managed properly across all governments.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Askew, second supplementary.
Minister, it has also been reported that patients are waiting on average nearly 600 days to access medicines that have been approved by the TGA through the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. Will the Albanese government apologise to the Australian public for failing to safeguard their access to essential medicines?
Thank you, Senator Askew. Minister Gallagher.
I really disagree with that question. It's just wrong. We are adding medicines to the PBS all the time. Every budget, the most significant investments going in to listing new medications. There is a process where it comes from the approval committee to be listed. We have a fund that we use to fund those arrangements. There is pressure on it, as there is in every area of government, because there are new medications coming all the time that people would like listed, and they need to go through the process that was in operation when you were in government. It is being managed properly, and not only are we listing new medicines, we've made medicines cheaper. And remember who voted against that? 60-day prescriptions. They said, oh, the sky would fall in. Well, people are saving a lot of money. We've put the freeze that we've put on scripts in this budget, and we've lowered the price of scripts overall. We're doing everything we can to support people with medicine.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Environment and Water Minister, Senator McAllister. Firstly, it's my first question to the new Minister. Congratulations. I look forward to asking many more questions. Last night's Four Corners revealed the true cost of environmental mismanagement in the Northern Territory, with the NT government choosing to ignore the science, experts and Territorian community in favour of vested interests and corporate greed. The cotton and fracking industries are being handed huge over-allocations of precious water at great cost to the Territory's most crucial rivers, including the Daly, the Catherine and the Roper rivers. There are serious allegations of conflict of interest, of water theft and illegal land clearing. When will the government take federal action and call for establish a federal inquiry?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister McAllister.
Well, thanks very much, Senator Hanson-Young, for the question. And I think the most important thing to understand here is that the federal government will continue to exercise its powers under the EPBC Act as they relate to land management activities and water activities. And I suppose the observation I would make is that the Northern Territory government has primary responsibility for land management activities, including land clearing. So approval under national environmental law is only required for actions that will or are likely to have a significant impact on matters of national environmental significance. You'll understand that we are seeking to reform the EPBC Act. That is a reform process that has been underway for some time. And there are laws before the Senate at the moment that include the establishment of a National Environment Protection Agency that would have strong new powers and strong new penalties. And we are hopeful that senators in this place will provide support for that legislation because we think it is past time that we started to act on the reforms that were proposed by Minister Samuel and have been so widely consulted with stakeholders. Environment Protection Australia will be a tough cop on the beat, and it will have strong powers and penalties, and they'll be able to crack down on illegal land clearing. It will also be able to issue stop work orders to prevent serious environmental damage and proactively audit businesses to ensure that they're doing the right thing. So my appeal to senators, including two Green senators, is to back these laws. They are before the Senate. We could debate them. We could get moving on them because it is a big process of reform. It's a process that business thinks is overdue, that the environment movement seeks to have come about, and we are looking for partners to pursue that.
Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Thank you. These serious allegations of water theft, of illegal land clearing, of conflicts of interest are right now. When will your government take some action on this? Your minister has been aware of it for months. Will you inquire into these damning allegations?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President, and thank you, Senator, for the question. Water in this continent is precious and it is limited, and you will know, Senator Hanson-Young, that around the country it's something that animates significant discussion within communities, including within First Nations communities. But the truth is that states and territories are responsible for managing water in their jurisdictions. The arrangements in the Murray-Darling Basin are an exception to that and were put in place after significant negotiations and discussions between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories. However, it is the case that national coordination and leadership matters. Back in 2004, the government of the day established the National Water Initiative. That initiative is now 20 years old. That plan, the National Water Initiative, needs to be updated. We need to think about issues like climate change. We need to properly recognise
Thank you, Minister. The time
role
for
of First
answering
Nations
has
people.
expired. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
Thank you. One of the powers the minister does have are powers that this chamber granted the minister with the water trigger. In relation to Tamboran and Empire Energy's fracking wells, when will this minister use her powers, call in these projects and pull the trigger?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Senator, you will know and you will have heard the minister say on many occasions that her obligation under the EPBC Act is to assess information that is before her when certain thresholds are triggered. She's also indicated, as have plenty of environment ministers before her, that speculating about the way that she will use her powers is not a helpful thing to do. The minister.
Order.
The minister has repeatedly made it clear that all projects must comply with national environmental law. All projects need to comply with the expanded water trigger that was introduced by this government, and in the case of the company that you reference, they have been reminded of this on multiple occasions. And it is the case that any breach of national environmental law will be treated extremely seriously.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. On the 7th of August 1974, the Whitlam Labor government passed laws to establish universal health care in Australia. 50 years on, can the Minister please tell the Senate how the Albanese government is continuing Labor's proud tradition of fair and affordable health care for all Australians, and in particular, how is the government helping Australians access cheaper medicines and more bulk billing as Australians deal with cost of living challenges?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Senator Smith, who, like all Australia, all Labor people, understands that making healthcare affordable is central to cost of living relief, and of course making healthcare affordable is in Labor's DNA. It's in Labor's DNA. So we are delivering cost of living relief for Australians who are doing it tough in tax cuts, getting wages moving, a $300 energy bill relief for every household, and we are working to ensure that all Australians have access to affordable quality health care, reducing the price of PBS medicines, adding hundreds of medicines to that list, introducing 60-day prescriptions to help save patients time and money. But of course we know on the other side what their attitude is, and that is demonstrated by Mr Dutton's record and by their record. When they were voted out of office, bulk billing was falling off a cliff. And the rot began when Mr Dutton was Health Minister. He tried to do away with bulk billing by introducing a fee on every single visit to the GP, and then he started a 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates. A 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates. Well, our government, the Albanese government, has made the largest investment in bulk billing in Medicare in 40 years. In 40 years. Tripling the bulk billing incentive from the 1st of November. I can see the interjections. They really hate Medicare, don't they? They really hate a government that invests in Medicare. They really hate the fact that we have millions more Australians seeing a doctor bulk billed, 3 million free visits more to the doctor, increase in your state of South Australia by 4.6%. I mean, this is because we care about bulk billing and we care about Medicare, unlike those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith for a supplementary.
Can the Minister
resume your seat? Senator Canavan, I called you a number of times. I expect you to listen in silence. Senator Smith.
Can the Minister please outline to the Senate some of the recent announcements from the health portfolio that will make a practical difference to the lives of people in my home state of South Australia and right around Australia?
Senators, you may have noticed I'm waiting for silence before I call the Minister. Minister Wong.
Well, the Albanese Labor government, supported by all of the caucus, is working to ease the cost of living pressures, including by adding more medicines to the PBS and making medicines cheaper. The most recent budget froze the price of PBS medicines, and it will stay that way until the end of 2025 for general patients, and for concession patients, that price freeze is locked in until the end of 2029. And this is on top of our 60-day prescriptions, as I said, that are saving Australians time and money. And don't we remember, colleagues, how many times they voted against cheaper medicines? Was it 6 times? 6 times. So when they come in here and talk about health, when they come in here and pretend to care so much about public health, let's all remember that 6 times they voted to ensure Australians had more expensive prescriptions. More expensive prescriptions. You're very quiet now, aren't you? Because this is your record and this is what you really stand for.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Minister, after a decade of waste, mismanagement, cuts and neglect under the Liberals and Nationals, how is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, the fact is those opposite left Australia's healthcare system in a mess. In just two budgets, the Albanese Labor government has delivered a bigger increase to Medicare than those opposite managed in 9. In 9 budgets. In 2 budgets, we have invested more in Medicare than you did in 9 budgets. And of course, we all know why that is. And you only have to look at Mr Dutton's record to know how risky he really is. Do you know what he actually said? He said there are too many free Medicare services. Too many free Medicare services. He tried to abolish bulk billing altogether and he cut $50 billion from Australia's hospitals. No wonder he was voted the worst health minister in the history of Medicare. By who? By Australia's doctors, the ones you want us to listen to, Senator Cash. They voted him the worst health minister in Australian history.
Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Assistant Treasurer, Minister Gallagher. Minister, ASIC today released a new report examining the scam prevention, detection and responses of 15 banks outside of the Big Four. The results were alarming. ASIC found those 15 banks detected and stopped just 19% of scam transactions by value. More than 20,000 of their customers footed the bill for 96% of the money scammers stole last financial year. Only 1/3 of these banks had organisation-wide scam strategies. Many did not have an organisation-wide policy for reimbursement. Given that the ACCC has found Australians lost $2.74 billion to scams last year alone, why are we yet to see legislation introduced to crack down on this behaviour and compel a better response from the banks?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. And I must say I haven't seen the report from ASIC today, but I know that the Assistant Treasurer, this has been a real priority for him, both before he had the job in opposition, because we could see what scams were doing across the community, and particularly where they affected a lot of elderly Australians. I think the number of forums that the Assistant Treasurer has going around the country, you'll see in the audience, they're always packed, and it's always an older crowd who are hungry for information about how to manage scams. So I'm not sure I'm in a position that I can give you information specifically about in response to the ASIC report, but I can say that we have been increasing our investment in addressing scams, including in the recent budget where we put in over $60 million to combat scams and online fraud through the introduction of new codes, which do spell out the responsibility of the private sector. The industry codes, of course, start with banks, telcos and digital platforms, and will require them to have measures in place to prevent, detect, disrupt, stop and report scams. This will be complemented by regulatory enforcement action and penalties for non-compliance. The codes also provide a pathway for consumers to be compensated if a bank, telco or digital platform has done the wrong thing. The Scams Code framework has been consulted on across the Minister Rowland and Minister Jones's portfolio, and will bring legislation to the Parliament this year. I'll just provide a bit of extra information, the time left. The money that we put in this year's budget builds on the $86.5 million we put in last year's budget to invest in scam prevention across ASIC, ACCC and the ACMA.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, I note that the government put out a consultation paper in November and then did consultation in January. That's more than 6 months ago now. We haven't seen an exposure draft. We haven't seen any consultation on the detail of any potential legislation. Just reports that it's been delayed. I'm glad to hear it's this year, but what I'm hearing is that the banks are winning in this and putting pressure on Minister Jones to delay it. Is that true?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. No, that isn't true, and I don't think there's anyone in this parliament who has done more to prevent scams and to raise awareness about scams and to educate people about scams, consumers about scams, than Minister Jones. I mean, in all seriousness, he has done more than every other member of this place put together. The community is... It is not, Senator Henderson. God, honestly, you're always looking to find some nasty angle. It does nothing. It's the way you approach everything. You wake up and you think, what nasty interjection can I place on that? The issue is scams. As I said earlier, Minister Rowland and Minister Jones work together on this. Minister Jones has been leading on scams as Assistant Treasurer, as you would expect, but he works in partnership with everybody, and there will be legislation because this government takes scams and scam prevention seriously.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Thank you, Minister. And again, it's great to hear that it'll be by the end of the year. Given that it's been 6 months of radio silence, will you commit to consulting openly on any proposed legislation without the use of NDAs, as we've seen has become a habit of the Albanese Labor government?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to address that point because I noticed there has been some commentary on that, and the government consults widely and openly and transparently on a number of issues. NDAs are used from time to time where there is commercial consequences from other information being available, and that is usually the commercial consequences of other businesses who want to engage with government, and I think that's reasonable in those circumstances. But on the scam front, I would imagine there will be further consultation. Obviously, the legislation coming in allows for further consultation, including with members of parliament. And I would just say in closing, the work that Minister Jones and Mr Rowland have put in to addressing scams are already showing to have benefits. They're estimated that in 2023 scams cost Australians $2.7 billion, which was down from $3.2 billion in 2022.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. My question goes to the definition and application of comparative advantage within the Future Made in Australia bill. Could the Minister elaborate on how comparative advantage will be interpreted in the context of this legislation and outline the criteria and metrics that will be used to measure and assess it across priority sectors?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Van for the interest in the Future Made in Australia legislation. It is important in legislation, and I'm hopeful that when it comes to the Senate, we'll be able to convince senators to vote for it. I understand those opposite are not going to support it, but we can add that to the long list of issues that the opposition don't support. The legislation.
Order.
The legislation will be guided by principles. I don't have the legislation in front of me, but it will set out the guidelines. It will build on the advice that the Treasurer has developed, that is on the Treasury website, and look at opportunities where we do have comparative advantage. And I think there's been a long discussion about trying to be good at everything, and whether that's really an approach we should take, or whether we actually assess things, assess support and areas for government investment and private sector investment to be based on the advantages available to Australia. So in particular, Australian industries where we have a comparative advantage. It's not about backing every opportunity, but making sure we are using our strengths and the natural resources we have to make sure that we are maximising on those opportunities. And that's why it is focused on production tax credits in green hydrogen and critical minerals and some of those other areas that you've seen for in investment that's being led by the Climate Change Minister. Also an innovation fund so that we can look at how we can support innovation, and that's a big area of interest, I know, for the private sector, and also mapping and understanding all of the reach of our natural resources, which was also funded in this budget.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Can the Minister clarify how the government intends to prioritise Australian IP, manufacturing capability and workforce skills against the challenges of lower labour costs and enormous economies of scale of our foreign competitors?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister Gallagher.
Yes, well, Senator Van's, I think, in that question summed up a number of the issues that the government is currently considering, how you link up skills, industry policy, investment policy to make sure that we are maximising the opportunity for Australia. There's obviously the national interest approach, the national security assessment, all of those things that we are looking at to make sure that we are, where government is going to lean in, there is, principles that underpin that. And it's clear not only to all of us in here, but it's clear to the investor community as well. So this is a challenge. I accept that, Senator Van, but it's an important one that we think, the Act itself will provide the transparency and information about how we will make decisions, and then further assessments being done that sit underneath that legislation. But yes, it is an issue, and we recognise that.
Has expired. Senator Van, second supplementary.
Thank you. Should Australia need to depend on foreign-controlled IP, skills or manufacturing capabilities in the sectors identified under the bill, how will the government ensure that our national interests and economic sovereignty are not compromised?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister Gallagher.
Well, obviously, our national interest is at the front and forefront of every decision that we take. So I don't think there's certainly, and I think every government would take that approach. So all of the decisions that are made under the Future Made in Australia will first and foremost have our national interest taken into consideration. But this really is about, I think, supporting the private sector, leaning in where we can, and particularly at times in early stages where other support might not be available, to give the private sector a crack at what they're saying they can do. And this comes with some risk to government, we acknowledge that, but we are absolutely focused on attracting investment, attracting it into Australia, the renewable energy superpower work that Minister Bowen is leading, the resources, strengthening and adding value to our resources that Minister King's doing, innovation and industry that Minister Husick is doing.
Expired. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Minister Gallagher.
Order.
We currently have more than 265 cases of Mpox or monkeypox since the start of the year. Scientists are also worried about avian flu coming from birds in Antarctica and spreading to wildlife and potentially to humans. We were caught short by the last government's response to COVID-19, even though experts had warned that a pandemic was a case of when, not if. Out of the 19 recommendations from the Senate Select Committee on COVID-19, how many recommendations has your government put in full?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Gallagher.
Yes.
Hold yourself to account.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Lambie for the question. We did provide a response to that select committee some months ago, so that would be, and I can't tell you the number specifically, Senator Lambie, I just can't recall it, but you raise an important question around MPOX, and the National Incident Centre has been activated to monitor that situation and coordinate the Australian government response. Australia has not recorded any cases of the new strain of Mpox virus circulating in Africa, but obviously the systems that are in place, and we have learnt from the pandemic, I think about our emergency health response, have been activated and it is being actively monitored. But that National Incident Centre will allow a scalable and consistent approach to governance and coordinating operations across government and departments. I should say the advice is that the current risk to the Australian public from Mpox transmission is low to moderate. The public health risk to Australians will continue to be monitored and inform any adjustments to current activities. There are 2 vaccines available for use in Australia, and both are currently held by the National Medical Stockpile in case of a surge in cases within Australia, and the department is reviewing the vaccine stock in light of the African outbreak.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Thank you. Out of the 19 recommendations so far, your government's had the ability to put in 3 in full. In the final report of the Select Committee on COVID-19, which was handed down in April 2022, after more than 2 years, the government has not released its response to the report. Minister, do you understand that the next pandemic might be just around the corner and will not wait for you to implement the recommendation before it starts infecting people? When is your government actually going to get around to releasing a response?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Gallagher.
Sorry, I understood that we had responded to the Select Committee report, but I will check. That. There is another piece of work underway that is reviewing the pandemic response, and I believe that must be finalised shortly. But I would also say that the systems and processes put in place and learnings that were experienced under the pandemic have helped shape the response now. So things like the Mpox, and the work that's being done on the CDC has been informed by the pandemic response, and indeed the National Incident Centre, which is being operated now in light of the Mpox outbreak in Africa. So I would say that the learnings are already being implemented, but I will check and see whether there's anything further I can provide about the Select Committee report, if that's what I heard, if that's the report you're after. Yep.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The first key recommendation from the COVID-19 Committee was setting up a Centre for Disease Control. In 2023, your government allocated $91.1 million to be spent over 2 years. Can the minister tell me how much money has been spent so far?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I'm not in a position to specifically answer how much money has been spent so far, but that is work that the Health Minister has been progressing in discussions with the state and territory counterparts, and I'll see if there's anything further I can provide on that. I might just have some extra information to provide on that. Oh, that's right. Okay, so the independent panel that will report soon is looking at this, and it's expected that findings from the inquiry will inform the final design and scope of the CDC. So that work is underway and is being led, and hopefully we will have that report soon.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Polley.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. I note recent concerning reports of corruption, criminality, violence and bikies in Australia's construction union. After these allegations came to light, the Albanese Labor government promised swift action to stamp out criminality and thuggery in the construction industry. What action has the Albanese Labor government taken to keep John Sector and organised crime out of the CFMEU? And congratulations on your new ministry.
Senator Watt.
Senator Polly. Well, as we've seen this week, the Albanese government is taking swift, meaningful action to clean up the construction industry so workers have strong representation and safe workplaces, free of corruption, criminality and violence. And last night, the Senate passed Labor's bill to begin a process to put the construction division of the CFMEU into administration. I think all Australians, including construction workers, have been very disturbed by the allegations we've seen of late of organised crime and bikies infiltrating the construction division of the CFMEU and the wider construction industry. The passage of this legislation means that the days of organised crime and bikie influence in the CFMEU construction division and the wider industry are coming to an end. This is a very positive step forward for construction workers and Australians generally. Over the last few weeks, we've seen unions and employer groups calling on the Coalition and the Greens to support the legislation so we can begin working on cleaning up the CFMEU. But last night, the Greens decided it was more important to keep John Setka happy and voted against our legislation. Let's be very clear. What we saw in the chamber last night was the Greens voting to keep John Setka and bikies in control of the CFMEU. The Greens voted to allow violence across construction sites go on, putting workers at risk. And look at them burying their heads now because they know they are ashamed. And they're ashamed because the Greens voted last night to allow bullying, thuggery, corruption and violence to continue in the construction union. You should be ashamed of yourselves. It is brave unions and their members who stood up and stressed the need for intervention that the Greens let down last night. It is all the staff, members and leaders of the rest of the union movement who run decent unions that serve their members' interests that the Greens party let down by pursuing their own narrow political interests. You should be ashamed.
Minister Watt. Order. 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 Senator Shoebridge and Senator McKim, I have called order a number of times. Order. Order. Senator Wong. Order. Senator Wong. Senator Shoebridge. Order. Senator Shoebridge, I remind you of Standing Order 203. I have called your name repeatedly and you kept yelling out and disrespecting my order. Senator Watt, I do remind you to make your comments to the chair. Senator Polly, first supplementary.
President, I believe they should be ashamed, but quite frankly they're not. For weeks, both employer groups and unions have been stressing the importance of taking urgent and strong action to put the CFMEU into administration.
Senator Polly, order. Order. Senator Wong.
President, I can't hear Senator Polly, and nor can Senator Duniam. And I understand that you're very, very sensitive about this, but
Senator Wong.
He's still doing it,
Please
President.
resume your seat. Order. I have called order a number of times. I have reminded Senator Shoebridge in particular about Standing Order 203, and I would expect all senators to listen in respectful silence. Senator Polly, if you would start the question again and please reset the clock.
For weeks, both employer groups and unions have been stressing the importance of taking action, and strong action in fact, in an urgent manner to put the CFMEU into administration. Minister, what risks were created by the Australian Greens political party protecting John Setka and blocking the Albanese Labor government's important legislation? And I repeat, they should be ashamed of themselves, but I fear they're not.
Thank you, Senator Polly. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Polly. I fear you might be right, because last night the Greens had a choice to clean up corruption and violence, but they chose to protect John Setka and his mates. Last night, the Greens political party decided to side with John Setka, bikies, corruption, thuggery, bullying and lawlessness rather than vote with Labor to get organised crime out of the union. Last week, the administrator was ready and waiting to get started. And last week, union groups and employer groups were calling on the Coalition and the Greens to support the legislation so we could begin the work on cleaning up the CFMEU. And every day, the Greens dragged our action out so they could get a run on the news, and what that meant was another day of uncertainty for workers and employers in the construction industry, another day of protecting John Setka and his allies, another day of the CFMEU hiding and moving assets, another day of bullying, thuggery, corruption and violence in the construction union. Working in construction is hard and dangerous, and the workers in that industry deserve a strong, effective and clean union.
Has expired. Senator Polley, second supplementary.
I know that over the past fortnight we've seen the Australian Greens political party repeatedly block action against corruption in the construction division of the CFMEU. Last night we saw the Australian Greens vote against this important legislation here in the Senate. Minister, what is the impact of the delay tactics of the Greens political party on the delivery of the Albanese Labor government's reforms? And why are they so important?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Polley. Well, as we've all seen, the last few days the Greens party have been running around Parliament, meeting with the CFMEU, boasting about the donations and support they will get by voting against our strong laws. Well, it's no surprise, though, that the Greens have strongly supported the thugs in the construction union, because the truth is the Greens have been courting the CFMEU for years. In fact, in a sweaty 35-minute rambling video on YouTube entitled The 18-Year Plan for a Greens Government, the member for Griffith, Max Chandler-Mather, said, if we're going to win government, quote, we need to develop strong relationships with the construction union. And this has already started happening. So last night's dirty work from the Greens is another investment from them in their strong relationship with the CFMEU. And I invite Senator Shoebridge to tell us which is his favourite Greenfield. Is it Darren or is it Michael Greenfield? Because we know your relationship is strong. We know that's why you voted to protect John Setka and the people facing criminal charges in the CFMEU rather than protecting the members of their interests of their members.
Resume your seat. Senator McKim.
It's a point of order on reflection on another senator, a personal reflection on another senator, and also, for that matter, a personal reflection of a member of the other place, President. So we've had two now in the last 15 seconds, and I ask that you require Senator Watt to withdraw and apologise.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Order. Order. Senator Wong.
President, if the point of order relates to the discussion of Mr Senator Shoebridge's relationship with the two men facing charges, he's very welcome to make a personal explanation at the conclusion of question time.
Order. Senator Watt. Senator Watt. I'm responding to the point of order raised by Senator McKim. I did think your response went to motive, and I would ask you to withdraw. I've asked you to withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, we've seen the price of iron ore drop to US $81.80 a tonne, the lowest since November 2022. This is set to have massive impacts on Australia's finances, with your government making massive spending commitments well into the future. With every $10 drop in iron ore prices equally $10 billion in lost national income and a potential $3 billion in lost company tax over the next 3 years, will you curtail unnecessary spending to protect the budget or order the approval of new mines to boost the bottom line?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator McDonald for the question. As I have said publicly and as the Treasurer has said, we've taken a conservative estimate in terms of the iron ore price and how it feeds into the budget, and we do that for good reasons. And we are seeing a decline in the iron ore price at the moment. It's tracking, I think, slightly ahead of what the Treasury forecasts are. But the work we've done on the budget is broader than just the iron ore price. The fact that our budget, that we've turned Liberal debts into Labor surpluses, has been because we have gone through and found what we considered wasteful spending and returned that to budget. It has been because of the resilience of the labour market, the fact that more people are working and working more hours has been good for the budget as well, and of course good for those individuals. The fact that people are earning more is also good for the budget. And so that's been part of our, we wanted wages to move again, they're moving again. So not everything is determined by the iron ore price. Obviously, it's a significant contributor to the budget and we're able to deliver a lot of services because of revenue to the budget. But we will manage the budget in a responsible and methodical way, as we have been, finding savings where we can, prioritising services and cost of living, programs where we can, where it doesn't add to inflation, providing tax cuts to every taxpayer in Australia. They have been able to be found within the space in the budget, and we will continue to do so. And we have, as I just said in my previous answer, turned hundreds of billions of dollars of Liberal debt into Labor surpluses, to Labor surpluses. Gross debt will peak 9.7% lower than expected when you were in government, and we are paying $80 billion less on our interest bill because of the steps we've taken to address the budget pressures.
Senator McDonald, first supplementary.
Minister, your Environment Minister has ignored Indigenous Australians in Orange to block a $1 billion gold mine that had cleared all of its approvals and was set to generate almost 1,000 jobs and millions in company taxes and royalty payments. What is the lost economic opportunity for Orange, for the local Indigenous population, and the impact on the federal budget to that decision?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I don't accept the question. The question is inaccurate, and indeed the Minister for Environment has responded to this today in the media. I think consultation with local traditional owners is an important part of the Environment Minister's decision. We are richer as a country because of the tens of thousands of years of First Nations culture, and it is right, and the laws of this country actually set out the process for consideration of those matters. No one wanted to see a repeat of the Juukan Gorge. No one in this chamber wanted to. It was a very similar decision to the one the Deputy Opposition Leader in the other place made, some 50 kilometres from the decision, and I hope that the company involved will consider another place for the tailings dam.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald, second supplementary.
Minister, considering the looming budget black hole thanks to massive new Labor spending, plummeting iron ore prices under your watch, and your government's continued vetoes on new mining projects, how will you recoup the lost revenue, royalties and taxes from mining? Where will the money come from?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Gallagher.
Money come from nuclear power plants all over the country that haven't been costed yet. You've been very quiet about those, haven't you? You launched this big policy and then everyone kind of scurried away from it because you can't explain how you'll do it. On what those opposite call wasteful spending, included in the amount that's used and used publicly in the $315 billion figure is indexation of the aged care pension, is women's safety initiatives, is energy bill relief, is pay for aged care and childcare workers, funding for new medicines on the PBS, cheaper childcare, rent assistance. All of those things is what you over there consider to be wasteful spending. Well, we don't. We think it's necessary spending, investments in our community and in our country. And I think it gives just a little snapshot of what Australia would be like should you ever be in government again.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And I rise to take note of all questions today. In particular, I'd like to talk about electricity prices. And as we just heard Senator McGrath point out today, that electricity prices have risen 21.5% since the Albanese government came to office, and gas prices have risen by 22%. And of course, this is just one of the many broken promises by the Albanese Labor government at the last election, who said that they would lower energy prices by $275. Now, the Labor government is unable to explain how they are going to lower energy prices. And it's a very simple reason why they can't lower energy prices, and that is because they are obsessed with this renewable energy target of getting renewables to power 82% of the grid by 2030. Now, anyone that understands anything about reliable energy and baseload energy and the ability to have energy on call, or dispatchable energy, let's call it, knows that you cannot build transmission lines, batteries, recycle all of this stuff, buy all the land where you're going to have to put all these smaller generation plants such as solar farms, wind farms, etc., then expect to manage it all, because basically, 30 years ago we effectively had 30 power stations on the eastern seaboard of Australia that provided 90%, 30 coal-powered fire stations on the eastern seaboard of Australia that basically provided about 90% of the energy. And those power stations could run at any time during the day, and they weren't subject to market manipulation because they were also happened to be publicly owned. So they would just run on demand as the demand was required at a small profit to make sure that those profits could then go back into keeping the power stations going. And I'm pleased to say that Queensland was one of the few states, if not the only state, I think, that didn't actually sell the coal-powered fire stations. And I have to admit that was very lucky, because I well remember under the Bligh-Beattie government, Anna Bligh, the former Queensland Premier, as Treasurer, actually, when she was Treasurer and then Premier, went on a infrastructure privatisation spree, the likes we have never seen and the likes of which Queensland has never recovered from. But I am pleased to say that we didn't sell the coal-powered fire stations, because today they provide billions of dollars in revenue to the Queensland government, and they also underpin, when things go right with renewable energy, and they will eventually. At least we know we've got our power stations to keep us going in Queensland. Of course, that's notwithstanding the fact that Callide C, of course, blew up a couple of years ago because of the lack of maintenance and repairs on that power station. And of course, the Queensland Labor government have done everything they can to avoid taking responsibility for that. So let me, in the short time I have left, give a bit of gratuitous advice to the Labor Party on how to deal with lowering power costs immediately. I call on you to abolish this fantasy of yours that you are going to have 80% of renewable energy in the grid by 2030. You're not going to do it. You can't even get the Snowy Hydro project built, and that's a big part, even though I say a big part, a very small part to reach that target. What you need to do is to go out to near my hometown and build yourself 2 power stations at the Kogan Creek Power Station. There's 400 million tonnes of coal out there that belongs to the Queensland people. That won't cost anything to buy. It's a very it's a very shallow coal mine that basically has a very low stripping ratio. You can get out there, dig up the coal and put it straight into the coal-powered fire plants. And, I'll acknowledge that was the last public coal-powered fire station that was built by Queensland government under Peter Beattie. I'll call on that former Queensland MP sitting there very quietly. Senator Watt, yep, I'll take that on notice, to get out there and build yourself another couple of coal-powered fire stations, coal-fired power stations, out there immediately, because you're not going to reach your renewable energy target, and the longer you continue with this fantasy, the more you're going to drive up power prices, and that is not dealing with the cost of energy, the cost of living crisis. And if you're serious about dealing with the cost of living crisis, you need, firstly and foremost, to deal with the cost of energy in this country.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. Look, it makes me laugh. I mean, here I come from a state of almost 100% renewable energy and I hear stories like that, it'll never work, it's ridiculous. Energy prices are a serious issue for households and businesses. The Albanese government's reliable renewable energy plan means that wholesale energy prices are now lower, than when the Coalition left office. Maybe they forget about that. They look at the numbers and they try and twist them around. But we are helping to ease the cost of living pressures, and we're doing that by giving every household, as Senator Gallagher said in her answer, every household is getting a $300 relief off their energy bills. Meanwhile, over on that side, the Coalition, what have they got? No plans to bring electricity prices down. They voted against the legislation time and time again. And what they've put into the future? A risky nuclear reactor. It's an idea, a thought bubble, and that will set up to add $1,000 to energy bills, and it will only supply less than 4% of the energy households and business needs. And it's way off there into the future, years and decades into the future. For example, the Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO, who run our electricity grid, have said that we are increasingly seeing renewable energy records being set, which is a good thing for Australian consumers, as it is a key in driving prices down. Now, I don't know what's wrong with them over on that side, why they don't listen to the Energy Market Operator, AEMO, who have all the information at their fingertips. That reduction is applied to electricity bills, our previous gas price cap and gas code, and it goes to reducing the price of gas for Australian households and industry. The Independent Office of Impact Assessments has analysed our CIS and conducted that with the CIS. Consumers are expected, and they say consumers are expected to face lower retail electricity prices on average and a reduction in reliability risks. But those opposite, by contrast, they've voted against the $3 billion in energy relief, as I said earlier, for millions of Australians, including pensioners. They voted against energy relief for pensioners, on low-income families, and for veterans and other people out in our community. They voted against it time and time again. They've given up on energy price, cheaper energy for Australians. They voted against it every time. They changed the law to hide electricity price rises from the Australian people, and now they're advocating for nuclear energy that is set to add thousands of dollars to energy bills and to supply less than 4% of the energy households and business needs. The Coalition promised at the 2019 election to get energy prices to 70 megawatt hours, the average at the election. Our reliable renewables plan over the medium and long term, the Albanese government's renewable plan is the only one supported by experts to deliver a clean, cheap, reliable and resilient energy system. And as I said, I come from a state that has, I think it's 98% or nearly 100% renewable energy, so I'm not sure why those over there on the other side are so opposed to it. The plan that the Albanese government have in relation to renewables is supported by independent advice from the CSIRO, a very trusted organisation, and the Australian Energy Market Operator, and that the lowest cost plan for a reliable energy grid is Australia's world-leading renewables like solar, wind, firmed up of course with batteries, pumped hydro, flexible gas and transmission. So a whole range of issues and initiatives that the Albanese Labor government are introducing will lower the cost of energy into the future. It will continue to help people with the cost of living, because we know that the cost of living is of concern, and that's why we supported and brought in the cost of electricity bills, a $300 help for everyone around the country to help them ease the cost of living burdens and to help them with their budgets. That's what over on that side voted against time and time and time again. They don't support helping Australians.
Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy President. And over the last 2.5 years, this government has spent almost all its time on being the best government for vested interests that it could be. And I mean that in terms of shoveling money out the door to its mates, but also calibrating the policies and laws of the nation to suit the narrow vested interests of the union movement, the super funds and a few other gilded fellow travellers. Now, the problem with this agenda, of course, is that the people that miss out here are the Australian people. They pay the price for this approach, because when the government is so focused on what's important to the unions, the CFMEU and co, then they run out of time to actually solve the great problems of today, like inflation and housing. And just when you think that this government for vested interests couldn't get any better at being the government for vested interests, they cook up this plan called A Future Made in Australia, which should be called The Future of Rent-Seeking and Blood-Sucking in Australia, where there will be a cavalcade of lobbyists down here on the Yass Road, on the road to Sydney, of lobbyists here with their hands out to take taxpayer funds to use in their businesses, which are already profitable and are in no need of a handout. Now, if the government was serious about trying to improve the competitive dynamics of this economy, it would be cutting taxes, it would be deregulating, and it would be looking to provide policies like accelerated depreciation. That is the way to improve the competitive dynamics of the economy. But instead of doing that, all it has done has been to increase the regulatory burden and increase taxes. It is no wonder that small business is dying under this government, and so they've come up with the policy of the ultimate cronyism. The Future Made in Australia, $23 billion of taxpayers' funds to be given to their mates and other various fellow travellers, which the Productivity Commission Chair, Danielle Wood, has said we risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on subsidies, which also means we're going to give taxpayer funds to these bloodsuckers and they don't need it. Now, the prior chair of the PC, the Productivity Commission, has lectured the Treasurer and told him that he is engaging in rent-seeking. So he's had a good run, Dr Chalmers. He's been attacked by his hand-picked chair of the Productivity Commission and the Reserve Bank in the last couple of weeks. So it's going well for him, Dr Chalmers. He's a genius. He's a genius. Now, of course, with this policy of institutionalised rent-seeking and blood-sucking, we will see, as we've already seen through the Senate committee submissions, every single organisation in the country come to Canberra with its hand out. We've seen with the submissions the gas companies, the caravan companies, the chocolate companies. I mean, seriously, this is not a country where the government pays you to do business. This is an economy where you are supposed to be able to stand on your own 2 feet, and that is what millions of Australian small businesses do every single day. And they hate the idea of corporate largesse being given out to Labor's mates in the unions and other fellow travellers. And so this idea of a future made in Australia is very dangerous. And I would have thought that the government would have learnt from their boondoggle disasters like the Reconstruction Fund. I mean, I'm still not sure what we're actually reconstructing from, but we've got a massive Reconstruction Fund which spends no money other than on its own board members. And then, of course, we've got the mother of them all, the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is about to try and partner with the CBUS Super Fund, which has got 3 CFMEU trustees on its board, which the Labor Party says it's desperate to put the CFMEU into administration, but we couldn't give a rat's about the CBUS Fund working with the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is going to receive taxpayers' funds. So this is a bizarre situation that we are in, where the government for vested interests runs the policy and the money for their mates. This is institutionalising cronyism, and I am not surprised at how angry small business people in our country are, about how bad this government is in terms of its priorities. It is disgusting, and that is why we are against the future made in Australia.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Our government is supporting Australians with bread and butter cost of living pressures, making life easier for families and supporting the economy to grow. We know Australians are doing it tough. The Albanese Labor government are focused on actually delivering for Australians. We are not being demure about our plans to provide cost of living relief for all Australians. We are being mindful in how we manage the economy. There's no quick fix for the high global cost of living, but the Albanese Labor government's #1 priority is helping take some of the pressure off of you and your family. We're delivering energy bill relief. While the opposition continue whiteboarding their economic plan and playing games, the Albanese Labor government is providing $300 in energy bill relief to every household and transforming Australia into a renewable energy superpower. We're continuing to deliver on Labor's energy bill relief plan with $3.5 billion in relief for every household, including in the Mallee, in the Goulburn Valley, Hume and in Melbourne's east. All households will see a $300 credit automatically applied to their electricity bills in this financial year. And around 1 million small businesses will receive $325 off their bills over 2024 and 2025. We are delivering a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer, including a whopping 3.5 million taxpayers in Victoria. We are delivering a wage increase for early years childcare workers. The opposition argue they are the champions of higher wages for all Australians. However, on the 8th of August on ABC RM Breakfast Show, Shadow Treasurer Angus Taylor stopped short of supporting Labor government's 15% wage increase for early years childcare workers. Since those opposite were unable to do the maths or explain their rationale, let me do it for you. The rate of inflation is 3.8%. The wage increase is 15%. The result is the Albanese Labor government delivering real high wages for early years workers. We're also building more homes for Australians with more social and affordable housing, more infrastructure, removal of red tape, better transport for more accessible cities and increased housing for students. This $6.2 billion boost in the budget takes the Albanese government's total housing investment to a whopping $32 billion. We are cutting student debt for more than 3 million students and wiping around $3 billion in student debt. To do this, we're introducing help loan credits for people impacted by the recent inflation spike. We're making sure that in the future, student debt never grows faster than someone's ability to be able to pay it off. This means we're improving the way indexation is calculated and making sure last year's indexation spike cannot happen again. We're also establishing a Commonwealth prac payment to support around 68,000 eligible higher education students and over 5,000 vet students each year when they undertake mandatory work placements required for their course. This payment will provide $319.50 per week to students in teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work, with the majority of students and workers in these critical fields being women during their clinical and professional placement periods. As someone who has worked in the social services sector, I know how much heart and compassion comes from the people who work in this sector, and I'm sure they will be absolutely stoked that they are being paid on their placements. The Albanese Labor government is investing in new jobs and opportunities in every part of our country, including to communities in Victoria. Making our future here in Australia is about making the most of our nation's potential and making sure everyone shares in the benefits. Our Future Made in Australia plan will maximise the economic and industrial benefits of the international move to net zero and secure Australia's place in changing global and economic strategic landscape. The 2024-25 budget will invest $22.7 billion over a decade to help Australia succeed and remain an indispensable part of the global economy.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. Queen Marie Antoinette of France, the Queen Consort of Louis XVI, is rumoured to have said, when advised by royal advisers, that the peasants were rioting because they couldn't afford to buy bread. And Marie Antoinette is rumoured to have said, well, let them eat cake. And I think of that story when I listen to the answers from the government ministers in this chamber, and it is a let them eat cake government. It is a government that is out of touch, and a government that fails to understand that there is a cost of living crisis in Australia. And this cost of living crisis did not emanate from some Labor focus group that the Secretary of the Labor Party briefed the Cabinet on. This cost of living crisis has been going on for the last couple of years. Funnily enough, it coincides with the election of a big spending Labor government, a Labor government who are spending an extra $315 billion of taxpayers' money, and this money is driving up the cost of living. And the question, Deputy President, that I put to Senator McAllister, who was representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, was a very, very simple question. I asked the Minister in dollar terms, how much has the average electricity bill gone up since Labor was elected in May 2022? Now, you don't need to hold the front page to be told that the Minister was unable to answer this question. The Minister did not know how much the average electricity bill has gone up. So that should send a massive warning to every Australian about how out of touch this Labor government is when they don't know how much bills have gone up under their policies. And we've got a Labor Party who before the last election promised 97 times that they would cut power bills by $275. And for those listening at home, please put your hands up or shout loudly at the TV or the radio if you think that your power bill has gone down by at least $275 since the Labor Party have come to power. Of course, no one's power bills have gone down, Deputy President. In fact, everybody's power bills under the Labor Party, because of the policies of the Labor Party, have gone up. But it's not just the power bills that have gone up. Food's gone up by 11%. You've got health's gone up by 11%. Insurance has gone up by 17%. We've had 12 mortgage rate rises. Rent's gone up 15%. And yet we have a let-them-eat-cake government, a cake government that is led by a weak Prime Minister. There are invertebrates at the bottom of the Mariana Trench who have stronger backbones than this Prime Minister. But it's not alone there. You look around that cabinet table, a cabinet table of union barons and former Labor Party advisers who do not understand how the economy operates, or the importance of small business and the importance of employing people, the importance of the resource industry, the importance of just business generally to ensure that this economy can grow. Because we've got a government who just likes spending money. And this goes into their inability to understand what is happening with people's power bills. And one of the questions we put to the Minister was, will the Labor Party take a commitment to the next election that they will cut people's power bills? And once again, you don't need to hold the front page or turn down the computer to understand that the Labor Party refused to make that commitment. Because in a rare moment of a minister telling the truth by not actually answering the question, the Minister actually said they would not be able to do that. The Minister instead tried to deflect and play, disappointingly, Deputy President, partisan politics in relation to this issue, a Minister who fails to understand that it is important that the Australian community understand that there is a government, that there are decision makers who sit around the cabinet table who understand the impact of the cost of living crisis in Australia. And sadly, We do not have that with the Labor Party here in Canberra. We have a Labor Party instead who just want to play their games, who just want to effectively run a protection racket for the CFMEU, a union who for the last decade upon decade have brought thuggery to the building sites around Australia and have also driven up the cost of living. It is a crisis and the Prime Minister is to blame.
Thank you. Senator McGrath put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hanson-Young.
Mr Deputy President, will I rise to take note of the answers to my question from Senator McAllister, representing the Environment Minister? And I've got to say, the answers were pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing. I mean, this is the federal Parliament. I was asking questions of the federal government about what they will do now that they are well and truly aware of serious allegations of conflicts of interest, water theft, illegal land clearing in the Northern Territory. And you know what we got from the minister? Oh, well, it's up to the Territory government to run their own affairs. It's up to states and territories. We can't do anything. Well, it's clear as day that the Northern Territory government are not fit to be able to manage their own water resources, to implement regulations that work and to keep their snouts out of the trough when it comes to vested interest and conflicts of interest. That's what these allegations are showing. Cowboys are running the show in the Northern Territory. Cowboys. It's the Wild West up there. And it is at the cost of every single Australian because water resources are precious, our environment is under threat, and while we've got big corporations down in the Murray-Darling Basin, the big cotton growers who have stuffed the Murray-Darling Basin, they're now moving north to rip off water and steal water in the Northern Territory at the cost of the local community, against the wishes of traditional owners, and putting our environment and climate at further risk. And of course, it's not just the big cotton growers, the big greedy cotton growers who haven't had enough of a fix in the Murray-Darling Basin, they have to move to the Northern Territory. Of course, it's the cowboys in the gas and fracking industry too, because they too are taking water they're not entitled to. You know, the water licences in the Northern Territory, do you know how much they cost? Zero. Zero. I mean, what an absolute crock. What an absolute crock. It is time for federal intervention of the management of water resources and the way the environment is managed in the Northern Territory, because it doesn't matter whether it's the Labor Party or the Liberal Party in the Northern Territory, they are not fit. They cannot keep their hands clean. They cannot keep legislation and regulations fit for purpose. They bend over backwards for their mates in the industry. I mean, it really does get to a point where you have to wonder, how deep is this level of corporate interest, of self-interest, of conflicts of interest? I mean, are we looking at allegations of corruption here? Is that what's going on in the Northern Territory? Because it stinks. And the locals in that community know it. They're sick and tired of being ignored. And this Saturday, there is an election. And Territorians are looking at both the Labor Party and the Country Liberal Party, and they know that they are not standing up for the interests of the community, the interests of traditional owners, the interests of the environment. The only place, if you cared about the future of the Northern Territory, if you cared about responsible spending, responsible, effective regulation, doing what is right in the interests of the community, the only option for people in the Northern Territory is to vote Green. That is the truth. Because it doesn't matter whether you're a member of whether you're looking at the Labor Party or the Country Liberal Party, they're up to their neck in self-interest, corporate interest, conflicted interests, and you've got to wonder just how deep this goes. There is corruption there, and it needs to be exposed.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it.
Are there any
notices of motion to be given for another day. Senator Chisholm.
I give notice in general terms of my intention on the next day of sitting to move a motion relating to the routine of business.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Are there any... is it designed to rearrange or postpone the business? Senator Chisholm.
I move that General Business Order of the Day number 74, COVID-19 Response Commission of Inquiry Bill 2024, be considered at the time for private senators' bills on Thursday 22nd of August 2024.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged by Senator Dean Smith in respect of business of the Senate notices numbers 1 and 3, which are currently listed for tomorrow, to be postponed to the 11th of September 2024. No committees have lodged extension notifications.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion for leave of absence for senators.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I seek leave for Senator Farrell on account of ministerial business for this week. Sorry, the question neglected to look for the dates. But.
So the question is, the motion, those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it.
Sorry, Senator Sheldon on account of personal business for today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew, were you seeking no? Okay. Okay, so I'll now proceed to the discovery of formal business. So I'll start with government business 1 to 3, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Chisholm.
I ask that government business notice of motions numbers 1 to 3, proposing the reference of Public Works to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, be taken together as formal.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motions and I table statements in relation to the works.
So the question is that government business 1 to 3, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher and moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I now move to government business number 4, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Chisholm.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 4 relating to Senator Darminen's first speech be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 4, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher and moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 572, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 572 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 572, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 575. Senator Tyrrell is not here. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 576, standing in the name of Senator Nampijinpa Price. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Nampijinpa Price, I ask that general business notice of motion number 576 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 576, standing in the name of Senator Nampijinpa Price and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll go back to general business notice of motion number 575, standing in the name of Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 575 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Tyrrell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 575, standing in the name of Senator Tyrrell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Now, Senator Tyrrell.
Make a short statement, President. Is that the wrong spot?
Is leave granted? No, leave is not granted, Senator Tyrrell. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 579, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
President, I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 579 relating to an attendance by a minister before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
So the question is that Senator Hanson-Young?
Thank you, President. Senator Roberts, I haven't seen the amendment, and could you just tell us what the effect of the amendment would be?
Well, Senator Hanson-Young, firstly, address your comments to the chair, and secondly, I understand that the motion has been circulated, but Senator Roberts, in very brief terms, could you just outline it to the Senate, please? Okay, so the question is that general business notice of motion number. Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
The motion in question was originally drafted on the original premise that order for production of documents number 567 was not compliant with the Senate's request. That is not correct. The order was complied with. The government response to the interim report of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee on the shutdown of 3G was tabled. Telstra and Optus plan to switch off their 3G networks from 31 August and 1 September respectively, but have delayed their switch off to 28 October 2024, which is welcomed. The now amended motion is unnecessary given the transparency afforded to the Senate through the interim response. Furthermore, any decision to take regulatory action in relation to the 3G shutdown is a matter of administrative law and is not appropriate to preempt through a debate in the Senate. In addition, the 3G shutdown inquiry has already been debated through the Senate committee and the recommendations are under active consideration by government. The government will not support this motion on the basis of the above.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 579 in the name of Senator Roberts as amended. Senator Roberts?
I move the motion as amended.
Thank you. So the question now is that general business notice of motion number 579, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, as amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 579, standing in the name of Senator Roberts as amended, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 42 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So that takes care of formal business. We'll now move to matters of public importance and urgency. And the first one is in the name of Senator Babet. So Senator Babet has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It's shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I believe it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Babet to move the motion.
Thank you, President. I move the motion. President, in this country, every single week, at least one baby is born alive after a failed abortion. In some states and territories, there is no legal requirement for that living human being to receive any medical care. The baby is often placed in a metal tray and left to die slowly. I cannot, President, for the life of me, understand how we can bang on every single day in this place about the importance of human rights while allowing the most vulnerable human beings to be treated like garbage. Now, whatever one's view is on the merits or otherwise of abortion, once there has been a birth, medical practitioners are dealing with a living human being, a person, an Australian, who should have the same rights under law as you or I. Myself, Senator Antic and Senator Canavan have a bill in front of the Senate right now called the Human Rights Children Born Alive Protection Bill 2022 that, if passed, would ensure care is provided to every child born alive after a failed abortion. This bill is also supported by Senator Roberts. This should not be a contentious or controversial concept. It is the very minimum of decency, the very least that we should do as people who like to think of ourselves as civilised. Now imagine for a moment if the Senate rejected such a proposal. What would it say if you shrugged your shoulders and turned your back on a newborn baby, unmoved by his or her cry and unconvinced by his or her humanity? A society is ultimately judged not by its GDP, but by the way in which it cares for its most vulnerable. And there is none more vulnerable than a newborn baby, a society that refuses to care about the suffering and death of babies is one which is destined to fall. To be unmoved by the plight of a helpless child, especially when it is within your power to render aid and assistance, is to lose your own humanity. It is evidence of a sickness at the very core of one's own being. What kind of darkness has overtaken the hearts of people when they can march through city streets chanting for the right to kill a baby in the womb while remaining silent on the rights of babies born alive and left to die? I think abortion should be unthinkable. I want more than a change to the laws of this land. I want a change in the hearts of the Australian people, where abortion disappears, not because politicians made it illegal, but because our consciences were reawakened and we agreed that it was abominable. Queensland midwife Louise Adsett gave evidence at a parliamentary inquiry in Queensland yesterday, where she gave a distressing example of a mother who decided to abort her baby at more than 21 weeks. She said, "The process took all day and the baby was only delivered during the early hours of a night shift. This baby moved vigorously, gasped for breath and had a palpable heart rate to make it clear that this baby was alive. This baby boy fought for his life for 5 hours before taking his final breath." She said that this is not an uncommon occurrence. Fighting back her tears, she added, "These babies deserve better. They deserve to have the same rights that all of us human beings have. Unwanted, unacknowledged, unloved." To her credit, Louise is one of the few nurses who does whatever she can to provide some kind of dignity and comfort to these vulnerable babies. It should not be controversial to invite my fellow senators to join with me in affirming that a baby born alive after a failed abortion is at the very minimum given care and comfort. To do anything less than this is to forsake our own humanity, even as we deny them theirs. I was going to conclude by saying, God forgive us if we fail to do this, but I must say this: as much as I believe in God's mercy, I don't think that God himself could forgive us for getting this one wrong. I hope that my fellow senators in this place stand with me to decry the practice of abortion, especially late-term abortion, where a baby could survive out of the womb if born. This is a tragic thing. This is a horrible thing. This is an evil thing. This is a disgusting thing, and it's something that I will never be okay with. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Senator Babet. Senator Kovacic.
I rise today to speak on the matter of urgency before this chamber. In doing so, I will look at both the issue of urgency and the issue itself, noting that it is my view that this particular urgency motion should not be put forward in the manner that it has been. Standing Order 75 provides for urgency motions to be put before the Senate as a question about whether a particular matter is urgent, not whether the Senate agrees with a particular position on a matter beyond its urgency. This motion attempts to do both, and in my view, it can't. The issue with this motion in particular is that if the premise of the motion is to be accepted, it is also then accepting its urgency. The problem then turns to the acceptance of the premise. As I will go into further, the premise of the urgency motion cannot be taken at face value. We will now be asked to vote on this matter, which is really a position of the Senate on the substantive point, not the element of urgency. With only a few hours' notice, as opposed to if this were being a debate where it should be as an item of general business. It is not right or reasonable to expect senators in this place to do so in a limited debate capped at 30 minutes, without the opportunity for context, without the opportunity to question, without the opportunity to scrutinise the information before us. This matter has been subject to some examination in the Senate and its committees. In particular, it was subject to an inquiry by the Community Affairs References Standing Committee, which reported about a year ago. That was in relation to the Human Rights Children Born Alive Protection Bill. What is critically important in relation to this issue, and any other issues for that matter that this chamber addresses, is that we keep in mind the language that we use, the accuracy of the information that we share, and the transparency for the reasons that we share them. This is not our playground. The things that we do here matter. There are also questions as to the accuracy of the information contained in this motion. This is a matter of great sensitivity. There is no question about that. The motion, as set out, is very black and white. The matters for which it deals with are not. And also let me be clear that the Senate is not a forum for a pseudo-debate on the matter of abortion. That doesn't belong here. In addition to this, our Constitution is very clear. This is not a matter for the Commonwealth. This is a matter for the states, where both my state of New South Wales and the state of South Australia have already dealt with it. More broadly, the complexity of issues that arise from the contents of this motion are challenging for most people, but particularly for women, and they are deeply personal. They are not decisions that are made either lightly or flippantly, and should not be open to judgment by others. In many cases, these decisions are informed on the basis of medical necessity, and we should think very, very carefully as to the appropriateness of elected representatives making healthcare decisions for Australian women. That is not why any of us have been elected to serve here. The underlying nuance of this motion is a matter of conscience. I'm proud to belong to a party that not only recognises the rights of the individual, but empowers those rights, not just in everyday life, but also in our roles in the chambers of this place and the other place. And I would like to address the premise and go through some of the evidence that was tendered through the committee process in the corresponding bill as to assist the Senate in forming a view on this matter of urgency. In one of the submissions received, evidence was provided that the premise of the corresponding bill relies on inaccurate and misinformed understanding of the complexities of fetal gestation, survival, healthcare providers, professional roles and women's vulnerabilities. It is critical that in discharging our duties, particularly in the Senate, that we reflect on our obligations to appropriately scrutinise matters that come before us, particularly complex matters, which this one is. We have to consider all information, whether we agree with it or not. We should be deeply concerned when considering such matters that we are allowing what are personal decisions between an individual and their healthcare practitioners to become politicised and serving agendas that have very little to do with medical care.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Just before I come to you, Senator Waters, I do remind senators, when there are not many senators in the chamber, that conversations had in this place, unless they're done quietly, certain words are audible. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I am appalled that once again we're here debating women's choices over their own bodies, choices that are no one else's to weigh in on. Senator Babette's claims are incorrect. Late-term abortions resulting in a live fetus are extremely rare, and they only occur in situations of lethal fetal abnormalities or serious risks to the pregnant person. Medical practitioners are already subject to ethical responsibilities that manage those complex situations. And moreover, the vast majority of terminations in Australia occur prior to 16 weeks, at which time a fetus would not survive outside the womb. If you want to prevent unwanted pregnancies, then support the calls by the Greens to make contraception free. But you just wanted to control women's bodies. Well, if you don't want an abortion, don't have one, but you don't get to tell other women what choices they should have. With this motion, Senator Babette is once again seeking to undermine women's rights and access to reproductive health care, rights that have been hard-won over decades. We know that abortion is finally legal now across the country, but it's still not affordable or accessible to everyone who wants one. And I started a Senate inquiry in 2022 into universal access to reproductive health care, which heard that it's a postcode lottery whether you have access to a safe abortion. Many women, particularly in regional Australia, are travelling hundreds of kilometres and paying hundreds of dollars to get a termination, and many can't afford that. We heard about the shortage of surgeons trained to provide abortion services, restrictions preventing GPs from prescribing medical abortion drugs. We heard regional areas are often served by fly-in doctors rather than locals, meaning they might not be available when they're needed for this time-critical procedure. It should not be this difficult to access basic health care in a nation like ours. Allowing more medical practitioners and pharmacists to supply the abortion pill, MS2-step, was a welcome step forward following the inquiry recommending this. And this decision was particularly important for improving access to women and pregnant people in regional and remote parts of the country. But financial barriers remain, and the Greens believe that abortion is basic health care that should be free and available through the public health system. Now, this used to be Labor's policy too, back in 2019, that hospitals receiving federal funding had to provide the full suite of reproductive health care. Unfortunately, that's not their policy anymore. The most I could get the Senate inquiry recommendations to say was that public hospitals either provided terminations or they must provide a timely and affordable local pathway to an alternative provider. But those pathways have to be fully funded or access is not real. The Australian community is strongly pro-choice and has been for decades, thanks to the tireless efforts of so many advocates. Lots of progress has been made. There's lots more to be done. Abortion is healthcare. It should be accessible, affordable, safe, legal, compassionate and free.
Expired. Call Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I strongly support this motion from Senator Babet in favour of saving the lives of babies born alive. For 6 years I've spoken in the Senate while wearing a lapel pin which depicts an infant's feet at 10 weeks of age, just 70 days. My opposition to abortion comes from my humanity and my role as a father and grandfather. Sadly, Queensland's Termination of Pregnancy Act 2018 allows for unrestricted access to abortion up to 22 weeks. After that point, 2 doctors must be convinced the abortion is in the mother's best interest. Doctors who make their living signing off on abortions. As Rhodes Scholar and leading researcher Professor Joanna Howe has found, between 2010 and 2020, 4,929 babies were killed after 20 weeks and until birth. In Queensland, of these babies, 329 were born alive and left to die. This is an urgent matter. Last week I was pleased to attend a protest on the Federation lawn out front here that was a memorial to the 5,000 babies born alive when aborted around Australia. The memorial was 5,000 pairs of babies' booties in the shape of a cross, babies who were thrown aside and left on a cold stainless steel slab to die alone. Nearly 50% of these were perfectly healthy, nothing wrong with them. Why were they induced and delivered stillborn instead of alive and placed for adoption? Under the Queensland Criminal Code, the current law is clear. This is a crime. Section 292 provides that a child becomes a human being after being born and proceeds in a living state from the body of its mother, whether it has breathed or not and whether it has had independent circulation or not. Section 302 defines murder as by someone who intends to cause death, which is the case with these 328 babies, or causes death by an act, omission or reckless indifference to human life. Currently, the penalty for murder in Queensland is life. How ironic. There are protections for medical practitioners who induce the stillbirth of a child. That protection stops when the child is born alive. Queensland MP Robbie Katter has introduced a bill to ensure the rights of babies born alive. Under the bill, the duty of a registered health practitioner to provide medical care and treatment to a person born as a result of a termination would be no different from their duty to anybody else. This means babies would be given care, allowing them to survive where possible, while babies unable to survive would instead be given palliative care. In yesterday's hearing into this bill, courageous maternity nurse Louise Adsett described in heartbreaking detail the fate that has awaited so many beautiful young Australians in Queensland maternity wards. Babies left to cry themselves to death alone. Louise described nurses holding babies that have been marked for death until they drew their last breath. A breath surrounded with love, not cold, hard, stainless steel. There's no legal grey area here. Allowing a child born alive to die in Queensland is a crime, and that crime is murder. To the Queensland Police, I have this simple message. Do your bloody job. Failure to prosecute the first murder has led to 327 more human beings losing their lives, and that's on you. The preamble to the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, explicitly recognises the unborn's right to life. This is a matter that can be legislated federally, and if the states will not police their own laws, then the federal government must intervene. I have yet to hear an abortionist successfully explain at what time in the development of a child it ceases to be a collection of cells and becomes a baby. Until you can show a physiological point before which the child is just a bunch of cells and after which the child is a living human being, I will continue to defend every life and oppose abortion, except abortion when the mother's life is in danger. If these practitioners were proud of their actions, they would not be changing the name of their trade from abortion to reproductive care. There's no reproduction and there's no care for the child. At least be honest with yourselves. This is not care. This is designed to dehumanise mothers and fathers, dehumanise society and harden the hearts of our community. Neither can this be described as women's health. The health of the mother is the same no matter if the baby is put up for adoption or murdered. Women's health does not apparently include the health of one half of these aborted babies who themselves will grow into women. My office has received over 1,000 emails and calls today from Queenslanders who are horrified at this practice. So much so, I feel the need to remind everyone that while God loves everyone, God punishes killing, those who kill. These human babies deserve better. Babies deserve to have the same rights as have all human beings. And foremost among these is the right to life.
Has expired. I call Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, I do thank Senator Ralph Babet for bringing this important issue to the chamber. It is something that is confronting to tackle and handle, but we should not be shy from doing that, because it is by tackling confronting issues that we can improve the livelihoods and experiences for as many Australians as possible. As Senator Babet's motion says, every week, one child every week at least is born alive following a termination procedure. That's based on state government health evidence from Queensland and Victoria. We don't really have evidence from other states, so it's at least one a week. It obviously is likely to be more than that if we were to include other states and jurisdictions. I often hear the response in this debate, or the opposition to any recognition of the debate, is that, oh, this doesn't happen. It's not something that happens. Well, the data says otherwise, and even more, the guidelines that do exist in this area say a completely different story. The Queensland Government, for example, has guidelines associated with the termination of pregnancies, and they have an entire section of those guidelines devoted to what occurs if a live birth occurs during the process. So the question to those saying this doesn't happen has to be, well, if it doesn't happen, why does the Queensland Health Department have a whole section of its guidelines devoted to a circumstance where a live birth occurs? And so if a live birth does occur, of course, that has to be a human being. There's a breathing person that has been born, a very vulnerable person, often in a situation where their life will not be long. Of course, all of us will eventually die, and I think all of us would expect to be provided a level of care whenever that event of death comes near. And I and others in this chamber have tried to lead a process where we say very clearly that all Australian human beings deserve to have that standard of care, whatever their age, whatever the circumstances that led them to come into this world. It's a very, very simple proposition. I recognise the bill I moved with others like Senator Babet, Senator Antich, Senator Roberts was involved, lots of others. Senator Fawcett has been provided support. In the bill we put forward, we recognise that in these circumstances, tragically, most babies will not be able to survive. They will have experienced shocking injuries that will not make them viable in the sense of a long-term life. What we are asking is that surely in those circumstances, at the very least, palliative care should be provided. Some level of pain relief, some level of just basic humanity to a human being in that circumstances, just as we would with anybody towards the end of their lives. Why isn't that provided? Now, I do want to thank the senators that have worked on this for some time. That, as I say, is a confronting issue, but putting the spotlight on it has led to change. We have seen in New South Wales and South Australia protections for babies born alive. We've seen in Queensland, and those guidelines I mentioned, they've been changed since our Senate inquiry. Previously, those guidelines, quite shockingly, said that and told health officials in Queensland to explicitly not provide life-sustaining treatment to a baby born alive. That's been deleted now since our Senate inquiry exposed these issues, and instead the guidelines say that a care appropriate to the individual clinical circumstances and in accordance with birth practice guidelines should be provided. So that's at least a positive step forward and gives at least the scope and right for health practitioners in Queensland to potentially provide a level of care to babies born alive, even if they're not directed to do so. At the very least, they have the flexibility to do so, because we just saw, and others have mentioned in Queensland, that it's the midwives themselves that are on the front line of this issue. They have to handle and we heard testimony in our inquiry, they have to handle the heart-wrenching cries of babies at the end of their life, and while they were under these restrictive guidelines previously, they could do nothing in response, and that is completely unfair on them and completely anathema to the profession they have chosen to help human beings in distress, an admirable profession they are in. So I do think there is more work to be done here. I'm glad to see Robbie Katter taking it forward, Mr Robbie Katter in Queensland doing that, but the more we can put the spotlight on this, the more we're going to get sensible change in this area.
Senator, time's expired. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to say today to speak on this very important matter, and I commend Senator Alphabet for bringing this before the Senate today. This ought to be a straightforward matter. It's not intended to create a barrier to abortion, rather it's focused on the medical care that should be provided to a baby who is born alive. Though rare, it's not impossible for a child to survive an abortion. The numbers may seem small, but each case represents a vulnerable human life that deserves our compassion and care. Unfortunately, not even in my home state of Western Australia are we immune to this situation. It was reported that between 1999 and 2016, there were at least 27 infants born alive in Western Australia after failed abortion procedures. Some of these babies surviving anywhere from 9 minutes to over 2 hours, according to the West Australian Health Minister. 27 children. That's equivalent to a full classroom of students. 15 of these births were at the gestational age between 20 and 25 weeks, 6 were at 26 weeks or later, and 1 being at 34 weeks. Now, due to the incredible advancement in medical technology, it's entirely possible for a premature baby at 21 weeks to survive and go on to live a viable and healthy life. By that measure, at least 22 of the 27 babies born alive in WA could have been supported by healthcare professionals. Last year, in Western Australia, the Abortion Legislation Reform Bill 2023 was passed. My WA colleague, the Honourable Nick Garan MLC, moved an amendment to make clear that babies born alive after an abortion should be entitled to the same standard of care as any other Western Australian baby. Now, even if it was possible for a baby to survive, we should provide them with comfort and care to pass away with dignity instead of leaving them to slowly die on a cold metal kidney dish. In the same way that we care for the terminally ill and the bedridden, we have an obligation to care for the child who has survived an abortion, regardless of our views on their chances of survival. Unfortunately, many in this place will turn a blind eye to this situation. It's not our job in this place. It's not our job in this place just to create laws for some Australians. We have to ensure that our most vulnerable are protected. This week we've heard from senators on both sides of the aisle advocating for the protection of every Australian, including funding certain industries and services like childcare, aged care and indeed the NDIS. One senator yesterday stated that we should understand the value of life at every stage. Well, I could not agree more. If life at every stage matters, then this should be a no-brainer. If a child survives an attempted abortion and is born alive, then like every Australian, that child deserves the medical treatment that is afforded to everybody else. We cannot pick and choose when this applies and who it applies to, because every life is worth protecting. Thank you.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I do rise to support this matter of urgency because it is the fact that transparency, that awareness of issues drives change. And we've just heard from Senator Canavan how an earlier inquiry here highlighting some of these issues has driven change in Queensland, and we have seen change in other states on this matter. Some other speakers are correct that this is not, the topic of abortion is not a topic for this Senate, for the simple reason that constitutionally it is something that falls within the powers of our state and territory governments. And we see them making laws as they see fit, as they have been elected by people in that state. But the bill that Senator Canavan referred to before, which has been subject to an inquiry through the Senate, sought to use the external affairs power under the Constitution to hold state governments and the actions of medical practitioners to account because of the international treaties that Australia has signed up to, recognising the right to life for people and the rights of a child. And so, whilst I'm aware there are many people, many of whom have emailed my office today, who are hopeful that a successful vote here today will immediately bring about change, that is not the case. It's not the wording of this motion. This motion just draws attention to a practice that, as we saw from the inquiry in Queensland yesterday, and evidence which has been reported both in print media and on the radio, which highlights that despite the assurances of many that this is very rare, it doesn't happen in certain hospitals, practitioners on the ground have said it does happen. And the consequences, as Senator Canavan outlined, for the children, and I will call them that, the babies that are born, they deserve care. I will just highlight that the change that is being sought is not something that is out of the ordinary. In my home state of South Australia, the Termination of Pregnancy Act 2021, which I personally had problems with and spoke to the then Premier to express my concerns. But what they have included in that, in Part 2, Division 1, Section 7, it actually specifically says about the care of a person born after termination, and it applies, and it says that nothing in the Act prevents a medical practitioner to actually provide care to that person, and it says to avoid doubt, the duty owed by a registered health practitioner is to provide medical care and treatment to the person born as a result of a termination is no different than the duty owed to provide medical care and treatment to a person born other than as a result of a termination.
Thank you, Senator. The question before the chair is that the motion moved by Senator Babbitt be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Babet. On the urgency motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Duniam, which is also shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Duniam.
President, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak about what is an exceptionally important motion before the Senate, and it's one that I know the government would hope would just go away, would just disappear and we wouldn't have to worry about it at all. But let me read it out so that those listening along at home or the solitary person in the gallery understands what it is we are talking about now, and that is the need for the Albanese Labor government to explain its disastrous decision to block the McPhillamys gold mine despite it having all federal and state environmental approvals and having support of the local land council. They're the facts, and so what has happened here is absolutely disturbing. Let's look at what the reality in Australia is. No project in this country of any significance is safe. It doesn't matter whether it's a mine, it doesn't matter whether it's a forestry operation, a land development to build more houses that we so desperately need. It doesn't matter if it's a renewables project. They're all unsafe now as a result of course, what we're seeing with the application of these laws. As stated, Acting Deputy President, this project, the gold mine in question, the one that would have generated $1 billion of economic activity and 800 jobs for a regional community, Orange, New South Wales, it had all of its state and environmental approvals. The Minns government, the Minns Labor government, has criticised quite heavily the Albanese Labor government's decision to block this project, despite it having all state and federal environmental approvals. That is not a low bar, that is extremely high. This project has been killed. This project is dead. This project can't go ahead. If you listen to the people backing it, the CEO of the company Regis Resources, who contradicted the minister who reckoned it could go ahead still, investor certainty is rocked, and of course people looking to make decisions about whether they invest here in Australia or elsewhere in the world will be looking at decisions like this. As I say, 4 years of engaging with the governments, state and federal, to get these environmental approvals across the line. Done. Boxes ticked. They'd engaged with the traditional owners, the local land council, the Orange Aboriginal Land Council. That done. But then, here we are at the 11th hour. All of these hurdles, we made it across, and then the Minister for the Environment, under Section 10 of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Heritage Protection Act, decided to knock this project on the head. Now, we believe this is the wrong decision and, of course, should be overturned. There is no excuse for this because it comes back to balance. It comes back to the need to ensure that while we protect our cultural heritage and we don't repeat things like Juukan Gorge, the disaster that occurred there, we allow for economic activity. This decision is not balanced. We don't have a new standalone Cultural Heritage Act. This government promised it, but here we are, 2 and a bit years into our term and no such legislation on the horizon. It will not be happening. It will not be going ahead. And this government, rather than dealing with the substance of the problem, the fact that they have knocked dead a project which would generate nearly 1,000 jobs and $1 billion of economic activity, hundreds of millions of dollars of royalties revenue for state and territory governments every year, forget about that fact. They want to play politics with it. The minister says, well, we didn't oppose the mine, we just opposed the tailings dam. And while strictly true, of course, a tailings dam, for those in the know, is necessary for a mine to operate in an effective and safe way. It's like saying, I didn't kill them, I just severed their legs and let them bleed to death. That's the equivalent of what has happened here, and this is the appalling part of it. What's more, the people who opposed this project under the Act I referenced before are supported by that organisation we all know so well, the Environmental Defenders Office, funded by the same government that has knocked this project on the head. So whichever way you're going to try and get projects up in this country, you are going to find obstacles and reasons not to do it. Investment is going offshore, and so are the jobs that go with it, particularly in regional communities. And for government ministers to come into this place, or anywhere else for that matter, and say that, well, the former Environment Minister, Coalition Minister Susan Lee, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, made a decision like this. You know what she blocked? A go-kart track, not a gold mine. A go-kart track on top of Mount Panorama, not a gold mine generating economic activity and providing hundreds and hundreds of jobs. There is no equivalence between the decisions that minister made at that time and this disastrous decision, which, as I say, Acting Deputy President, must be overturned, or else this government does not have this country's interests at heart.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. I call Minister McAllister.
Acting Deputy President, this is a stunt from the opposition. It is calling on the government to explain a decision. Well, the minister has in fact clearly outlined the reasons for the decision that she made, and the Labor Party is happy to defend that, because everyone in this room knows that both Liberal and Labor governments have previously made decisions along these lines, consistent with the law. This decision does not mean that the gold mine can't go ahead. It just means that an Aboriginal heritage site can't be destroyed to build a waste dump for the mine. Genuine partnership with First Nations peoples is essential for the Australian mining sector to reach its full potential, and the Australian government is committed to this goal. Our government has been unequivocal in our support for mining, which employs 300,000 Australians. That's a good thing. We've announced the most significant resources measures in the budget for a generation, $3.4 billion over 35 years for Geoscience Australia to find new deposits of minerals and sources of energy to help build a future made in Australia. The Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive, which provides a 10% refundable tax offset for the processing costs of eligible facilities that process critical minerals in Australia. And the Production Tax Credit will incentivise the refining and processing of critical minerals and create more jobs here in Australia as we become a renewable energy superpower. But be clear, building a waste dump on this particular site would have destroyed the headwaters of the Bella Beulah River, a place of particular significance for local Aboriginal people going back thousands of years. I hope the company can find an alternative site for its tailings and waste dam. I understand that there were more than 4 sites investigated with 30 options in the mix. And it is interesting that the opposition is choosing to raise this, because there are actually striking similarities between the decision made by the former Minister for the Environment, Ms Lee, who is now, of course, the Deputy Liberal Leader, because back in 2021, the Deputy Liberal Leader made a similar decision just down the road from the gold mine in this situation. And she made that decision after listening to the views of the same local traditional owner group, the Wiradjuri Traditional Owners Central West Aboriginal Corporation. And she said at the time that she protected the site under Section 10 of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, which I'll remind senators has been in place since the 1980s. She made that decision to protect the site because of its cultural significance to the Wiradjuri people on the basis of local Aboriginal narratives, songlines, ceremonies and cultural heritage. Now, unsurprisingly, we see another member from the Liberals and Nationals undermining their deputy leader here in this place. And just yesterday, we had members from the opposition in the other place bagging out her previous environment decisions as well. But, President, after the Juukan Gorge tragedy, we all said, both Labor and Liberal, that we never let something like that happen again. And if we really mean that, we have to apply the law. And following Juukan Gorge, the then Minister, now Deputy Liberal Leader, she said this: Juukan Gorge was indeed a call to action nationally. She said that in November in 2021. And later in November she said, this is about the government working with Indigenous Australians and recognising their right to determine what is important to them. She also said, it is of a high priority to me that we look at better ways of protecting Indigenous cultural heritage. Well, either that's your view as a political party or it's not. And all of the indications here indicate to us that the Coalition is not serious about this, that they are seeking to undermine the commitments that Ms Ley has made, that they don't actually believe the things that she has said on their behalf about the significance of culture. And it's a sad thing, because the truth is that a healthy mining industry, and indeed a healthy business environment, is intimately connected to us working out how to work effectively with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to protect their culture and grow our economy. And that is entirely possible. And if the Liberals have changed their mind on that, they should come out, fess up and inform the chamber.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. I call Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise in response to Senator Dunniam's urgency motion regarding the McPhillamys gold mine in New South Wales. Firstly, I want to be clear that this urgency motion, the way that it's written, is exceptionally misleading. In fact, it's absolutely wrong. And I think Minister McAllister has highlighted that. You know, this is a disastrous decision to block a gold mine. No, that is not true. And if they've read the detail in the press release from Minister Plibersek, they've realised that it's about the tailings dam. Now, in this country, there are many, many mines that are opened up across the country, lots of destruction that's happened, and no one hands them back in a pristine condition as to what they were. But the tailings dam was going to be put in a sacred place. And the Wiradjuri people, the traditional owners of that area, actually used their voices and told the Federal Minister for the Environment, Tanya Plibersek, that they didn't want that there. Now, within the motion, the urgency motion, it says that it has the support of the local land council. Now, we have members of the opposition who come into this place and say things like the local land councils. In fact, I have a suggested terms of reference for an inquiry, you know, that we should look into these land councils. They're corrupt and they don't know what they're doing and their governance is so bad. And every Senate estimates, I sit in the Finance and Public Administration Committee listening at the cross-portfolio grilling of the land councils, because people in this place are now turning over a new leaf by the look of it, supporting a statement by a local land council. So I actually feel like they don't actually know what they're doing. To write a motion that says in support of the local land council is rubbish. while you're sitting on the other side of the desk absolutely grilling them. It's ridiculous. This motion is a joke. When sections of the community actually say, we want to use Section 10 of the Cultural Heritage Protection Act to protect our country, and we have the right to, we should be listening to that. And the Minister has listened on this occasion, but there are many, many instances where she hasn't. Murujuga is one of them. We are waiting for Aboriginal cultural heritage protection laws to be fixed in this country on the back of Duke and Gorge, and what happened there, the destruction of their country.
Thank you, Senator Cox. I call Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this urgency motion could not be more urgent because we stand at a precipice of decision-making in this country. We are a country that is completely reliant on the income from mining. And the government, the Albanese Labor government's failure to understand the urgency of continuing to bring new mining projects online and instead to delay, to obfuscate, and I'm concerned, kill mining by stealth is incredibly concerning, not just to us today, to future generations of Australia who are being denied income streams from royalties, from well-paid jobs in the regions where Indigenous families live, where other families live, who all want well-paid jobs and access to services. All this is denied to them when we lose projects like this one. And Regis Resources is just the latest casualty in the risk of in sovereign risk that is being imposed on investment in this country. There are investors, both Australian and from overseas, who are now rating Australia as more risky than Indonesia, Africa and South America, where they see a more stable decision-making process. We should be exceptionally worried about this because Regis Resources spent 4 years assessing the mine proposals, going through state approval processes, going through the Federal Environment Protection, Biodiversity and Conservation Act approvals, which included an assessment of Aboriginal cultural heritage. It included that. This was a mine that had been assessed under all of those avenues. And yet at the 11th hour, thanks to Environmental Defenders Office funding, legal advice, we have seen this company, another in a long list of companies, have their approvals delayed or denied. Critical minerals, rare earths and other important commodities like gold are important to Australia. They're important financially, they're important for the jobs, they're important for regional services, but guess what? They're also important for the modern, increasingly electrified world that we're going to live in. These make up the componentry parts of every modern element that we use. And we require 5 times as much copper as we've mined to date. We require more gas, more metallurgical coal, more of every commodity you can think of, including a range of new ones in rare earths that we're not familiar with. These are important, and the rest of the world is looking for supply chains to supply them. Australia either gets with it and can manage supplying these commodities, as well as managing the environment and cultural heritage. We can do these things. We are one of the most experienced modern mining nations in the world. And yet under Labor, we will stop that happening. And Australia will be the poorer for it, but we will be pious and we will feel incredibly proud, but we will be poor. And that will be cold comfort because we have enjoyed a first world lifestyle based on the revenues from mining and well-paid jobs. This would have provided 580 jobs in construction and 290 full-time jobs based around Orange. So that is families where the construction worker, the mine worker, doesn't have to leave the region, doesn't have to fly away from their families, doesn't have the associated workplace health and safety, mental health and disconnection from their families. It's in the region. Hooray! But not under this government. Under this government, that project will never go ahead because they want to call a tailings dam, an integral part of the mine plan, some sort of waste dump. What a complete lack of understanding of mining. So this is a government that seeks to deliver for the Greens. They don't want to deliver for regional people. They certainly don't want to deliver for Australians. We should feel incredibly worried about the economic failure of this government and the failure for regional people.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I call Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Here we go again, the same radical inequality I've been speaking against for almost 30 years. The $1 billion McPhillamys gold project in New South Wales had all the environmental approvals it required and no objection from the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council on cultural heritage grounds. Then along came Tanya Plevsek to effectively shut it down on the mere claim of another Aboriginal corporation about cultural connections to a local river. The Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council has criticised what it calls unsubstantiated cultural heritage claims made by people unqualified to make them. And I quote, "We question the motives of people and organisations who participate in promoting unsubstantiated claims and seek to hijack Aboriginal cultural heritage to push other agendas." Give me a break. Aboriginal corporations and individuals use cultural heritage as well. So many of these groups did all on their own, citing mythical beliefs like rainbow serpents or citing secret women's business and men's health. Green extremists have been caught several times deceiving traditional owners and conflicting spiritual and cultural connections that never existed to stop developments. Let's also not forget the approved Bolden silver mine in New South Wales that Minister Plevsek had shut down over the supposed environmental impact of a 13-kilometre transmission line. Labor's happy to lay thousands of kilometres of transmission lines to connect its wind turbines and solar panels to the grid without caring about the impact on farmers. But it will not stop development of a world-leading silver deposit, a critical mineral in those very same solar panels over a mere 13 kilometres. You can't make this stuff up. The future of Australia has been held hostage by confected radical division and green extremists. Enough is enough. Gold mine will have created more than 800 jobs and generated $200 million in royalties for the people of New South Wales.
Expired. I call Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise today to speak against the Labor's decision to stop the development of McPhillamys gold mine out near Orange. But first of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the people of Orange in the central west there of New South Wales. It's a beautiful city, and it's a city that's very close to my heart. It's where my parents got married, and it's where my grandmother and aunt are buried. And I spent my childhood driving up and down the Newell Highway from Chinchilla, spending many holidays in that beautiful town of Orange. So a big shout out there. And I just want to qualify that my support for this mine will only ever be there provided it has met all environmental approvals for the mine, because Orange sits there at the headwaters of the Lachlan River. And I know one of my cousins would have my guts for garters if he loves fishing over there around Orange. He's a big fisherman. So by all means, let the mine go ahead, but we definitely don't want to destroy any of the environment around that beautiful part of the world in the central west. It's fantastic. And can I also acknowledge the gold industry, because it is one of the forgotten minerals of Australia's massive export sector when it comes to minerals. Of course, iron ore and coal are the top two minerals, but the next mineral after that is gold. And I think 3 or 4 years ago, gold exports were valued at about $22 billion, and that was when gold was about $2,000 an ounce. It's now worth about $3,700 an ounce, so I'd expect it to be heading above $30 billion anytime soon. And if iron ore comes off, and far be it from me to start predicting the price of metals, but we do need other metals out there and other ways to make sure we keep generating export income. And gold is certainly one of those metals, especially given the value of the US debt at something like $35 trillion and rising by $1 trillion every quarter. People are suddenly starting to see the value in that the world's oldest currency, gold itself, because it's always acted as a hedge against the irresponsible behaviour of central banks who are used as a means for governments to act responsibly. Instead of going out to the market and issuing bonds, they just rely on their central bank to buy their bonds. And we've seen the consequences of that over the last 2 decades, ever since the GFC. But anyway, I digress. I'll come back to the MPI. And my issue with this particular decision is that it doesn't seem to express the opinions of all Aboriginals in the area. Indeed, the local Orange, or according to reports, I haven't spoken to these people myself, but there seems to be some disagreement amongst the Aboriginals themselves, the Aboriginal communities themselves, as to who's responsible for making those decisions. And I guess this is the problem when you come to cultural heritage and where you don't have clear title, is who gets to make the decisions. Is it, this Aboriginal group or that Aboriginal group? Senator McDonald before mentioned the EDI, the Environmental Defenders Office, was funding the group that opposes the mine. Are these people genuine locals, or are they activists from the city pretending to be locals? And one of the reasons why this mine has been stopped is because of cultural practices. However, these cultural practices have to remain commercial. They're not commercial in confidence, or confidential. And I always get a little bit cynical when I hear about people talk about, commercial in confidence. It has to stay in confidence. I'm not quite sure what cultural practice you would have that has to be confidential. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But, as much as I do love the great city of Orange, jobs are important out there, and jobs don't come by every day. And if towns like Orange don't get these opportunities, albeit it is close to Sydney, so, I know a lot of empty, people, retirees like to move out there, they have to find ways to keep their local population employed, or people move out of the town. And we don't want to see that happen out there in the Central West. And so we've got to consider the jobs that this will provide, and as well as that for the New South Wales government. I read that it's going to provide $200 million just in royalties, and there's a fair bet if it's going to provide $200 million in royalties, there'll be another $200 million in payroll tax delivered to the state government. There'll be hundreds of millions in corporate tax. There'll be more money in the PAYG that the workers pay back to the federal government. So we've got to make the best of these opportunities, especially in an area like this, because just down the road, indeed, it was Bathurst that was the site of one of Australia's first gold discoveries. It's been an industry that's been with us for almost 200 years, and we need to protect it and our regions.
Thank you, Senator Rennie. Can I call Senator Nampijinpa-Price?
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to support Senator Dunniam's motion with regard to the atrocious decision made by Minister Plibersek to put an end to this gold mine project going forward that will bring about prosperity to the region, to the Orange Bathurst region, providing well over 870 jobs and bringing in billions of dollars to support the local economy. I've heard a lot of rhetoric, a lot of grandstanding, a lot of sanctimonious talk with regard to this being about cultural sensitivities and supporting Indigenous Australians. When it is evident that this, like other projects that have been blocked by the EDO, there is no interest to support Indigenous Australians to move forward in terms of economic prosperity in this country. I guess it's certainly in the government's favour, and it's in the Greens' favour to keep Aboriginal people diminished and dependent on welfare, dependent on government's handout constantly, as opposed to economic empowerment, economic independence. And we've heard from the Orange Aboriginal Land Council, who had determined they were quite happy, they were within their own rights to manage this situation going forward. And of course, this had met approval from the New South Wales state government to go ahead. And then all of a sudden, the EDO, whoa, they found some supposed Wiradjuri individuals who don't want this project to now go ahead.
I'm having deja vu. I mean, obviously it wasn't enough for this government to see what happened in the Northern Territory, of course, with the Barossa project, and when the EDO go about using and exploiting Indigenous people and dragging in those who don't belong to the region to claim that they do belong to the region, to put an end to economic prosperity for Aboriginal people. This is nothing new, and this has occurred again on this government's watch. It is absolutely appalling that this has in fact happened. Now, it has been suggested, well, the EDO had then gone out to Southeast Archaeology to make their opinion clear on behalf of a Wiradjuri elder known as Miss Nairi Reynolds, who I'm told by some Wiradjuri that they do not actually recognise as being Wiradjuri. And in fact, if you go to the Indigenous Law Centre of UNSW's website, Miss Nairi is in fact Reynolds, claims to be Gamilaroi. So what is it? Is she Wiradjuri or is she Gamilaroi? This is the issue when you want to play around and act like you're the hero for First Nations, as you call us, Aboriginal people in this country. This is what happens when you exploit Aboriginal people for your own benefits, as opposed to actually doing the right thing and allowing economic prosperity to occur when the legislated body is stating that this is what is needed in the region, when they are actually suggesting that there's some discrepancies here. Oh, but no, go with the EDO's recommendation once more. Let's see if it'll end up once more in the High Court, this decision. And it'll be back on you, the government, who doesn't listen, even though you ran a referendum claiming to listen to Indigenous Australians and to give them a voice. Well, because they don't have a voice, you're completely ignoring them now and listening to those who like to fabricate cultural sensitivity. You can't explain what the cultural sensitivities are because it's more than likely fabricated. Because if you can't explain the cultural sensitivities, I mean, let's face it, there was no cultural sensitivity previous to the EDO getting involved, and now all of a sudden there is cultural sensitivity. But it already was passed by the New South Wales government. It had the nod of approval by the Orange Aboriginal Land Council, and now you're just saying, no, we've got our experts, this is who we're listening to. It's utterly disgraceful.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Senator Water, I haven't given you the call. I'm just seeking. Do you want to call it again? Thank you. So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Is a division? I'm calling it for the noes. Is a division required? Yes. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Thank you.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Duniam on an urgency motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28, beg your pardon, there being 25 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Tried not to mess up your papers.
Thank you, Senators. The Senate will proceed to consideration of documents itemised on page 4 of today's notice paper. Is anyone seeking the call? Senator O'Sullivan?
Is it now?
No, we're at documents at this point of time. There being no requests for the call. Oh, Senator O'Sullivan.
At the request of the Chair of the Economics References Committee, Senator Bragg, I present additional information received by the committee on its inquiry into the Australian Securities and Investment Commission.
So yes, we've moved on with that statement to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Thank you. So, being up next, did you seek leave?
I seek leave.
You just actually have advanced it. Is that correct? Okay, Senator Grogan.
Pursuant to and at the request of the chairs of the respective committees, I present reports on the examination of annual reports tabled by the 30th of April 2024. And on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 6th report of 2024.
Thank you. Senator Fawcett.
Seek leave to take note of the report.
Which report is it that you're seeking leave?
The one that's just been tabled, the Parliamentary Works Committee report number 6.
You just need to speak on that report?
Yes.
Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Thank you. Madam Acting Deputy President, I do rise to speak on this report because the works to be done in Western Australia to facilitate the rotational force there are important. Because of the way these things are tabled, not being a member of the committee, I've only just received the report, but what it highlights is that Defence is proceeding with what they're calling their optimal pathway towards developing our capabilities to support SSN submarines, both those that are rotating through from the US and UK down the track, as in within the decade, the hopefully 3 SSN that will be sold to Australia by the United States, and then eventually the SSN AUKUS, which is the submarine built with the UK. Now, at the moment, that optimal pathway is based around the assumption that the best way to get additional capability for the US forces in the Pacific to provide the deterrent factor which people are looking for is to build new submarines, hence the investment in US boat yards, both HII and EB, Electric Boat, to build new Virginia-class submarines. And that's good, I support that. But the target of getting to 2.33 submarines out of those yards in what the Americans are now calling the speed of relevance, i.e. before the peak threat of conflict in our region, which is late this decade, will make it very difficult to get the sort of numbers that they need to provide that deterrent factor and that we expect the US to need in order for a future president to sign off on the sale. Now, I'm still optimistic that that will occur. As a former experimental test pilot, as I've often said before, I'm an optimist by nature, almost by definition. But we could make that job easier if we looked at the Congressional Research Service report, which was provided to the US Congress as part of their preparatory works for debating the AUKUS legislation. And what that highlights is that the new build of submarines is a pathway that they support, but they also highlight that there are 18 Virginia SSN which are in a backlog of maintenance. And they're in a backlog of maintenance because there are insufficient shipyard facilities to do the work, there are insufficient workers, and there's insufficient capacity within their supply chain. Now, if you look back through history, Australia during World War II actually provided one of the largest operating and maintenance bases for UK and US submarines in the world. And we have the capacity in Australia, as we have demonstrated through our joint maintenance of things like the Mark 48 ADCAP torpedo, as we demonstrate through our maintenance for the Collins-class submarine, to do the work that is required for complex weapon systems. And the solution that has not been widely discussed but is a viable solution worthy of consideration is saying, rather than having an optimal pathway, which this report endorses as the preparatory works, that will get us by the mid-2030s with the workforce and the infrastructure in particular, this report goes to the infrastructure, to do deep level maintenance, what we would call a full cycle docking on the Collins. The Americans have a different term, but it's that deep maintenance. Rather than investing slowly in this crawl, walk, run process that gets us there by 2030, if that were compressed such that we could assist the US to remediate those 18 boats, or some of those 18 boats, ahead of the end of this decade, what that then does is two things. In the US interest, it means that they get to the commander of the Pacific Fleet more SSN Virginias to increase the deterrent effect that force that Indo-PACOM have in our region, which decreases the likelihood of conflict. That's a win for them, and it's a win for the region, including us. It also means that the win for us is that we can actually invest now in building the capability and workforce within our industry to do the work that we need to get done by the mid or early 2030s anyway. And so we actually incentivise through contracts companies to start employing people for this work, to bring them, for example, with the offshore patrol vessel contract being halved. In my discussions with industry, there is workforce there from the Transcap program on the Anzac, some of the new joint ventures that are being stood up, including British firms such as Babcock, who already work in the US. There are opportunities there for workforce to be focused on this task. There is also spare capacity in many elements of Australian industry. So, for example, in South Australia, we have McTaggart Scott, who is as you would probably guess, a company that has its origins in Scotland. But McTaggart Scott UK not only support the British submarines, but they also support the US. McTaggart Scott Australia has spare capacity from their work on our submarines and could support the US. And I've spoken to many companies who indicate the same thing, that given a contract and a task, they could step up to support the supply chain for the US. So what are some missing pieces if that were to happen in a meaningful way? Well, there's two. One is that the US would have to change their legislation, because at the moment their legislation requires that deep maintenance is done in a US port. And I understand their reasons for that in terms of sovereign capability and workflow, but right at the moment it's actually harming their national interests, not helping. Because they've got 18 boats in a backlog. They should only have 10 or less at any given time, according to their strategic planning, but this congressional research report indicates that they've got 18. And that's harming their ability to get deterrent capability. It's harming our prospects of a future US president saying, I'm comfortable to sign off, sell the 3 SSN Virginia to Australia. So there's an interest for them in making something like this work, and there's an interest for us in doing it. So the legislation is one thing, and given the interest to them, I don't see a problem with them dealing with that, at least in the short order, to allow this remediation to occur. The second is the facilities to do this work on a nuclear boat where the reactor has to keep running. The potential for where we're going to end up by the mid-2030s of having a land-based graving dock are not achievable. My discussions with industry, and even looking back to the Captain Cook dock in Sydney and the fact that that was built under wartime conditions but still took over 5 years, and the indications are it would take at least 5 to 6 years here. So the only solution that is viable is actually a floating dock. And there are floating docks that have been certified to lift Virginia SSN out of the water and keep the reactors running. And industry tell me that that can be built in under 2 years. So just as we have contributed funding to US shipyards for the building of new boats, were the US to say, yes, this would be a benefit because we could get more boats more quickly to our warfighters in the Pacific, an investment by them in a floating dock to operate off Henderson would be the starting point to focus our industry, our workforce, our productive capacity to remediate some of, even 1 or 2 of, those 18 boats, which would help deter conflict and help improve the chances of making sure that we also get those SSN Virginia down the track. The other benefit for us long term is that the graving dock in Sydney is badly in need of an upgrade, but it's the only one we have for vessels that size, and so we can't take it out of service at the moment. Were this floating dock to be in place, they could build the graving dock in the west on their original timeline into the 2030s, and then relocate the floating dock to be a facility on the east coast while the Captain Cook dock had the remediation work done there. So whilst I support the PwC's report because that proves investment in the current plan, I would argue that we need to think outside the box. If we accept the strategic imperative of both the Defence Strategic Update of 2020 and the Defence Strategic Review of 23, then we need to take steps that are not our normal way of doing business in order to deter conflict and make sure we have the industrial resilience and the military capability to win if we do, in the end, have to defend Australia and our interests.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. I call Senator Shoebridge. I'm assuming you were wishing to speak to the same matter?
I am, Acting Deputy.
Senator Shoebridge, you have a call.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to this Public Works report on the Submarine Rotational Force West Priority Works on HMAS Stirling, which is just off the coast of Fremantle in WA. I'll start by noting the comments from Senator Fawcett And I note the extraordinary optimism that Senator Fawcett has, that under any part of AUKUS, the United States would pay for anything in Australia. And I think it's an incredibly, in his position, an incredibly optimistic suggestion that the United States might actually pay anything at all to Australia for AUKUS, not least because the most recent AUKUS 2.0 agreement doesn't actually have a facilitation provision that would permit any money to come from the United States to Australia. It only permits and it only envisages payments from Australia to the United States. So I think the likelihood of the United States paying a red cent for any facility in Australia is, at least if you take them at their word on their most recent AUKUS 2.0 agreement, very modest. But I wish to speak from both my perspective as the defence spokes for the Greens, but also to acknowledge the work of so many people in civil society who have been opposed to the nuclear waste facility that is proposed to be constructed at HMAS Stirling, just on Garden Island, a few kilometres off the coast from Fremantle. The report makes it clear that the government is proposing to spend $750 million in building a nuclear waste facility on Garden Island. It's not entirely clear from the report what the government intends to do with that nuclear waste facility. It's not entirely clear from the report, in fact it's silent in the report, what the next stage of nuclear waste handling and storage will be in HMAS Stirling. But we do know from other commentary that the government has something like a $7 to $8 billion plan for the expansion of HMAS Stirling so that it can accommodate some 5 US or UK nuclear submarines on a rotational basis in an Australian port. We do know that that's their ambition, to turn what is currently an Australian military facility largely into a US military facility for the forward deployment of US attack-class, Virginia-class nuclear submarines. It's notionally also for UK submarines, but the UK submarines can barely get out of dock and barely get out of port. It's highly unlikely there'll be any UK nuclear submarines. If they are there, it'll be once in a blue moon. It's largely to turn HMAS Stirling into a very significant US nuclear submarine base for the forward deployment of US nuclear submarines so that they can largely head towards the Malacca Straits and seek to be part of the US's containment strategy against China. That's what we're spending $750 million for, and under these public works, and it's part of a $7 to $8 billion spend from the Australian taxpayer to facilitate a US submarine base. Obviously, the Greens have significant issues with such a huge amount of public money being spent to create a US nuclear submarine base on our territory. Some might say it's a criminal surrender of our sovereignty as a nation, and indeed it's also an incredibly dangerous further deployment of US military force in the region, and as many even US defence hawks have made clear, if it gets to the point in 2027, 2028 where there are 5 nuclear attack class submarines of the US based out of HMAS Stirling, it will make Perth a high priority target if there is a limited nuclear exchange even between the United States and the US. An incredibly reckless decision by the Australian government without any strategic plan behind it that's public, without any consultation to the people of Perth, people of Fremantle, if they wanted to become a nuclear target to satisfy both Labor's and the Coalition's plans to embed ourselves with the US military. I haven't heard that said Maybe there has been consultation. Maybe the people of Perth have said they're quite happy to become a nuclear target. I kind of think not. But when you read this report, it's also remarkable that despite the committee being told that the waste facility is not just for low-level nuclear waste, but indeed the APANZA licence that's been granted for the facility also permits intermediate-level waste. And intermediate-level waste is extremely harmful to human health, has to be buried metres and metres below the ground and kept away from any interaction with humans for decades and decades and decades and decades. It is remarkable that although the committee was told that both Defence and APANZA have acknowledged that the licence for the facility will permit the storage, perhaps for a short period, perhaps for a long period, we don't know, of intermediate level nuclear waste, there's no mention in the report about that. And the committee was taken to the evidence that Defence and APANZA gave in budget estimates about this facility and the licence permitting intermediate level nuclear waste, and for some reason they don't mention it. And the committee notes in its report the significant community unrest about this facility, their concerns about the storage of nuclear waste on First Nations land and on a facility that is so close to Fremantle in the beautiful Cockburn Sound, and there's no mention of it. I can't comprehend how the committee failed to reference one of the most significant concerns that came from the community, a concern that is grounded in the evidence given by APANZA and Defence. How is it not mentioned that this $750 million facility that is only going to handle nuclear waste coming from UK and US nuclear submarines, it's only going to handle nuclear waste generated by foreign nations' nuclear submarines, that's its only purpose. They were told that Defence had acknowledged that if there was some intermediate significant servicing required to be done of UK and US submarines, that it may entail intermediate level nuclear waste, things like shielding and other material that's close to the reactor. They were told that, and yet they didn't mention it. Is it because it's embarrassing to the government that it wasn't mentioned in the public communication that came from APANZA when they consulted with the community on the licence? Is it because Defence has failed to mention that in any of its public communications? Is it because this committee, which is dominated by Labor and the Coalition, are part of that collective silence about the real costs and the real risks of AUKUS? Well, I think it is. Because it's awkward, isn't it? It's awkward pointing out that actually this $750 million facility paid for by Australian taxpayers is only designed to service UK and US nuclear submarines. It's part of a plan to build a substantial US and UK, largely US nuclear submarine base on Australian soil. It's part of a $7 billion plan to expand that base on Australian soil. It will be part of making Perth a nuclear target, and in the meantime, it will also be storing intermediate-level nuclear waste, which has a wholly different risk profile to the low-level nuclear waste. All of that's inconvenient, and that's probably why none of it was mentioned in this report. So we have very real concerns with the recommendations. We have incredible concerns with the decision by the Albanese Labor government, backed in by the Coalition, to spend public money to make us less safe. And to be quite honest, we're astounded that none of these critical features, none of these critical facts were included in this committee report.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Are there any further reports? The question is the Senate take note of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works 6th report of 2024. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Thank you. Just confirming there are 2 more listed reports, but they are not coming forward today. Thank you. Okay, I'll go to you, Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the government response to the 87th annual report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, and seek leave to have the document incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Minister, are there any ministerial statements? So we'll move to committee memberships. Now the President has received a letter requesting changes to membership of committees. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic read.
The question is the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Do we have any messages, Clerk? No messages. I call the Clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Number 1, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track. Number 1, Bill 2024, resumption of Committee of the Whole debate.
Minister.
Take note of the state of the chamber.
You're drawing attention. Calling for a quorum?
Correct.
Is a quorum required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
There's no such thing, but yeah. That's okay. The committee is considering the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, getting the NDIS back on track. Number 1, Bill 2024, and Amendment 1 on sheet 2649, moved by Senator Hughes. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Hughes be agreed to. And Senator Steele-John, you were speaking last, so would you like to continue? You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I'll finish one of my lines of questioning. Thank you, Minister. Can I ask, the agency mentioned during our last hearing with them that there will be an educational approach to ensuring compliance with the new NDIS supports. What will this educational approach entail?
Minister.
Senator, thank you. And while I'm just waiting for some notes in relation to that, I might respond to think your previous contribution when just prior to Senator's statements. I think that it's important to characterise these positions correctly. We had just had a discussion about what would happen when we're in the very narrow set of circumstances where a participant in the scheme sought agreement to have, under the new provisions, a support that's outside of the prescribed list, replaced with an alternative support, and sought agreement from the CEO. Very narrow set of circumstances that is not available to participants now. What is being proposed is a better system that is more flexible, that has more clarity and transparency for not just for participants and their families, carers and their communities, but also for the community at large, and therefore means a more sustainable scheme with a deeper reservoir of community support. In the narrow circumstances where a person makes an application for a support that is not on the list to be substituted for a support that they have been given access to, there is now an additional process that allows for the CEO, or as you say, their delegate, to consider that request and make a decision. I don't think, while we were heading towards Senator statements and people were making statements, that your characterisation of that as a somehow worse situation than what is occurring now is fair. It doesn't mean to say it's not above criticism, and I certainly don't want to convey that. We are open for business in terms of criticism and debate here, but I don't think it's a fair characterisation. In terms of the education questions, just let me come back to you. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be certain about this point. As I'm briefed, the Act doesn't refer to an educative approach or whatever the phrase was that you used. The agency has said that they will, in terms of the way they operationally deliver compliance, that will be their... I don't have anything additional to say to you on that beyond that will be their responsibility to provide participants in the scheme and service providers in the scheme with as much education material as is judged appropriate to make their responsibilities, particularly for service providers, as clear as they possibly can be. I think that's a proper approach to compliance, and it's obviously, in terms of what the agency has said, obviously mobilised by a view that will assist a deeper understanding of the obligations, will assist with better compliance.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. I just wanted, maybe we'll just try it again with that one, so we're absolutely on the same page. So during the inquiry hearing into this piece of legislation, the agency gave evidence that there will be an educational approach to ensuring compliance with the new NDIS supports. So I didn't make any reference in my previous question. I'm not referencing now the Act. I'm referencing what the agency stated to us would be their approach. What will this educational approach entail?
I do think it's an operational question for the agency. I understand, as you've indicated in your outline or your question, that the agency has said that in response to questions, no doubt from senators in the inquiry process or one of the inquiry processes, it is an operational question for the agency. It sounds to me consistent with the kind of approach that you would anticipate would happen in these circumstances, but I'm not able to provide you with any more information about that. It seems to me to be a question that the agency is very likely to be happy to directly engage with you about, but certainly during the estimates processes, that kind of operational question is likely to get officials at the table who can answer those kind of questions.
Senator Steele-John?
Will there be any grace period after the list of NDIS supports has been implemented where participants cannot be penalised for non-compliance?
Yes, thank you. I think we traversed this, perhaps, or touched on it slightly with Senator Hughes. If a participant has written into their plan a support or a service that is not on the list that is prescribed after the 28 days after royal assent, that support will continue to be provided for the duration of their plan. So there is a transition period, if you like, depending upon the duration of their plan, if it's written into their current plan. Yes? Yeah.
Senator Steele-John?
Thank you, Minister. As I'm sure you are aware, the bill makes clear that who are presented with new plans, who move within or are placed upon new framework plans, must expend their funds in line with requirements, principally that they expend them on an NDIS support. It's one of the main parts of the bill. So my question to you is, will there be a kind of a grace period after the list is created when people are on new framework plans as part of the 12-month transition and also new participants entering the scheme, where if they inadvertently claim or make a claim for something that is not a NDIS support, they will not be penalised? That's the fundamental question.
Minister.
Thank you. There's two approaches here. So for again in this very narrow set of circumstances where a person who either enters the scheme, but more likely, I think, given your question, is on a plan now that includes reference to a support that is not on the list. Or yeah.
Senator Steele-John?
Don't want to get too bogged down here. What I'm trying to identify is if I am a participant, if a participant comes into the scheme in such a way that they are placed on a new framework plan, which creates the requirement for them to spend in line with the requirements of a new framework plan, specifically the requirement to expend your funds and to make purchases that are listed as an NDIS support. Given that you have, in your previous answer, not been able to outline to the Senate what the educational approach is around what is and is not an NDIS support, you've referred to it as an operational matter. I'm wanting to know, given that there will be a process of education that the agency has identified during the course of the inquiry, will there be any grace period given to those on new framework plans who will be required to spend in accordance with those plans only upon the NDIS support, to ensure that they are not penalised while that educational process is occurring?
Just while we're waiting for the Minister to return, Senator Steele-John, just so I can indicate, I want to stick with you, but just want to get an indication for how much longer you want to go with this line of questions so others...
Well, one question after this, and then I'll happily move to the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Senator, we were talking past each other a little bit there. Your previous question in relation to an educative approach I'd taken to mean how the agency approaches participants at large. Your question really is about, in the period between 28 days after royal assent, when the Act is in operation, and when the new framework applies, 12 to 18 months after that, what is the approach of the agency going to be in relation to legitimate and reasonable, whether it's by error or whatever, and the evidence that the agency gave, as I understand it, is consistent with how the government understands that it will operate, and that is that educative approach, that is not a punitive approach, is the approach that the agency intends to take. I hope that assists.
Senator Steele-John.
Just final question: what will be the penalty for purchasing non-NDIS supports?
So there is not a penalty in the sense that other than the participant may incur a debt if the money is not properly expended consistent with the list of supports that are in their plan and consistent with the prescribed list. However, where that is unintentional, the intention of the agency is to, as you said in your question, and I've tried to respond, to take an educative approach. That will, of course, be a question of practice and operational judgment, but that is the intention of the agency in terms of the way that they intend to achieve these outcomes, not to take a punitive approach. So beyond that, there is not a civil penalty or whatever in relation to that.
Yes.
Senator, I was going to go to Senator Reynolds first, so she's been waiting for a while. So, Senator Reynolds.
Good evening, Minister. I'd like to come to a series of questions on the actuarial data that underpins this legislation. So I hope you've got the right officials there. Just as a bit of a heads up, because I've got a series of questions on the numbers that underpin this legislation and some of the assumptions that underpin that. Is that no problem? You've got the right officials here.
Whether that's a problem or not, I'll leave for others to judge. Senator, we'll see how we go.
The courtesy of making sure we've got the right officials here. First of all, Minister, can you describe the trajectory that underpins this legislation? So, as we discussed before, this year's budget mentions this legislation at least 18 times and says that this legislation is going to deliver $60 billion worth of savings over the next 10 years. So I'd like to go to that aspect, and particularly the numbers that underpin those savings in terms of the numbers of people on the scheme and those who are projected to come off the scheme. So can the Minister please describe the current trajectory of expenditure on the scheme? We've just had the fourth quarter figures dropped, and on my calculations it's gone from quarter to quarter. So last quarter it was just over 20% year on year, and for the fourth quarter, from memory, it was about 18.5% growth based on the quarter to quarter figures. So I'm just wondering if the Minister can confirm that and then explain year by year how that growth trajectory is to come down to the projected 8%, which is where the budget has been cut to.
Minister.
I think I'd say that the question. I think questions in relation to the quarterly report really are questions for estimates, and officials will be available as they are in the normal course of events to answer questions about the veracity. And I've listened to you and colleagues asking questions about the assumptions that underpin those reports, about the impact of the government's objectives in terms of the, what you would say is the credibility of the claims that the government makes in relation to moderating the growth of the scheme. What I can say is that this bill is part of a process of reform that the government is undertaking that is designed to achieve a moderation in growth. I understand that in the context of the partisan conflict around the NDIS, that there are participants in that argument who want to characterise that as a cut to the NDIS. I just say that I don't think any sensible construction of a rate of growth that is at 8% could be characterised as a cut. I don't think it's possible to do that in a credible kind of way. It does mean that less will be spent by the scheme than if the reforms are undertaken. That is certainly true. And that 8% target of moderated growth is designed to apply 26, 27 or 25, 26? From 1 July 26, consistent with what the Minister said.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. And I almost don't know where to start, apart from admiration for your ability to try and say that a $60 billion cut in your own budget papers mentioned 18 times, that $60 billion is being cut out of the budget and through some heroic but as yet undefined method by this government to make those cuts. So you're saying, Minister, that would it help if I go and get your own budget papers and actually bring you the 18 sections of your budget that demonstrates that you are cutting, and your budget papers say specifically you are taking out, you will be realising $60 billion worth of savings. Now, you might court them shortonomics or whatever in terms of $60 billion coming out of a budget, not as a cut, but I think the NDIS participants who know that cut will come from their plans are not fooled by this. So you're saying that so what you are saying, if I can get it correct, is that by 1 July 2026, somehow this year-on-year, quarter-on-quarter growth, as in comparable growth, 18% last quarter, 20% last quarter, 18.5% this quarter, in 2 years is going to magically dip down to 8%, with no information, no data, no actuarial evidence. Clearly, these numbers to make these budget savings, which your budget says is this bill, is not part of a process, Minister. Your own budget says that it is this bill that is going to make the $60 billion worth of savings by reducing the scheme down. Now, there's only two ways to reduce the scheme. You're either cutting participant numbers and or cutting the average value of participant plans. That is the only way to realise $60 billion worth of savings out of your own budget. Now, you say, somewhat disingenuously in my mind, that, well, the Q4 report's not an issue for this place. Well, of course it is, because the Q4 report dropped late after our last hearing into this bill, when we did not have the opportunity to inquire of any NDIS official or the actuary on the figures behind this. And in fact, we have spent probably 18 months to 2 years doing a very unseemly, lack of transparent dance with this government to get any information out of the government, and Minister Shorten in particular, on this scheme. So here we are in committee stage on this bill. The government is still saying that a $60 billion cut to the budget, to the NDIS budget, is not a cut. Well, that is simply not good enough. We have thousands and thousands of people on the NDIS who are scared out of their minds because, unlike your attempt to convey shortonomics, people understand that this is the only way you can realise these savings is by cutting the scheme. And if anybody looks at this legislation, it is all about giving Minister Shorten godlike powers that the states and territories hate and do not agree with to unilaterally cut people's plans. Now, to do that, you must have actuarial data available to tell us how many people will be impacted, whose plans will be impacted, how much will they be impacted by. And that is what every single person, 660-odd thousand Australians today, are worried to death about. You're making cuts with this legislation, but you are not being in any way transparent with participants. So, Minister, I'd like to ask you this, if you can answer this question. So, do you have any data? We'll take the 60 billion bit by bit. So, Minister, is this correct? The intra-plan inflation that the legislation and the budget confirm will be cut from this scheme, and you'll cut it down to 4 to 5% per annum. Now, how much does that work out with over the forward estimates, Minister?
Minister.
I think it is true, Senator, that there may be participants who are apprehensive about what the impact of these reforms are, because you are running a disgraceful scare campaign, because you are out there making claims about the impact. I don't think they'll help you. That is the impact of your scare campaign. When you claim that there are going to be $60 billion cuts, when you make that claim, less than honestly, that claim makes ordinary people in the street think that there is an amount that is allocated to the NDIS and $60 billion will come out of it. Well, that is utterly disingenuous. Utterly. What the government is saying here, and what has been worked through with the states and territories in the National Cabinet process, is that over time, I think we would all agree that the growth in this scheme, in order to make it sustainable, must be managed. It must be managed. If we are to provide this incredible service for future generations of families, for our kids and our grandkids, for future generations of Australians, the scheme must be made to work. Now, there is not an inherent clash between fairness and equity and operational efficiency and meeting a target of moderated growth. 8% growth is a higher level of growth than could be attached to almost any other scheme that the government operates. It is a moderation in growth. The numbers every year that the Commonwealth spends on the NDIS and the NDIA will continue to increase. Under this government, they will continue to increase. Year on year, the amount will increase. The objective of the government is that the amount that it increases by is around 8%. That is well and truly above any other index, and it lacks moral seriousness, the approach that you have taken in particular to this bit of reform. There is not, in any piece of policy making, the relationship that you say is there, that the only things that can make a difference in terms of the amount that the Commonwealth expends on the NDIS, you say, can only be by reducing the number of participants or reducing the amount that each participant is expending on their scheme. Well, there is, by making sure that the participants in the scheme are consistent with the original intent of the scheme and the stated purpose of the legislation here, is a completely appropriate public policy objective. Making sure that every service that is provided by the scheme is consistent with the proper purpose and with a needs assessment process that is designed to simultaneously make sure that not only are the services that are provided on the list, but also that they are founded in either Section 24 or Section 25, but that they are granted to a participant on the basis of a holistic assessment of the whole person. Now, these approaches are not narrow, are not about cuts, but they are about ensuring the scheme is sustainable for future generations of services. Identifying where fraud might be undertaken, where there might be duplication, where there might be inefficiency, making sure that people are provided with good quality services. All of these go towards a better outcome for participants and a more sustainable scheme. Now, of course, the government in the normal budget processes is supported by all of the kind of actuarial or other data that you might refer to. And in the normal way, that is provided to government consistent with the budget processes. Now, the government has reached an agreement with the states to set an objective, because we're serious about reform, Senator Reynolds. Like, we're not sitting on our hands like the previous government did, just watching this all go past us. We are determined to seize the nettle of reform here and do what is in the public interest and do what is in the interest of this scheme operating the coming decades for Australians who are participating in the scheme and Australians who haven't come along yet. That is what we are determined to do, and I think characterising it as cuts is, at the very best, lacks a sense of seriousness about the task that is in front of us.
Senator Pocock, is this on this issue, on this particular line of questioning? Senator Reynolds, I'll give you one more question, then I'll come to Senator Pocock.
I think we're going to be here for days in committee if we can't get one simple actuarial question answered. We are going to be here for a very, very long time. Well, Minister, I commend you. You've obviously read all 4 editions of the Redbridge research, because almost everything that came out of your mouth then was from the talking points provided by Redbridge to Minister Shorten and to the NDIA. Not a single fact about this legislation, about the impact of this legislation on 660,000 NDIS participants, but you have managed to capture just about all of the buzzwords out of this Redbridge research. And I tell you what, NDIS participants and their families deserve so much better. You might call $60 billion of money that has been cut out of the budget as a moderated growth, but NDIS participants and senators in this place are not stupid, Minister. We understand when the budget says it is a cut, it is a cut. And everybody in here, and certainly everybody on the NDIS and their families and carers, understand that in an insurance scheme there are 2 drivers of cost for an insurance scheme, which this is, and that is the number of participants and the average cost per participant. There are things around the sides that you can improve to decrease fraud and improve administration, but the only way to realise $60 billion of cuts is through cutting participant numbers or the average cost per plans. Now, you know that, Minister Shorten knows that, every single state and territory minister knows that. Anybody who's ever had anything to do with an insurance scheme understands that principle. Now, Minister, how much over the next 4 years will intraplan inflation be reduced to, over how many years? My recollection is it was about $8.5 billion. Could you please explain what data that is based on? So that $8.5 billion of intraplan inflation savings, where is that going to be coming from in terms of participants and plans?
Minister.
Well, Senator, whether or not something that somebody says is consistent with a bit of research that you claim to have read, I mean, I have never read any of this research. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I've heard your questions. I've never seen this. I occasionally read a bit of research. Senator. Occasionally do. But I've never seen this. What I'm telling you is well, Senator, I listened to what you said, your mischaracterisations of the government's approach, your narrow appreciation of what is actually possible in terms of reform here, a position that you want to convey to families and participants that the only way that the party of cuts to services can only imagine one way through. Making a scheme of such public importance sustainable is to cut it. I understand that the narrow field of vision from which you view these things means that there is only one approach, but the government's approach here is to moderate growth. That means that every year of the scheme's operations while this government is the government, the amount of expenditure on the National Disability Insurance Scheme will increase every single year over the forwards and beyond the forwards. The objective is to try and moderate that growth to a level where it is around 8%. The impact of the spending provisions in this bill have been estimated to reduce scheme expenditure over the forward estimates. In relation to intra-plan inflation, this component is responsible for about half of the moderation in growth. The legislative reforms will support participants to spend in accordance with their plans, not a very difficult concept for people in the street to understand, or for participants and their families, that we will develop an approach that means that there is a common understanding between participants and the scheme of what is available for them to spend, and rather than exhausting their funding for reasonable and necessary supports and then needing to be topped up with additional funding for supports. This is achieved through amendments to Section 33 and 46 of the Act, which will provide the agency with the power to set a total planned funding amount and then require a participant or nominee to spend within that funding amount. I think that is an approach that fair-minded Australians would say that is consistent with the good management of the scheme. A legislative instrument will set out the method by which the total funding amount is calculated. That will be available for you to scrutinise and no doubt ask questions about in future estimates.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President and Chair. Minister, last time I asked questions, we were talking about the co-design and the 2-week period that people had to actually look at the draft list and provide feedback. After questioning from Senator Steele-John, I understand that the list has been, the consultation has been extended by a week, which is very welcome. But Minister, I wanted to raise the issue of period products being excluded as a lifestyle-related product, alongside vapes, gambling and sports tickets. I understand it does provide a carve-out if the costs incurred are solely and directly as a result of a person's disability. But Minister, my first question is, are period products a lifestyle choice like vapes, gambling and sports tickets?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. In the government's view, where those products appeared on the list was the wrong place for them to appear on the list. Period products are not a lifestyle product. I think what is intended to be conveyed, though, is this principle, and that is payments for supports must have a connection to the impairment that arises from either Section 24 or 25 of the Act. That is, period products are not used arising from the disability. It is not appropriate, and I think everyone in the government would concede, it is not appropriate to describe them in the way that you have just described them, or sought me to clarify, and that is simply as a result of them being put in that category. The principle, though, is that if support is required because it arises from the disability that comes out of Section 24 and 25, and it's on the list, then that will happen. That is not the case with those products. And I think the alternative language that the department intends to provide is that menstrual products are a daily living item. That must be a category that was set out in the thing. Yeah. So I think lifestyle is a very unhelpful place for those products to have been ascribed to. They are a daily living item.
Senator Pocock.
You can see why there's angst amongst the community when your government puts them on the list. That also includes things like vapes, gambling and sports tickets. And I thank you for the clarification, but I just want to dig into what it might be that the NDIS is going to have to test when they have to determine whether someone's access to period products is solely and directly related to their disability. Before I do that, I want to recognise the work of Women with Disabilities Australia, who've been surveying their members on the potential impact of this change as quickly as they can, so they can respond to the consultation in the small time that has been given them by the government that talks a lot about co-design. I've heard stories of people with connective tissue where they cannot change their own tampon without assistance. It is not safe for them to wait with a tampon in, potentially for hours, for a support worker to help assist. So they may need to use period underwear, which they likely can only obtain at the moment with the assistance of the NDIS. Let's not forget that period poverty is a very real thing in Australia. Minister, under the proposed test of solely and directly, would those participants be able to access period underwear?
I'm reluctant to, make a specific a declaration about a specific proposition, Senator. But what you just put to me then sounds like something that is related to the disability that a person experiences, that would be founded in an assessment that would be grounded in either sections 24 or 25. It's certainly the intention that those kind of services would be, or products would be supported. In terms of the normal daily living of participants, it is not the intention to provide support for those products, but I'm sure you could take me to a range of other circumstances where it clearly would fall within the ambit of the scheme. Yes?
Senator Pocock.
Chair, thanks, Minister. Minister, I'm really concerned about what sort of evidence the NDIS is going to require participants to show that they need access to period products. And we have a recent survey conducted by Share the Dignity that found that 1 in 3 people struggle to afford menstrual products. They found that it is particularly acute for people with disability. 78% of respondents with disability said that they struggled to afford this basic dignity. 78% of people with disability said that they struggle to afford period products in Australia. Minister, how much of a saving is the Commonwealth actually expecting to make from making it harder for NDIS participants to obtain period products? Because honestly, to go to some of the question earlier, like surely this is something that Australians would be happy to fork out, to allow women to have the dignity of being able to afford period products. And as I've asked in the previous question, people who may need period underwear, which is more expensive.
Thanks,
Minister.
Thanks, Senator. Two responses, I think. One is, just had some response from the agency. It is their intention to align the approach to this with incontinence products. Feedback from the community, and this is why a list is provided. Right? It's not anticipated that the list that is provided gets it right. It is an effort to engage with the community, and then you get feedback, and when we've got it wrong, right, you pay attention to the feedback and make changes. And in relation to this issue, feedback from the community has been very helpful. Those products have never been on the list, but we've heard the community in this case and will respond as part of the consultation to pick up on the issues that you have highlighted here, but have already been highlighted by the consultation process that the government and the department and the agency have undertaken in relation to the list. I think the second proposition in your question, which goes to the dignity of individuals who are going through the needs assessment process. So the Act comes into play. We have a 12 to 18 month process of designing that needs assessment tool and framework. And as you've indicated, those co-design principles mean that questions like this will have to be deliberated upon carefully to ensure that, yes, I mean, participants will need to engage with a needs assessor about their requirements. But those questions of the dignity of participants in the process, they are absolutely capable of a co-design process improving that. I don't want to overuse the word process twice in one sentence, but the co-design process that we use, improving the process and the experience of participants as they engage with the needs assessment tool for the future.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. From what I heard, and you can maybe clarify in your answer, it sounds like it was on the list for consultation. Based on feedback, it's going to be removed from the not funded list. And it seems to me that secure access to period products can only be a good thing, particularly for a population of people who consistently report difficulty in obtaining them. And I'd like to read you a few quotes from women on how appropriate period support has increased their independence. I'm actually able to leave the house during my period. Another woman said, "It is challenging for my daughter to manage the use of traditional period products. Using period underwear has given her the independence to manage her periods every month, maintaining her privacy and dignity." Another person says, "I'm in my 30s and living a fulfilling life with a career and a family. Period undies are one useful support that helped me sustain this. I think that the NDIS might suggest that a support worker or setting reminders on my phones would be a replacement, but this is not appropriate. These supports were embarrassing and unreliable when I was a kid, and at this stage of my life they would be humiliating and degrading. I would like to be able to get on with my life when I have my period. Minister, I think these quotes speak volumes. Period products are not a lifestyle choice. They are a necessity for full, independent social and economic participation. And that's what the NDIS is all about. Minister, just finally, can the government assure the disability community and all Australians that menstrual products will be scrapped from the draft lists and will continue to be available for people with disability who need them?
Thank you, Senator. This is the first time that we've, as a government, looked at this or gone through an assessment of what should be on the list. I think I'd indicated earlier in my responses to these questions that period products certainly weren't categorised, weren't on the list in the right place. That's for sure. And the department and agency have already responded to feedback in relation to that question, and I understand why people would have been concerned to say the least, about where that was allocated and how that was described. We are listening to feedback on this question, and the government will make decisions in relation to that, consistent with the approach that I've outlined, and certainly the circumstances that you've outlined, without providing some sort of adjudication on this question on my feet, that it would be, I think, quite straightforward to make the case, wouldn't it, that the kind of circumstances that you describe attach themselves to the disability that arises from Section 24 and 25. But I understand your complaint on this goes slightly broader than that. The government is listening carefully to that feedback.
Senator Hughes sort of indicated to me that she wanted the call, but is it on this? Sorry, I've had the buzzer on. Is it on this issue or? That's all right. Yeah, and then I'll give the call to Senator Hughes. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Minister. You've just said that period products were on the list in the wrong place. Are there any other items listed on that consultation paper that you gave out to the community, and they have spent so many hours giving feedback using that framework? Are there any other items on those proposed lists that were placed in the wrong place?
Well,
Minister.
John, the reason that you go out with a list to consult is not so that you insist before or during or after the consultation process that the list can't be changed. That the judgment, the reason that you consult is in order to listen carefully to feedback and to make changes. In relation to that item, the government has already, I think I've made clear sort of mid-step as that consultation process is going on, that the government will make changes in relation to that issue. There may well be other changes. That is the point of open government here, is that the list is not predetermined and people sent a letter and said, this is the list, we are not going to change our position. The list is provided there for public commentary, and we're not sensitive to, don't have a glass jaw about these things. Where we need to make changes, the Minister and the Department and the agency, in exercising their proper functions, will make changes. That's inherent in the consultation process and all of those, and even outside of the ideas of co-design and all of that sort of stuff, the very idea of consultation does connote that changes will be made.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to come back when you were answering a question from Senator Reynolds with regards to numbers of people in the scheme or people on the scheme. And I don't think it's any secret. I've been quite open and honest that I think there are too many people on the scheme. I think there's too many people that are looking to the NDIS as the only lifeboat, that there's people who are going onto the scheme who do not have permanent and lifelong disabilities. And so we do know in a demand-driven scheme that the only way that you get the cost down, or you cap the growth, whatever way you want to refer to it as, is by cutting the number of participants or cutting the value of their plans. But during your answer, you said, and we're just trying to find the exact words, but you know, if the people who are on the scheme after this bill is passed are those who the scheme was intended for, which don't have a problem with, I just was wondering if you could perhaps offer us some clarity on who the government thinks are the people on the scheme at the moment that shouldn't be, and that perhaps in the future, who are the people who will no longer qualify for the scheme?
Minister.
I think there's a number of sort of competing concepts in all of this. The first is that eligibility for the scheme is expressed, as we traversed earlier, in sections 24 and 25. People's eligibility for it is founded in one end or both of those schemes. There will be, as a consequence of the Act, a co-design process that determines rulemaking in relation to that. But eligibility and access to the scheme is not of itself changed. The provisions of the Act in 24 and 25 do not change. Yeah, if you are eligible under section 24 or 25 last year, you would be eligible under sections 24 and 25 next year. There will be a process in terms of the assessments under the scheme of ensuring that people are in fact receiving supports that are consistent with 24 and 25, or 25, I should say. It's also the case that within the growth of the scheme, that the government has targeted that the number of people in the scheme, it is not the intention of the government to reduce the number of people in the scheme. The number of people who are in the scheme will presumably, if we're properly applying 24 and 25, increase over time. As the population grows, I think any construction of that will mean that the number of people involved in the scheme will not fall away. But the assessment of whether you are eligible for supports in the scheme will be properly founded in 24 and 25, and the kind of supports that participants receive will be clearly understood and also founded in 24 and 25, and there is some, at the very least, because of the list that is being developed, some more clarity about what kind of supports will be available under the scheme.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just less clear than I was, I think, before, because one of the conversations that's been held, and certainly in the way Minister Shorten has referred to the NDIS as the only lifeboat in the ocean, is indicative of the fact that there's a whole lot of kids going onto this scheme that shouldn't be on the scheme. And in fact, we know that we've got around 11% of boys aged between 5 and 7 currently receiving NDIS plans. Now, there is no way on God's green earth that 11% of 5 to 7-year-old boys in this country have a permanent and lifelong disability. Because if that's the case, we are in for a world of pain in the next 20, 30 years when 11% of boys currently aged between 5 to 7 have significant, permanent, lifelong impairments. And that is impossible to be the case. So there is no way that under this legislation, and from Minister Shorten's own words around the importance of foundational supports, around the importance of bringing the states and territories back to the table, is that people that do not have significant impairments, who do not have permanent and lifelong disability, are not on the scheme. Now, for that to be the case, there has to be some concept of who the next lifeboat's for, the second lifeboat in the ocean, because we've got the NDIS as the only lifeboat in the ocean at the moment, according to Minister Shorten. So who is going from this lifeboat into the foundational support lifeboat? Who is going into the other lifeboat? What are the disabilities, or what are the conditions, or what are the temporary impairments, because we know they're not going to be lifelong and permanent disability? What are, and look, I'm not having a go at you here. There are too many people on it. There is no way 11% of 5 to 7-year-old boys have a disability. It's just, it is not possible. But I think the Australian people deserve to know, parents in this country, parents of that 11% of 5 to 7-year-old boys, have a right to know which one of the conditions that their children have stays on the NDIS lifeboat or moves over to the foundational support lifeboat. So I'm less clear. I don't think the intent of this bill is for the scheme to continue to grow in numbers, because there is no way you're capping growth if that's the case. So I think that whoever's saying that, it's a myth, or it's certainly misleading, because there is no way that we want to keep this level, this volume of children being pushed through to the NDIS. But so I think it is just fair. It's not attacking, not having a go, because I think this is the reform we're talking about. And if we're doing reform, we've got to put our big boy pants on and have some tough discussions. And if your child has a global developmental delay, or has some fine motor skill issues, or even some gross motor skill issues, or your child has perhaps a sensory processing disorder, or oppositional defiance disorder, or there's a lot of disorders going around these days, which one of these, because to have made the modelling and the figures and the assessments of how much this is going to save, and I'm sure Senator Reynolds will take us through some of those numbers, if these saves are going to be made, if the growth is going to be capped, which of these disorders, which of these conditions are going to move from the NDIS lifeboat to the foundational supports lifeboat?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, Senator, the bill does not make changes to who can access the NDIS. It makes it clear that when a person meets the access criteria to become a participant in the scheme, the agency must advise them whether they meet the disability requirements under either of the two sections that we've referred to, the disability requirements under section 24 or the early intervention requirements, or both. So that is the first step in establishing a new early intervention pathway, which will be developed over time using the appropriate rules. Until that has occurred, the only difference for participants will be the information included in their access decision. The bill will also clarify and expand the power to make NDIS rules relating to access provisions, including the methods or criteria to be applied when making decisions about the disability and early intervention criteria, and the matters which must or must not be taken into account. And as you would know, rules already exist under section 27 as it is currently in force. So new rules will be developed in that 12 to 18 month co-design process that we've canvassed a bit in in committee, and will provide some clarity and detail about the application and meaning of key concepts in the Act. You are right that the second set of concepts here are in relation to the foundational supports that it's been agreed will be provided fundamentally by the states and territories. It is the intention that the kind of I won't go to each of the kind of disabilities or disorders or whatever the proper language is to describe those diagnoses, where the intention is that they will fall either into a disability that is properly founded in either 24 or 25, or that they will be supported in terms of foundational supports. No person should receive less support as a result of that process being engaged in over time. But for participants in the scheme now, or applicants for the scheme, the provisions for access do not change as a result of this. What is being sought to achieve here, big pants or not, is long-term reform. That is designed to achieve moderation in the growth from 26 on. But of course will engage an enormous amount of cooperative work and reform, including the foundational supports work that you've alluded to in cooperation with the states and territories.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I will hand over after this, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is foundational support's a big selling point behind them, why they need to be implemented, bringing the states back to the table, making sure that there are not only things like community health with OTs and speeches and psychs available for families to access who don't need ongoing and lifelong support, but also the departments of education will provide proper supports in classrooms so that children who need a little bit of structure or scaffolding around them in the classroom situation are able to access those supports. Maybe I've just completely missed the point, but my understanding was a lot of these kids that are going to access some of this stuff actually won't be NDIS participants. They're not going to need an NDIS plan because they're accessing foundational supports. So that's what I'm trying to understand is we've got 11% of 5 to 7-year-olds currently with an NDIS plan. A big chunk of them should be accessing what would be these new foundational supports, not having an NDIS plan. So I'm trying to understand who of that, just take that cohort of 5 to 7-year-old boys, the 11%, let's even just be generous and say 6% of the 11% shouldn't be on the NDIS. What are that 6%? Who are they? What are we looking at to move them off? Because there will be families at home listening to this thinking, my son doesn't have autism level 3, my son doesn't have an intellectual disability, my son doesn't have cerebral palsy, my son doesn't have Down syndrome, but he's got a sensory processing disorder and oppositional defiance disorder. Does this mean he will no longer have an NDIS plan and will be shifted over to foundational supports? And I think it is time for some clarity with the Australian public, particularly the parents of children on the scheme, is who are these kids that are going to move to foundational supports who will no longer have an NDIS plan, so that it is a scheme for those who it was intended for. And I appreciate the Minister referring to 24 and 25 as access criteria, but the reality is they've been blown out. They're not being adhered to. And as I said, I am not coming here negative about it. There are too many people. These people should be coming off it. It is too lax in the people that are getting accessibility. But I think we need to be honest with the Australian people, with the community, and particularly the parents of kids currently with an NDIS plan. Which are the conditions, what sort of things are going to be put into place, maybe define a little bit more clearly for people 24 and 25, that their kids will no longer have an NDIS plan, but obviously under what you're proposing, and if the states come to the table and fairyland ensues, they will be well supported still in foundational supports. But I think we do need to get some clarity on that, because we will not have, we should not have, I should say, we should not have at any stage in the future, once this is rolled out or any other reforms rolled out, 11% of 5 to 7-year-olds considered to have a permanent and lifelong disability and on the NDIS.
Minister.
Senator, I can only, I guess, reiterate that the bill does not make changes to who can access the NDIS. It is absolutely the case that for parents of kids who are experiencing those kinds of challenges, that they will do anything to look after their kid. And at the moment, for many of them, the only pathway they see to supporting their kid at that crucial stage of development is access to the NDIS. I think the Minister, as you say, has used the phrase boat. It is the only lifeboat in the ocean for people who are in that, or for families who are in that position, and it is not the intention. It will not be the effect of this set of reforms that people who are accessing the scheme today will no longer be able to access the scheme. It is the intention, I don't want to overwork the analogy, that the foundational supports are intended to be not just another lifeboat, Senator, but a better kind of support outside of the scheme that not only means that participants are, that their eligibility is founded in 24 or 25 and that goes to properly understood construction of what the NDIS is aimed to achieve. So that is a good outcome for the scheme, but it is a good outcome over time for participants because they will be getting better and more agile, and as you say, perhaps not lifelong supports, whether it's in the education system or through community health, or that is the intention. It is not, I think, the case that the states and territories, that a world in which the states and territories engage in this is not credible. National Cabinet, which is a serious decision-making body of the Commonwealth, has agreed to the design of foundational supports that will be engaged by the Commonwealth and the states and territories. They will, as I say, create more pathways outside of the NDIS for young children, and particularly for young children and young people, and for people accessing the scheme. They will incorporate better access to mainstream services, and there is, as you say, there is more work to do as we engage with the states and territories to make sure that, consistent with the agreement in the National Cabinet, as this process unfolds, that work is done in a substantial way that means that families in the future, for kids who haven't come along yet, that the future for them is that they know that they will be supported. I think the way that you've characterised the situation now for families is correct. And we all know we'd do anything for our kids in this situation, and that the NDIS is there as a beacon for those families now. We want to improve the NDIS. We want to make sure we get the foundational support stream right over time. But access for participants now, I want to be really clear to participants and their families, does not change as a result of the passage of this legislation.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I just pick up where we left off, Minister? And you were trying to explain how the $60 billion that's come out of the budget in your last budget is actually not a cut. So I've actually gone back and I just wanted to refer you to the budget papers themselves, just to see whether you're familiar with what your own budget papers say. So on page 7, under Responsible Economic Management of budget paper number 1, it says these reforms are expected to realise $14.4 billion over 4 years of savings, based on the NDIS Actuary's revised projections without further action. Well, that would be great if this place and other people would actually be able to see the NDIS Actuary's projections, because they've disappeared from the AFSR report. So page 7 of the budget paper says that these are going to be savings just over the forward estimates. And then you turn on budget note 1, again on page 96 and 97. Again, it talks about these savings are going to be realised by the government in the National Disability Insurance Scheme, getting the NDIS back on track measures, which is this bill here today. So for the absence of doubt that this is actually money coming out of the federal budget, as you know, we turn to budget paper number 2 and to page 35, Minister, on table number 2, payment measures. Now, Minister, if you don't know in budget papers, when it's positive, it just has a number. When it's actually money added into the budget, it's a number. However, when it is a cut to the budget, it's got a negative on it. Now, in table 2 on page 35, it clearly says over the next 4 years in the forward estimates, there's going to be $15.5 billion worth of savings, which the actuary has confirmed is $60 billion coming out of the budget. So please, Minister, do not try and play these ridiculous games. There is no sealed section in this budget for Minister Shorten and his Shortonomics and the Redbridge spin. It is a cut. And if you're cutting an insurance scheme, it has to come from one of two places, or both: the number of participants in the scheme and the average cost per participant. So, Minister, I take from your obfuscation yet again that you are not going to answer any of these actuarial questions about this legislation on the numbers that underpin these savings. Is that correct? Because I don't want to waste the Senate's time if you are going to then go into a mouthful of Redbridge verbiage for the next 5 minutes rather than providing the numbers. So I had asked you before the question and you didn't provide a number. So maybe if I ask it again, and if we're not going to get numbers, I'll move on to a different line of questioning, because it's clear that you're not going to provide the data. So, Minister, can you explain to us, give us the number of how many people are currently waiting for reviews of their NDIS plan? The last number we had was somewhere over 50,000 have been waited in an indefinite holding plan to get their budget reviewed, and the vast majority of that, probably somewhere over 95%, will be plan increases. So could you provide that number first, and then also advise how many of those plans, and I know it's in the actuarial data, so those people who've been put in a holding plan and are waiting desperately to get an increase or a change to their plan, how many of those will not have their request for a plan increased? You have the number there.
Minister.
Yeah, there are a couple of questions in there, I suppose. I might take you to your claim that my disagreement with you about the characterisation of the way that the claims that the government makes about these issues is obfuscation. Obfuscation, of course, is the action of making something obscure or unclear or unintelligible, so that one when confronted with sharp questions, then engages in a set of verbiage, I suppose, to divert the questioner from their original purpose. That is what I am doing now, Senator. That is what I am doing now by explaining obfuscation to you. The problem, Senator, is I disagree with you. The government disagrees with you, and we don't agree. We don't agree, and don't think anybody could sensibly agree, unless they were the most partisan of observers, that a reduction in growth over the forward estimates is a cut. You could quibble if there was a scheme that was indexed by inflation, for example, another scheme, and if you decrease the growth of the scheme by less than inflation, you could argue that is a real cut. That is a real cut. But that is not what is happening here. The cost associated with the National Disability Insurance Scheme, if the government gets the reform process right, and the Parliament I know that there's a sense of entitlement on the Liberal side which says that no other party could govern the place properly. I know you lot don't think that it's conceivable. That's how you end up with the sort of complacency that characterised the last 9 years of government. We are taking this approach seriously. If the reform is delivered consistent with the approach that the government has set out here, growth in the scheme will be around 8% per annum from 2026, 1 July 2026. We'll come to your second question. I'm answering the first of what sounded like several. That means that the growth of the scheme will be faster than inflation, that it will be at a level, 8% per annum, that I think most Australians, whether they are participants in the scheme, whether they are applying to be participants in the scheme, or whether they have no relationship to the scheme, but are supportive of the scheme, I think most Australians would say that 8% per annum growth is not a cut. It is not a cut. And the budget allocations for the scheme will not get smaller each year. They will continue to increase. They will just increase by less than if the government took its hands off the wheel, which is what characterised the last 9 years of government. Now, I know that there were attempts by the government to make changes that were not agreed by the Parliament. That is a great source of frustration to ministers. I accept that. I accept that is deeply felt. That is deeply felt. But what we are trying to do is reform now, and that means that we have worked hard with the states and territories. We are working hard across the Parliament. We are working hard with the public servants and the people who are delivering this work. We are working hard with the disability community to make the scheme sustainable for future generations. In terms of the number of people who are currently in the pipeline making applications for the scheme, I do not have that material at hand, and it would not normally be provided in this process, and I look forward very much to Senate estimates in September, maybe, when we can... November. Well, that's a small relief, Senator. Where we can traverse all of those issues with all of the proper officials who would normally be available to answer those kinds of questions in that case. And I'd be delighted to engage more about whether the proper construction of obfuscation is being used, but we just disagree on this question.
To filibuster. I was just waiting for a definition of filibuster to come into your filibustering. That's all that would have been needed. But, Minister, this is not a question that is inappropriate for this debate on this bill tonight. This bill, as the budget papers say, is all about realising savings to the scheme. By moderating growth, yes, but still by cutting money out of this bill. Now, the number of people who are currently waiting in the queue, the numbers are now record numbers, and it is appropriate. We were told last time it was somewhere over 50,000. This government has deliberately slowed down the processing of those plans until after this legislation, so that you can cut their plans and not increase the intra-plan inflation, so you can make the, $4.5 billion worth of savings. That is very clear to the people who are currently desperately waiting for a review of their plan because the cost of living, the cost of services has gone up so much. So, Minister, the first question is, how many in the queue? The officials next to you absolutely have that number at hand. They've used it before. The second number is how many people are waiting, again in a different queue, for access to the scheme and then having their plans approved. Because it is very clear to those of us, and I'm sure to the Greens, that again the government has been artificially turning the tap down to try and desperately moderate unsuccessfully. So at the moment we've got two lots of participants who have told us they are desperate. Those who have no money left for a variety of reasons in their plan and can no longer get services, and that's somewhere around 50,000. What will happen to them and how many of them? And the second question is how many people are currently have put applications in and have plans waiting. Now, that information used to be provided, it used to be available, but for some reason now, again, like every other bit of information, the sustainability framework, the actuarial data, the data that underpins these budget savings and this bill itself. So, Minister, two very basic questions, but by my calculation there's over 100,000 people somewhere around that who are now desperate to know what their fate will be if your legislation gets through. So how many are waiting in both of those queues?
Minister.
Well, Senator, I mean, filibustering is acting in an obstructive manner by speaking for an inordinate amount of time. It could be, and all of the references in my notes say refer to Liberals filibustering. It could be the kind of process that's engaged by asking inordinately long. It's on the internet, Senator Hughes. I'm not sure I can. I can assist you with that. Screen lock's happened. It's gone.
Order.
But I just say this in relation to that to your claim about obstruction. This bill has been here for quite some time. The government needs to get on with the job here. I am not in a position to provide you with, nor could I reasonably be expected to provide you with numbers to either sustain or contradict your claim about the number of people. I am advised that since late 2023, the volume of requests from participants asking for a change to their NDIS plan has significantly increased. significantly increased from late 2023, and that significant increase has occurred all the way up to recently, and it's suspicious timing that the increase in requests from participants matches exactly the commencement of the Liberal Party scare campaign about what the government's reforms to the scheme would mean, and it just does demonstrate, like, reform is, as Senator Hughes said, does involve getting your, she said big boy pants, well, big pants anyway, and tackling tough issues, right? But what I was trying to provide a gender-neutral pants option there, Senator Ormond-Payne, but I was trying to work with Senator Hughes' expression.
Order.
I think that embarking on a scare campaign and trying to claim that the sky is going to fall in for participants, it does have an impact on ordinary people. It does have an impact on ordinary people.
Sorry, Minister. Senator Reynolds.
Point of order, please, because the minister has made a very, very serious allegation about the coalition, and presumably he's talking about the Greens senators as well, that somehow we have conspired with over 50,000 NDIS participants to rort the system and put in extra claims. I mean, that is outrageous, and I'd like the minister to withdraw that and actually provide answers to the two questions I asked on figures. So first of all, can I ask that he withdraw that imputation?
Minister, to assist the smooth running of this chamber, if you could.
Well, I certainly did not make that imputation, if that assists. I'm not going to withdraw an imputation that I did not make. What I did say is that a lack of a sense of moral seriousness and responsibility about the claims that are made about the impact of legislation has an impact in households. It has an impact in households. A scare campaign creates fear.
Minister, Senator Reynolds.
Could I just ask perhaps that you take it away and review, and ask the President to review what the minister actually said, because to my mind it was very clear that he was saying that there was a conspiracy in the timing of over 50,000 people putting reviews in. So, to assist the chamber, if I could perhaps ask that that tape be reviewed.
I will refer it to the President for review. Minister, I believe you have the call. You were speaking, and Senator Reynolds took a point of order.
Look, so we can go backwards and forwards about this question, but I am not in a position to provide numbers on behalf of the department or the agency in terms of the number of applications for eligibility or the number of applications for changes to plans to the scheme. I have been briefed in response to your question that there is anecdotal evidence that the volume of applications for changes to NDIS plans have increased substantially since late last year. If there's information that can properly be provided in estimates or in the normal course of events, I'm sure we'd be delighted to assist.
Senator Reynolds.
I'm not going to even bother asking all the rest of the questions at this point in time, because it's clear that the minister is not going to answer any of the questions. And I would, if I could just note on that the minister has just misled the Senate, because these figures are available. They are available to the Minister Shorten's office, they are available to the NDIA, they are available to the DSS. They are all readily available. They are choosing not in estimates, in the committee hearing inquiries, They are choosing not to release this information anymore. That is a very different issue, and I believe it's misleading the Senate.
Minister.
Well, that is just. I do not have the material to provide to you. It is not necessary to provide it in this process. It is not appropriate to provide it. And the kind of claim that you have just made to assert that somebody is misleading the Senate because they don't agree with you is the kind of partisan nonsense that diminishes the debate.
Order.
In truth, and lacks seriousness about the approach to the debate.
Sorry, Senator Stiljohn.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I have just learned that a deal has been circulated in this chamber between the government and the opposition that would see this bill rammed through on Thursday. This deal means that this last 20 minutes of debate is very likely to be the last time any member of this Senate is given the opportunity to speak with substance to this bill. So, in the 9 minutes left to me, and on behalf of the Australian disability community, there are a few things that must be recorded here in this moment. Never in the history of the Australian disability rights movement has a government so profoundly betrayed the trust placed in it by the community. The families and the disabled people who suffered so significantly under the 10 years of Liberal government placed their trust in the Australian Labor Party at the election, that the party and the government elected would collaborate and co-design, would restore dignity in the scheme. And at every opportunity since coming to power, you have calibrated and carefully built a bill which now sits before this Parliament with a single purpose: to cut as much from the supports we need to survive as possible, as quickly as possible, to enable the redirection of those public funds towards the priorities set by and for your donors and those who offer you jobs when you leave this place. Shame. The National Disability Insurance Scheme, founded because of disabled people, because of our community's collective power and advocacy, was brought into the world founded on two transformational principles. Firstly, the idea of an individualised support, the end to the yes-no lists, the end to the template planning, the end to the list of wheelchairs you can or can't have boiled up by a bureaucrat somewhere. And secondly, the idea that the support you may receive will be the result of an authentic negotiation between a disabled person and the government as to what they need. These principles transferred the power vested in the hands of government over the lives of disabled people and returned them to disabled people ourselves. And every single moment since the passage of that legislation 10 years ago, people in positions of power, politicians and bureaucrats, have fought to get that power back. And that transfer, that stripping of power from community back into the hands of government is the effect of this bill. Shame. Choice and control reasonable and necessary supports are stripped from disabled people and our families with an almost surgical precision, leaving us to once again live with the fear, live with the horror of having our lives shaped about us, without us. During the course of this parliamentary debate, the government has sought again and again to dismiss, to gaslight, to attempt to frame disabled people and our concerns as being driven by needless fear. Well, tonight, if you take the opportunity to look into your inboxes, to check back with your teams, you will discover that every single one of Australia's disability representative organisations have said clearly over the last 48 hours that this bill must not pass. The Network for First Nations people who are disabled have said in the starkest terms that this bill is bad for First Nations people who are disabled. Advocates around the country have hit the phones, have sent emails, have begged and pleaded with you to listen, to see sense. The Minister comes into the chamber this evening and says, in response to questions, oh, period products were put in the wrong part of the list. The government does no longer believe that they should be categorised as a lifestyle product, without apparently being able to conceive of that mistake as an example of why there should not be lists. Why, in fact, somebody's individualised support should be the result of their individualised circumstances. This government that makes such a song and dance about any tiny thing that it believes may help a person or a community in a cost of living crisis brings a bill before this chamber and seeks to ram it through that would see the Australian disability community subjected to mandatory government assessments that we neither want nor need, that you are going to make us pay for.
Shame.
And yet this is the bill that will be passed through this place on Thursday. Almost as though you're running a bit scared. Almost as though you feel that a bit more time left to look into this thing might actually reveal a couple more things you haven't thought through. I wonder how many amendments you may introduce if we gave this bill another couple of weeks. We'd come back and there'd be 90, 100. You discovered a new agency function you had never at all in any way during the course of this debate considered or flagged and inserted it during the last week of debate. In my entire 7 years here, I have never seen anything like it. I have never seen anything like it. We were engaging in a good faith committee stage process with the government seeking to identify answers to the actual questions that remain before the community. And you move this deal, you ram it through because you don't like being under pressure or under scrutiny. And so the disability community is left now to simply sit and wait for the inevitable deal to take effect.
Minister.
No.
Oh, sorry, Senator Still
Finish
John. I apologise.
If I could sit down to indicate, you would know that I hadn't finished.
I apologise.
With the passage of this bill, the Australian disability community will enter a period of shadow. Harm, difficulty, and yes, death. A type of life we thought we had escaped will return for many of us. the solidarity that we have built as a community in the fight against this legislation, however, will remain, and it will grow. And as we move together into this period of trial, we shall do so together. We shall not be alone. We shall struggle together. We shall cry together. We shall speak up together. We will protest together. And we will see a Parliament elected that will restore our rights and protections together. And there will come a day when these supports are returned, when a government apologises for what it didn't know it was doing. And we will look upon that government and we will state clearly that they did know, and we do in fact hold them fully responsible.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Senator Reynolds.
Minister.
Minister.
Look, I just say this in response to that contribution. A scare campaign has to have some foundation in the truth. No matter how much hyperbole.
Minister, Senator Steele-John, order, please. Senator Steele-John, you were heard with respect, and I would ask that you please accord the same courtesy to the minister. Minister.
It has to have a relationship with the truth, and that is.
Senator Allman-Payne.
The motivations of Senator Steele-John, that this is about a scare campaign, that is a reflection on his motivation, and I ask it to be withdrawn.
Minister, just...
Look, I'll withdraw it if it assists.
Thank you, Minister.
I just say this. We just listened.
Order. The minister did withdraw, and I would ask the minister please be heard with the same respect that others have been heard. Minister.
But what I just heard was a set of imputations about the motivations of the government in delivering this set of reforms. Now, the problem with this debate and some other debates that I've observed over the last little while is that there's a group of people in here who think it's all right to make imputations, but the moment that they are called on it, it's a big problem. It's a big problem.
Order. Now, Senator Steele-John, please.
Now, the
Senator
result...
Steele-John, order. Senator Steele-John, order, please. Minister, you have the call.
The result of the passage of this bill will be that the government will co-design with participants and with the states and territories a set of reforms. They will deliver better plans. They will deliver clearer expectations amongst participants. They will deliver on the expectations and spirit of the NDIS review. There will be good outcomes for participants. There will be a sustainable scheme that will support participants for generations and generations to come. The access to the scheme as a result of the passage of this legislation will not change. It will not change. The kind of services that participants will access will, within the scope of the budget that is defined for them, be flexible. More flexible than they currently are. And the scheme will deliver real improvements over time, and it will be co-designed with with the community, and the scheme enables that process to begin. It enables that process to begin, and that means that the proper foundations of the scheme are protected. I think that is a proper purpose for government. And to say that it is motivated by anything else than making the scheme robust, making the scheme improved, and to try and set up an argument where reforms and improvements to the scheme are somehow held up as if improvements to the efficiency of the scheme, eliminating duplication, supporting participants in their engagement with the agency is somehow a bad thing. I just don't think that's right. I just don't think that's right. A scheme that will continue to grow if the government achieves its objectives by 8% every year, to characterise that as cuts, it's just not right. It's just not fair. And it's not fair. We're not immune to criticism. Understand that the role of government is to listen to criticism and listen to feedback, and to sometimes be criticised and sometimes be criticised unfairly. That's all right. But making claims that are unfounded, that create great anxiety, are not a good idea. It may play politically, but it does not assist. Does not assist. You know, this is not a process where the government has arrived with a piece of legislation and pushed it through this parliament in 5 minutes. The government has signalled its intent here ever since it was elected. It's a National Cabinet decision that has been very widely canvassed and well understood. There is legislation here that has been in the parliament for quite some time. There will need to be a process of dealing with it in the parliament, and we will see how the parliament deals with it over the coming days. But it should not be held up. It should not be held up. I understand that the position of one group in here is to oppose the legislation. We'll oppose the legislation, but the parliament should not hold this reform up. What do you do? Thank you.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. One day, this minister, and it won't become very long, but you will regret every single thing that you have said to Senator Steele-John. Everything he said is absolutely true. And the fact that you would say that he was scaremongering is not only a stain on this place, but it is a stain on this government. Senator Steele-John, we might not agree on many issues, but Senator Steele-John is one of the most compassionate and passionate disability advocates in our nation. And if you did not recognise the genuineness in what he was saying to this chamber, what he said to this chamber is exactly what we have heard for months from the disability sector. It takes a singularly determined minister to turn every single state and territory against him and to turn every single disability organisation against you. And they are saying the same thing because they know what Senator Steele-John has said is true. And Minister, if you do not hear those voices, I can assure you we do hear the voices. And what Senator Steele-John said was not a scare campaign. It was absolutely what we are all hearing, and it is the genuine fear of people with disabilities right across this nation. And one day when you play back and you hear those words that you have just said in this chamber, you will hang your head in shame. Well, I hope you'll have enough humanity to do that, because what this senator has just said is the truth. And it is not only his truth, it is the truth of thousands and thousands of people with disability today who are terrified by what you are about to do with this legislation. Your lack of consultation with the sector, your tin ear. You're coming into this chamber and refusing time and time again to provide the transparency. So please, Minister, don't you dare ever say anything like that again to Senator Steele-John or anybody else in this chamber, because it is a stain on you and a stain on this place. So, Senator Steele-John, I would like to apologise for what has just been said to you. It was not justified, in my view. And if the Minister and if the Labor government and Minister Shorten had any decency, you would stand up right now and you would apologise to our colleague here, who has just given the most heartfelt speech he will probably ever give. And you delivered the slick Redbridge Labor lines again and again. Well, Senator Steele-John, I am sorry for that, and I could not agree more with every single thing you have said. It absolutely represents the concerns of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of our most vulnerable Australians, and their voice through you has been heard here this evening, so bravo you.
I'm in the hands of the chamber. There is about a minute left. I might call Senator Hughes. Oh, yes. Or Senator Steele, no, Senator Hughes, Senator Reynolds, or Minister. Minister.
Look, yeah, I mean, let's do the final minute. This policy should be the subject of vigorous debate, or this legislation should be the subject of vigorous debate. But claims should not be made that aren't correct. And Senator Reynolds, the claims that you have made about cuts are not correct. They are not correct. They are partisan claims. This scheme is designed, whether it's in relation to claims that are made by the Greens Party.
It being 7:30 p.m, I shall report to the Senate. The committee reports progress. I propose the question that the Senate do now adjourn, and I call Senator Tyrrell.
Ferries are a necessary evil. Hey, I've nothing against these ferries. We have to get across the Bass Strait. But if the Spirit ferries are one of the few options Tasmanians have if they want to leave the state. If you travel on the Spirits at the right time, your fare can be affordable. Travel at the wrong time, peak season, and the prices can be astronomical. Those prices and what it costs to fly out of the state are the reason a lot of people don't leave Tasmania. Before I turned 18 many, many moons ago, I had only left the state twice, once to come here to Canberra for a primary school trip and the second time to Queensland for a high school trip. Now I get to leave lots and lots to come here, but that's a different matter. Back to the cost of the ferries. The devil is in the detail. The existing Spirits 1 and 2 have been around since 2002. They were refurbished in 2015, but after more than 20 years sailing between Devonport, Port Melbourne and now Geelong, they've got a little bit tired. TT Line agreed and commissioned a Finnish company to build 2 new purpose-built ferries, number 4 and 5. They will replace the 2 ships operating now. TT Line is a Tasmanian government-owned business, so it's the Tasmanian taxpayers who are making the investment in these new ships. But tired ships and higher demand means 2 new ferries are a good idea. And like anyone else, I love a good idea. It sounds like common sense business in theory, but in practice, well, that's something new altogether. These new ships might be able to carry 40% more freight, passengers and vehicles, but they have a mixed history, and we haven't even seen the boats yet. They are already overdue. The costs have already blown out by millions of taxpayer dollars. This is passed on to regular Aussies who use the line and even those who don't use the TT line. And last week we found out we will have to wait even longer to see the benefits of these larger ferries. The port at Devonport is not fit for purpose. You see, the Finnish shipbuilder commissioned to build the new Spirits almost went under late last year. So the Tasmanian government made a deal with a Finnish company at a cost of an extra, $81 million. Just say it quick. And they kept this deal secret because they wanted to make sure the Finns didn't pull out of the deal and the Spirits actually arrived in Tasmania. It's interesting that this mess of money comes after the German company, which was one of the original front-runners in the mix to build the Spirits, went under in 2020. So the ships are costing millions more than budgeted, and now the port at Devonport is costing more than planned too. Spirit 4 and 5 are bigger than the ships usually berthed at Devonport, so the port needs to be upgraded. These upgrades were valued at $90 million in 2020, but in December last year, TT Line said the amount blew out by a massive amount, a whopping $375 million, due to rising civil construction costs, project staging and Tasport's delaying access to the site. There's also the extra money needed to prop up the Finnish shipbuilders so we can get our ferries and then cover the extra costs for the port meant for the Tasmanian government had to extend TT Line's borrowing capacity with Tascorp, the Tasmanian Public Finance Corporation. What a mess, and what a huge pile of money. Don't get me wrong. This is not a speech about the Spirits being bad. The Spirits are an important link between Tasmania and mainland Australia, not just for travel and vehicle movement between the states, but also for freight and for Tassie people to get to the mainland. Tasmanian farmers and businesses who rely on the Spirits as one of the freight options to get their fresh produce to the mainland so they can get top dollar. There used to be a catamaran passenger service that ran between Tasmania and Melbourne in the 90s. It was called the Devil Cat, but there were other names like the Vomit Cat or the Spew Cat. I think you get my drift. No? Spew Cat, say it all the way. Anyway, not to spew on, the Devil Cat is no longer because it had issues sailing through rough weather. I think you probably guessed that already, right? And we can't do anything about the cost of flights because subsidising flights is a financial commitment beyond what we can afford. So where does all this leave us? Waiting for 2 new ferries that won't be able to take their full capacity until sometime in 26 because of the port issues. And that's what we have to do, keep waiting. The combination of ferries and planes is what works for us. And if you have a vehicle, you want to make it to the mainland, and the Spirit's our best option.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise to make this adjournment contribution on my birthday. Always. Mr Acting Deputy President, I rise to pay tribute to the St George Willawong Football Club, which is a wonderful sporting community organisation in my home state of Queensland. And I especially want to congratulate them this evening upon their promotion to the National Premier League. And this constitutes their 6th promotion in 9 seasons. This club has been immensely successful. And now it has graduated to the National Premier League, which is the top tier in Queensland football, by winning the FQPL1 competition. They defeated Eastern Suburbs 2-1. So as I said, 6 promotions in 9 seasons. Just fantastic. And I'd like to congratulate the committee members who have overseen the club during its last 9 years of success. Zach Popov, the President, Igor Jurdevich, the Vice President, and Nick Bojic, the Secretary. So congratulations to all of the committee members for your fabulous work. Congratulations. I'd also like to congratulate the following players who've been part of this success: Ashton Bonsall, Ryan Kim, Ben Barrett, Umaru Sharif, Freddie Bahombwa, Lachlan Sharma, Josh Wilson, Ethan Smith, Fiston Chungu, Seb Korter, Jordan Davey, Dylan Popov, Dang Dang, Mitchell Herman, Jakin Faluk, Danilo Kovacic, Mawin Nilo and Stegan Dimitrovic. Excuse me for the pronunciation, but we'll make sure your names are correctly recorded in Hansard to celebrate this wonderful, wonderful success you've had. As I said, 6 promotions over the last 9 seasons, just extraordinary. And lastly, I want to pay tribute to all of the club members, the volunteers and everyone involved in the St George Willawong Football Club. Congratulations, and I wish you every success in the next season in the National Premier League.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. And I was going to call Senator Urquhart first, then I was going to go to Senator Polley. So if that's okay, thank you, because that's the list here, sorry. Senator Urquhart has the call.
Thank you. On the northwest coast of Tasmania, located 20 kilometres inland of Ulverston, nestled in a beautiful valley, is the small town of Gunns Plains. The town was named after Ronald Campbell Gunn, a prolific and renounced botanist who described the native plants of Tasmania in the 1800s. The 2021 census recorded a population of 195 for Gunns Plains. Its post office opened on the 3rd of April 1900 and closed in 1974, and has a fabulous country hall where I have over many years enjoyed a game of badminton followed by the usual country supper. The Leven River winds slowly through its pastures that support a variety of grazing stock. Agricultural endeavours are also very successful, benefiting from rich red volcanic soil. The community was involved in a significant number of men going to the First World War. One of the attractions in the area is Wings Wildlife Park, which has local animals such as Tasmanian devils, quolls, koalas, wombats, echidnas, bandicoots, possums, squirrel gliders and many macropods, as well as animals from overseas including bison, water buffalo, camel, donkeys, deers, capybaras, meerkats, which are particularly cute, and macaque and marmoset monkeys, which are really the cutest. Additionally, a number of other animals, including birds and reptiles such as ostriches, emus, eagles, falcons, owls, cockatoos, snakes and lizards. Wings Wildlife Park has a history over 7 generations of the Wing family living and farming within the Gunns Plains community. Colin and Megan Wing are the 5th generation, founding the park in 1986. They offer the largest wildlife animal park with on-site accommodation and display the largest collection of Tasmanian wildlife in Australia, where you can explore and get up close with the wildlife. Wings Wildlife Park is the only park to have imported American bison into Tasmania. In October 2022, a devastating flood swept through the park, wreaking havoc, knocking down fences, wiping sides out of animal enclosures and wrecking the animal hospital that sat on the site. The force of the water was so severe that it ripped the hospital from its foundations. This was the 3rd flood that was suffered by the park since 1986. A few days after the flood swept through, when it was safe to do so, I visited the park, not only to assess the damage, but to lend my support to Colin and Megan and the many employees of the park and the community as a whole. It was devastating to see what had been built up over many years destroyed so quickly. There were Tasmanian devils just wandering around the park. Their fence has been washed away. Marmoset monkeys remained in their enclosure for 3 days with the side ripped out, and the employees stayed on the site to ensure that the animals were fed and looked after. At this time, Colin and Megan were questioning whether or not they would rebuild or just simply close the park. The 3rd flood had just been too much. The community came out in full force with assistance of every type to help clean up, rebuild and provide support to the Wings. The decision at that stage was taken away from Colin and Megan. The community, not only from the surrounding district but across Tasmania, had spoken. We're here to help and get you reopened. The next step was the rebuilding or not of the Wildlife Hospital. Of course, it had to be done, and it was done. This is the only wildlife hospital in the north of the state. In the words of Ian Waller, who is an icon from the park, he said, "We've begged, borrowed, bought new, second-hand and received free equipment for the vet space. We received $428,000 from the government to build this facility and we're over the moon. That amount alone is barely enough to fit out a vet space. We did not know this at the time, but we do now. What we've achieved is truly incredible with the resources we have at our disposal." I spoke with a lady only last night, he said, who is doing what we've done, and she and her husband are vets, and when I told her about the X-ray machine we have, she almost cried, asking how we could have afforded the highlighting that they have decided that they simply would not be able to get one at all. Ian says, "I am well known online. There are veterinary equipment sites and people contact me directly now when they have gear to sell or more specifically to give away because they know of our position." The Community Wildlife Hospital building is now functional. They have licences including an X-ray licence, and they now have a vet who is licensed to use the equipment. It is a large structure which is now used as food preparation for the animals in the park. For 18 months, the staff prepared food for the animals in an open carport, and it does get pretty chilly down there in the winter. It is used for storage, staff facilities, all the things that were lost in the floods, and 1/3 of it is fully, nearly equipped veterinary space. For the continued success of the hospital into the future, it will need support in the way of donations and volunteers, but I know the fantastic community of Braddon and hopefully much further afield will come to the assistance of ensure the ongoing viability of the hospital. As Ian said, with the help of federal and state funding, it was rebuilt on the 25th of July, and on the 25th of July, I had the pleasure, alongside the Premier of Tasmania, Jeremy Rockcliffe, and Megan and Colin Wing, of officially opening the Community Wildlife Hospital. The community turned out in droves. There was just row on row of people from everywhere. A lot of them had provided help to get the park up to scratch, local mayors right from across the neighbouring councils. It was a fantastic day. I want to congratulate Colin and Megan, their family, Ian Waller and all the employees of the park, but also the fabulous community who pulled together at this time to ensure that this icon continues for the enjoyment of locals and tourists, not only from Tassie, but from the big island over here, but also around the globe.
Health Organisation. Thank you. The UN's World Health Organisation, WHO, has declared monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. This triggers WHO emergency powers to drive vaccine sales to financially benefit big pharmaceutical companies that donate to the WHO through their other commercial and ownership interests. The first thing a House of Review, like our Senate, should do is ask, is this a legitimate decision? The answer, it is not, no. The UN's WHO has succumbed to regulatory capture, a troubling development in governance. That may plunge Western society into serfdom under large corporations. Regulatory capture occurs where a regulatory agency mandated to oversee and enforce rules to protect public interest ends up under undue influence from companies with vested interests, such as the entities it's meant to regulate, or special interest groups. This can result in the agency making decisions that prioritise the interests of these parties over the broader public interest. The New South Wales Government lists 6 areas for regulatory capture: adherence to public interest principles, organisational culture, structure, processes, transparency, staff experience. The WHO fails all 6. I've often spoken about the corruption, cronyism and illegal behaviour of the World Health Organisation. Some of my WHO speeches are on my website. The WHO fails to hold staff accountable for misbehaviour, including rape and sexual assault. Its own investigators conclude the WHO is rotten with rapists, their words. A failure of organisational culture and a failure of staffing quality. WHO is a corrupt organisation whose decisions benefit its billionaire sponsors with substantial health interests. The scam is simple. Take a disease that's around for generations, firstly the flu, then more recently bird flu, and now monkeypox. Plant scary stories in media, desperate for clickbait articles. Use the media-driven fear to declare a pandemic. And then payday. Mandate vaccines financially benefiting the billionaires that funded the media scare. This betrays the public interest. The WHO is a con, a fraud, a criminal enterprise designed to transfer wealth from taxpayers into the pockets of their billionaire donors and owners. Designed to do that. an organisation Australian taxpayers gave $30 million last year, despite WHO having $8 billion in financial assets. That donation was likely more about fealty than financing. Identifying WHO's donors is difficult, since its annual accounts show 32% of donations as another failure of transparency. One of WHO's major donors is Gavi, the globalist vaccine alliance of international academics, bureaucrats and pharmaceutical companies, funded through corporate donations from companies whose share register features investment funds like BlackRock and Vanguard, featuring on Big Pharma share registries. They own Big Pharma. If Australia had racketeering laws, this arrangement would be illegal. This is a failure in structure. The monkeypox declaration came from WHO's Director General, Tedros Ghebreyesus, acting alone. The process for making such an important decision is not meaningfully regulated and gives Ghebreyesus too much power to direct a worldwide health response. This is a failure of process, and it's deliberate. The proclamation is designed to create an international market for new monkeypox vaccines. The WHO already have 4 approved vaccines for monkeypox. Sildenafil, distributed through Pfizer. Brincidofovir, manufactured and distributed through Chimerex, whose controlling shareholders include Vanguard and predatory wealth fund cronies. TPOXX from Seega Pharmaceuticals, with shareholders BlackRock and Vanguard. And ACAM 2000 from Emergent Biosolutions, whose largest shareholders are, wait for it, BlackRock and Vanguard. With these drugs, the world's predatory billionaires have decided it's time for another fundraiser. All 4 drugs are off-label use. So any day now, expect a killer new vaccine for monkeypox to be given the Hosanna Palm Frond parade through our disgraced regulators like Canberra's Therapeutic Goods Administration, at TGA. The WHO tested this scam a few years ago with a minor media fear campaign that discovered that the public didn't take something called monkeypox seriously. So they rebranded it Mpox. Amusingly, they claimed the name monkeypox was insulting to monkeys. Monkeys have feelings too, you know. So Mpox is monkeypox rebranded to sell more vaccines from vaccine companies who funnel the profits into the world's predatory billionaires. Those same billionaires who own the corporations that donate to Gavi and the WHO, as well as filling the coffers of political parties around the world, including massive donations to both cheeks of the Liberal Labor Uni Party in this country. Last Tuesday, American congressional investigators revealed that for nearly 9 years, Anthony Fauci concealed plans to engineer a pandemic-capable Mpox virus with high transmissibility and a case fatality rate of up to 15%. That's homicide. The gain-of-function project proposed through NIAID in America from virologist Bernard Moss was to splice genes conferring high pathogenicity from the Clade 1 virus into the more transmissible Clade 2 virus. The new chimeric or combined virus could have retained up to a 15% fatality rate and a 2.4 reproductive rate, a measure of transmissibility, meaning, on average, every sick person could have infect up to 2.4 other people, giving it pandemic potential. Marvellous what it's designed to do. We know gain-of-function research produced the COVID-19 virus. Is this monkeypox outbreak also man-made? Gain-of-function research serves no useful purpose and should be terminated immediately. It's deeply troubling Australia's CSIRO admitted and bragged about its involvement in gain-of-function research that produced COVID-19. And now an online meme simply says, they're doing it again because you didn't punish them last time. That's truth indeed. The WHO fails all 6 elements of regulatory capture, and so does Australia's Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA. The TGA is not acting in the public interest, which New South Wales Deputy Ombudsman Chris Wheeler considers fundamental to representative democratic government. The TGA may claim that during COVID it was caught between the Parliament, its direct employer and the wider public. It chose to serve the government's need for air cover for controls decided on political, not medical grounds. The TGA should have read the findings of the 1990 WA Inc. Royal Commission, which found, quote, the institutions, officials and agencies of government exist for the public to serve the interests of the public. That's clear. Yet during COVID, the TGA chose a different path, to support their own agency to the detriment of the public. What will the TGA do this time with monkeypox? Monkeypox is transmitted through direct contact from sexual activity or intravenous drug use. A Philpott scientific study found 98.7% of infections resulted from gay male sexual transmission. Transmission can occur through direct personal contact of the infected site. Infected animals can spread the disease. Asymptomatic spread, though, is, like COVID, an assertion with no evidence. The clade 1A variant of monkeypox can infect children. The clade currently circulating, though, 1B and 2, have not been proven to infect children. Australia has 2 monkeypox vaccines approved for over 18s. Both are off-label, repurposed drugs approved for smallpox. Jynneos from Bavarian Nordic uses Cidofir, I mentioned earlier, as the active ingredient. Bavarian Nordic has an application into America's Food and Drug Administration to give this vaccine to children aged 12 to 18, and are in early testing to support their application to extend use to children aged 2 and above. 2 and above. Why does a child need a vaccine against a disease that's predominantly only transmitted through sexual contact or intravenous drug use? The case for monkeypox vaccination program must be a very high bar for any person who does not engage in risky sexual activity. TGA's website data from the 2022 monkeypox round of vaccinations in Australia shows 3,163 adverse events per 100,000 vaccinations, a staggeringly high 3%. I note a study published in the journal Frontiers in Medicine with authors from the University of New South Wales entitled Autoimmune Blistering Skin Diseases Triggered by COVID-19 Vaccinations, an Australian Case Series. This report found that COVID-19 vaccination caused the recipient to either develop autoimmune blistering disease or made an existing condition worse. The cases are extremely rare, and for once, I can agree with the TGA. I alert Australia to the chance that these outbreaks of a related disease could be mistaken for monkeypox. I note that autoimmune diseases and shingles, that's herpes zoster, can intersect and both are side effects of the COVID vaccines. If the Senate is going to be called on to support a monkeypox response, then it's essential every case is verified through publicly disclosed laboratory testing. Page after page of redacted data was used to support COVID measures, and the damage to public health is undeniable. It's homicide. Safe and effective was not one lie, it was 2. People are not believing the UN World Health Organization MPOX narrative. The time for blind trust is over. We're now in the age of prove it.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Polley.
October 1942 to October 1943, the Japanese army forced around 60,000 prisoners of war, including 13,000 Australians and roughly 200,000 civilians, mostly Burmese and Malayan, to build a railway linking Thailand and Burma. One of those 13,000 Australians was my father. And I've spoken many times in this place about the Second World War and what influence this has had on my life and my family's life. The influence of leadership and matesmanship in war. The 2nd 40th Infantry Battalion was the only battalion in Australian Imperial Force recruited almost entirely from Tasmania. The 2nd 40th prisoners spent the first 7 months of their captivity interned in a camp at Upasar. A small party of senior officers were shipped to Java on the 26th of July, and the rest of the prisoners on Timor followed in September. From Java, the 2nd 40th prisoners were dispersed throughout Japan's conquered territories. They were liberated in late August and early September 1945 and repatriated to Australia almost immediately. The sacrifices he made for his country during his service and after have stayed with me and always will. And I often think of all of those who have served and who will serve this country. Their stories will be remembered and they deserve to be told to all so that we can learn from their experiences. The fact my father served in the ADF has shaped my life in so many different ways, and if it really wasn't for his service to his country, I may not be standing here before you in this place in my capacity as a senator for Tasmania. I encouraged and supported my nephew Stephen to take up the opportunity of service within the ADF, and I must say he has served the ADF well, and the ADF have served him well. He has now served more than 25 years in the Royal Australian Navy. My youngest daughter also had experience in the Navy as a younger woman. So my family's had a long tradition of serving in the ADF. I have another nephew who also served in the Australian Army. It is for these reasons and many other reasons I recently jumped at the opportunity to join the wonderful men and women of our ADF to sail aboard the HMAS Canberra as part of the Australian Defence Force Parliamentary Exchange Program. This brief but extraordinary experience is one I will cherish for the rest of my life, so I want to pay homage to the wonderful men and women of the HMAS Canberra this evening. I was provided an overarching experience while on the ship, but I believe I only touched the surface in terms of what the great sailors aboard the HMAS Canberra actually do on a daily basis. These are men and women who work exceptionally hard every day, 12 to 14 hours a day when they're at sea in operations. And you never really are off duty when you're aboard the ship. Young men and women who are with such immense responsibility but operate at full capacity each and every day. At a micro level, the Royal Australian Navy provides maritime forces that contribute to the Australian Defence Force's capability to defend Australia, contribute to regional security, support global interests, shape the strategic environment and protect national interest. It is a significant task, but at all times on board I could see how important the men and women take their duty to defend our country and our interests in the Pacific and beyond. I was fortunate enough to spend 6 nights on board the HMAS Canberra. We have to also remember that as an island nation, the sea is Australia's lifeblood. Australians are dependent upon it. Trade travels by sea, and therefore Australia's economy, prosperity and the way of life counts on the sea. The logistics alone are amazing to see in action. Bringing food services together has proven that good food boosts the crew's morale, and the chefs aboard the HMAS Canberra did a marvellous job, which is why they are some of the most popular crew on board. It was wonderful to see equality in regards to the food being served. All on board, regardless of your rank, receive the same food, from the junior mess right up to the commander. It was a pleasure to meet with the engineering department, the doctor, the medical officers on board, and to hear about their work. I also had the opportunity to participate in and observe the assessment of the crew's CPR certification, and which they must do on an annual basis. The longer I spent aboard, the more I understood the mentality of the crew, the more I felt part of their family. The selfishness of the character is ingrained, and their strength of character was on show at all time. The thing that impacted me, I think, the most was the respect that they had for each other, for their commanding officers, but the way they respected me for being on board and being open to have the conversations around what was important to them and why they serve our country and they serve to secure our democracy. It was wonderful to spend time with the engineers, and when they had one of their many exercises and there was engine failure, there was flooding, there was people injured, there was a fire, and to see that crew working together was simply amazing. And to have one of their very highly qualified engineers, better known as Speedy, who took the time to explain to myself and Luke, who also was accompanying me on board, the importance of these drills and exercises to ensure that the crew are ready to serve this country, because at the end of the day, we know that they can be required to serve this country at very short notice. So the skills of their crew is so essential. but the commitment of the crew was highly professional and they personally strived to do their best that they could each and every day. The opportunity on board was also for me to meet 50 of the ADF gap year students was another amazing opportunity to hear why these young people had chosen to do their 1 year gap with the Royal Australian Navy, and to hear so many of them who had already, after their initial training, were determined to serve our country and sign up to the Navy. Now, recruitment is an ongoing challenge to the ADF and generally so to the Navy. So the dialogue with officers and crew members throughout the time that I spent on board discussing recruitment, retention, was something that actually gave me a far better insight into those challenges. Since COVID, the Navy has not had the opportunity to travel as much offshore as they normally have done in the past. And let's be frank, most people join the Navy so they can go and see the world. But what I found was quite extraordinary when being part of that crew, living, eating and working alongside them, was when I had the good fortune to dine with the commander of the vessel, Captain Brendan O'Hara, was to hear how excited he was to talk about his Kingswood, and also the fact that he was very proud that his wife was still driving a Datsun 120Y. The officers made me feel very welcome, but one of the things that impacted me greatly was when officers who were on board that ship, when the former late Senator Kimberley Kitchener went through that program as I did, and the impact that she left on that crew was absolutely amazing and just really reinforced what a bright light that she shone not only in this place, but she touched people wherever she went. And to hear how shocked they were when they were watching the news to hear that she had passed away just 9 months after being on their vessel. I'd also like to shout out to Lieutenant Commander Jen Newhouse, who made sure that I had the opportunity to meet all the staff, visit every single part of that ship, go up and down sometimes 51 ladders in one day, 44 another. So I got to really experience what it was like.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Sorry, President. My apologies. I rise to speak about some deeply troubling issues that have come to light with regard to the Northern Territory's land councils. And very possibly, these troubling issues may well extend across the country more broadly, but we don't know without an inquiry to understand better. So land councils in the Northern Territory were created by the Northern Territory Land Rights Act legislation. Their purpose was to represent traditional owners, to advocate on their behalf and ensure that their views as to what was done on their land were heard and acted on accordingly. The current situation, however, is something much different, particularly the behaviour becoming apparent within the Central Land Council. The council, which operates in my hometown and throughout Central Australia, is disturbing at best. It is the behaviour of those at the executive level who have a lot of power in the council that seems to be the most problematic. I doubt that these issues are isolated to this particular land council. However, it is the situation that is most familiar to me. So with respect to the Central Land Council, I personally wrote to Minister McCarthy last week to notify her that at a meeting of the Council on the 18th of July 2024, a no confidence motion was moved by the Chair of the Council against its CEO. And as far as the Chair is concerned, it was successfully passed. Now, the fact that there was a no confidence motion of this nature in the first place is a red flag in itself. I might add that CEOs of land councils are paid quite a significant salary in order to conduct their job, to see to the needs of traditional owners who, at the best of times, would struggle to reach to earn a six-figure salary of their own. But these red flags should indicate that things are wrong at the Central Land Council and are not as they should be. But in addition to the movement and what the Chair thought was a passing of the motion, I've been told that in fact no record of the resolution was recorded in the minutes of the meeting, nor have minutes been produced or seem to exist. And why? Because of allegations of bullying and intimidation. To add insult to injury, the Council then held another meeting without the Chair present, at which they reportedly decided on the version of events that they preferred to have occurred at the full meeting held on the 18th of July 2024, and to reprimand the Chair. The Chair was not afforded the opportunity to defend against allegations of breaches of code of conduct, nor was it in fact highlighted to the Chair what elements of the code were in fact breached or the supposed breaches of the Act. The possibility that minutes of the first meeting were not taken and the possibility that there was intimidation and behaviour such as this is completely and utterly unacceptable. This is not the way that land councils should be operating. Can I remind this chamber of what I said at the start? These councils were set up for the very purpose of their members. Section 23 of the Land Rights Act, the Act which established these councils in the NT, specifically states that these councils are to express the wishes and opinion of Indigenous people living in their area and to protect their interests. The Act itself is clear. These are bodies which are meant to represent them, protect them, be on their side, not attack, bully and intimidate them. Let me be clear, land councils are not inherently evil, as some would like to suggest that I suggest. Functioning well, they could be a helpful part of the economic advancement of Indigenous Australians, but in their current state, if the Central Land Council is anything to go by, they are doing far more harm than good for their members. See, it's all very well to try to address Indigenous disadvantage and encourage economic development of Indigenous Australians from outside, but if these allegations are true, we have a much bigger problem on the inside that must be addressed. We must fix the functioning of our land councils if we have any hope of giving Indigenous Australians, particularly our most marginalised, who don't speak language as well as their CEOs do, a chance to progress and become economically independent on their own land so they too can perhaps earn themselves six-figure salaries. The other issue which needs to be raised in this chamber and is also deeply, deeply troubling is the treatment of conservative Aboriginal women running in politics by the left. For all their talk on championing Aboriginal people and their interests, they have absolutely no regard for Aboriginal people, particularly women who are conservatively aligned. Yana Thompson is a young woman living in the Northern Territory, a hard-working woman who is raising her children as a single mother and wanting to contribute to her community, to society at large, and is trying to do so by standing as a candidate in the bush. You'd think that this would be a characterisation that Labor would be delighted with, but no. Not when she is a Conservative, not when she is a woman who has seen through the empty words of the Labor government and who dares to stand for something different. I say dares because she is a perfect example of what happens to you if you refuse to subscribe to Labor's ideology. In that case, like in Jana's case, you deserve to be attacked and brought down. It's ironic that the very vulnerabilities that would otherwise make her a hero if she was aligned to Labor are used to destroy her, reduce her chances of success in the territory election. She's endured bullying, false accusations, damage to her personal property and threats, even threats of violence in the course of her campaign. An attack has been actively launched against Jana, and it must be called out. And just to bring things back full circle to the start of this address, what entity has found itself linked to its unjustifiable attack on Jana's character? A senior member of the relevant land council who is doing Labor's bidding. All of this is typical of Labor when they are feeling threatened. They have nothing else but to resort to playing dirty games, but in the event that they didn't want to get their own hands dirty, they're using people in land councils, pitting Indigenous people against one another. I'd like to know what Labor's definition of reconciliation really is. Is it reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous? Do they care about ensuring the unity of Indigenous people amongst ourselves? Because this kind of behaviour suggests that they don't. On the contrary, situations like this demonstrate that they feed into the disunity, they feed into the violence in communities when families are pitted against one another. It's abhorrent behaviour. It's abuse of power, and it requires condemnation in the strongest terms. This is a vigilante type approach to politics. It is not appropriate no matter where you are, but it is certainly inappropriate for a democratic country like Australia. If we let behaviour like this fly under the radar, we allow the slow and steady degradation of our democratic process. Standing in this chamber reminds me of how privileged we are to live in a place like Australia that is built on values of democracy and, of course, the rule of law. It's my respect for those foundational values that drives me to speak up for those people like Jana, those people like the chair of the Central Land Council, people whose first language is not English, people who don't have resources behind them like these organisations have, people who are not treated the same as those on the left are treated. And this is the reason why I have spoken in this chamber today.
Thank you. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Twice previously in this chamber, I've read out the names of hostages held by the terrorist organisation Hamas. Still, Hamas continues to hold 116 hostages after they began an unprovoked and very nasty conflict to eradicate the Jewish people and dismantle the State of Israel. The Hamas murder and mass kidnapping on October 7 was not simply an attack against the State of Israel. It was an attack on the core values of freedom, democracy and liberty. Australia, as a free and democratic nation, must wholeheartedly support Israel's defence of these indispensable values and the right of Israel to exist. It is the hostages that have suffered in the fight for our values of freedom and democracy and for the right of Israel to exist. The story of those kidnapped must not be relegated to the footnotes of history. It is the hostages that have been forced into the front line of Hamas's war. They've witnessed the very worst aspects of war, murder and violence. Memories that will sentence them to a lifetime of torture. The stories that have emerged from the hostage crisis have been nothing short of harrowing. Jewish men, women and children beaten with electric cables, have had vital medications, food and clean water withheld. The barbaric killings and persecution of the Jewish people have been a source of pride for the terrorists, leaving many Israelis bereaved and in mourning. There is a growing international movement calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. But there is only one realistic road for long-term peace and security, because there will be no peace for Israel or Gaza or the West Bank, or for a two-state solution, as long as the terrorist organisation Hamas continues to exist and rule over Gaza, and while it continues to imprison innocent Israelis. Hamas must be eradicated, the hostages must be released, and we must bring them all home. Last week, Deputy President, I alluded to the fact that we live in the greatest country on earth, notwithstanding the weak Prime Minister we have and the hapless Labor government. And I think perhaps I was too passive in my analysis of the failures of our weak Prime Minister and this hapless, woeful Labor government, because it's pretty clear upon reflection that this Labor government is the worst in history, if not the worst in the history of really bad Labor governments. And there's many reasons to support my proposition, but I thought I would just highlight the top three. And the number one is the cost of living crisis, which has been taken to new heights as a result of the reckless government spending, leading to labourflation, elbowflation, gymflation, take your pick. Whichever one it is, it's going to hurt you. Because since Labor have come to power, food is up 11%. The cost of health is also up 11%. Remember their promise about cheaper medicines. Education is up 11%. Housing is up 15%. Rent is up 15%. And who can remember their promise, or who can forget their promise? They made 97 times before the last election they would cut your power bills by $275. Well, power bills are up by 22%, which is only superseded by the cost of gas, which is up by almost 25%. Yet Labor continue to push their reckless and immature renewables as the only answer to Australia's energy needs, when we on this side believe we should use all forms of energy. And number two, so we've talked about the cost of living. Now let's get to the number two reason why this is the worst Labor government in history. And that is because they're weak on union thugs. The mishandling and the Oscar effectively nominated performance of the Labor's CFMEU saga. And let's take it back to the start. As a thank you for the CFMEU bankrolling Labor's 2022 election campaign, and this bankrolling was worth something along the lines of $6.2 million, one of Labor's first acts in government was to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Now, this is not the first time they've done it. This is the second time they've done it, because the Labor Party is beholden to the union thugs in the CFMEU. You just have to follow the money trail. So by doing this, this took away the cop on the beat and the oversight of the CFMEU, giving them a free pass to double down on their criminal behaviour, abuse and thuggery. And since then, as this crisis began to evolve, Labor acted surprised, mortified and in denial of the CFMEU and its reported, well-reported, thuggish behaviour. So the Labor ministers and the Labor members have all come in like a bunch of stunned mullet, surprised about the allegations concerning the CFMEU, and in a rush of activity brought some legislation to this Parliament that clearly had been written by the CFMEU. So it's taken Labor weeks, if not years, if not decades, to stand up and protect the 92% of workers who are not members of a union, but also the other 7.5% of the workforce who are members of unions, who obey the law and get on and do the right thing. And number three, as to why this is the worst Labor government ever, it's because Labor are weak on borders and weak on immigration, because, as you guessed it, we've got a weak Prime Minister. This government has continued to duck any accountability for keeping Australians safe in the wake of 83 detainees being released into the community without visas. These included murderers, sex offenders and violent offenders. And instead of learning from these mistakes, they decided to, I'm not going to say sack the minister, they promoted the two ministers sideways and then replaced that particular minister with the only other person in the Labor Party with a worse history. Under Tony Burke, since October 7, Australia has recorded the highest number of visas granted amongst our allies, following the Middle East war. The US has granted 17 visas, the UK 168 visas, New Zealand 153 visas, and Australia 2,922 visas have been granted. Now, aside from the astronomical security risk that this possesses to our country and its people, there is a growing labour-caused housing crisis, and we've got the cost of living crisis. I refer you to reason number 1. And we've got the rise of anti-Semitic behaviour across this country that has Australians living in fear and struggling to make ends meet. And then to top it all off, the Prime Minister, with his back against the wall, has decided to play around with the words of the head of our security service. Mr Albanese selectively quoted the ASIO boss to imply that ASIO has been vetting all of these applicants when they have not. This is the same Prime Minister who urged that the language of leaders should change immediately and yet has failed to change his own and act on others. A classic case of do as I say, not as I do. Another example of weak leadership. This is the worst Labor government in the history of terrible Labor governments. And when Gough Whitlam is starting to look sensible, you're either drunk or you're comparing him to Prime Minister Albanese. In 2024, let's show Labor the door.
The Senate will now adjourn until 9 a.m. Wednesday, the 21st of August.